A man in glasses talks hopefully about his child's future, believing that he will be able to become a lawyer if he gets a decent education. The cook confidently and proudly declares that their diet has been under his guidance, and he intends to make it famous thanks to his talent. An aristocratically dressed woman energetically convinces others that in order to marry successfully, it is necessary to attract the attention of the aristocracy and find a suitable groom. A group of people have a heated discussion, during which a man with glasses takes on the responsibility of taking care of the child's diet. A girl with pink hair is happily surrounded by flowers, and she seems content and confident in her future as the owner of an adorable S-level. On the TV screen, the news anchors are discussing a serious problem. There is an explosive rise in deaths and mystical disappearances, which is alarming. Concern is overwhelming the public because of the Century of Great Resurrections, a mystical movement that has awakened anxiety among the population. A report of a mass offer of life insurance is transmitted through a telephone screen, hinting at a looming threat or premonition of impending events. Two uniformed firemen are discussing the situation against the backdrop of a fire, one of them apparently unable to hear his comrade because of the noise of the flames. A character looks through footage of tragic incidents on his phone, looking for a connection between the accidents that have happened and the threat enveloping their community. The girl is panicked and in pain, blood streaming down her face. She weakly utters, "It hurts! Dad! Mom! Dad!" Her eyes are full of fear and despair, as if she has lost all hope. A mysterious voice tells the girl to get up, and a certain reader's number appears on the screen, which seems to be important for further events. 1 ***** 5617. It could be a clue or a key to unraveling her situation. She stands amongst the twinkling stars, surrounded by light and a sense of weightlessness. The voice continues to insist, and now she looks not only puzzled but stunned by what is happening, as if her world has been turned upside down. The view in front of her instantly changes to a bright cityscape full of sounds and movement, and the girl hears a scream that seems to summon her, filling her with anxiety and uncertainty as to what she should do next. The words of the resurrection assessment flash on the monitor screen, a story about a princess with a mission to protect, classified as romantic fantasy with elements of regression and labeled as easy to understand, adding more questions to her already confusing situation. In the office, she is handed her assessment results with a difficulty level F. The worker smiles, but it hardly seems like a victory for the girl. Her expression suggests inner confusion and perhaps disappointment. She stands next to a joyful girl who seems thrilled with her success, while our heroine is plagued by doubt and uncertainty, her face reflecting a mixture of feelings and a search for answers. Perplexity is written on her face when she hears the word grade. The word sounds to her like a verdict or a sentence, her eyes full of questions and looking for confirmation of her guesses. The cry of "Now it's your turn" interrupts the silence, and the girl finds herself the center of attention of the crowd. This event seems to be both a celebration and a challenge. The words "well done" echo in her mind. She stands wide-eyed with terror, whispering, "Bo, same," as if she is confronted with an unexpected and terrifying revelation that turns her world upside down. A dog with angel wings sits surrounded by flowers and holds up a laptop, wondering, "Doggy?" It creates a sense of magic and ease, as if the dog in this floral world is the protagonist of a fairy tale story. The energetic dog cheerfully declares that he is the person in charge of the Resurrection Assessment Control Headquarters, which gives the scene a playfulness despite the seriousness of his stated role, and his laughter and gestures add levity to the conversation. The dog looks seriously at the woman and informs her, "Miss Reader, you're dead. This is the afterlife," showing something important on the laptop screen, and the moment is filled with deep meaning and mystery. The woman is shocked by the dog's message. Her face reflects bewilderment and fear. The words, "I look lost," and there is a complete lack of understanding of what is happening. Tears roll down the woman's face as she whispers, "Died, like," and her eyes read despair, as if at this moment the whole world has collapsed for her, and she is trying to find answers in her memory. The dog confidently explains that cultural works become part of the afterlife, making a suggestion that seems interesting to the woman and opens new horizons in eternal existence. The idea that a project is underway to send souls to a recreated world, voiced by the dog, fills the stage with hope and the possibility of a new life beginning where myths and legends come to life. Opening the pages of documents, the dog says that not everyone can become resurrected, and this adds an element of exclusivity and chosenness to the resurrection process, making it even more mesmerizing. The dog assures the woman that she is perfectly suited for resurrection and has been summoned earlier than expected, and this assurance supports her by bringing clarity and anticipation of a new life. The dog awaits the woman's decision on the choice of genre for her new life, but she remains in deep contemplation, as if the weight of the world is on her shoulders and she is not ready to make a decision. A young man with dark hair, wearing a brown sweater, seems absorbed in deep contemplation. His eyes are hidden, and there are only 3 dots in the speech cloud above his head, symbolizing the silence or indecision he is facing at this moment, with fury in his eyes and his words reflecting on his upbringing hovering in the air. The emotional outburst and the stars around his head emphasize his inner indignation and discontent, which he expresses in words directed to the outside world. Then his face is lit up with surprise as he looks at the cheerful girl in a bright dress, surrounded by flowers and light. His speech is filled with envy at her ease of being and her ability to remain carefree in this complex world. He candidly shares the tragic story of his past, where love and support were foreign to him, where he experienced the loss of his parents and brother, and recalls the loneliness that engulfed him after their departure. Turning to the dog with angel wings, he fervently declares his desire to start a new life, to become a chapter in a story full of care and love, begging his invisible companion to help him make this transition. A dog with wings and a clipboard in his paws, expressing his willingness to help, asks him to wait a little longer, thus introducing an element of intrigue and anticipation of the future into their communication. With trepidation and anticipation, he awaits the evaluation of his labor, hope, and excitement written on his face as he awaits the result that could change his life. The results on screen confirm his success. His story about reincarnation and the struggle to save the world receives the highest score, which becomes a reflection of his talent and perseverance. The dog with wings barks furiously in a cheer, noting that his story has reached S level, something only a few achieve, emphasizing the uniqueness and significance of this moment. The people around him, confused and full of disbelief, observe the unexpected success, which seems as incredible as a magical fairy tale, bringing an element of surprise and delight into their ordinariness. The girl reasons with a chuckle as if in response to an unexpected question, easily dismissing objections or suggestions that would sound absurd to her. Her look and facial expression indicate that she is willing to accept a challenge or agree to something unusual. In another dimension, the heroine experiences an endless cycle of death and rebirth, each time facing the cruelty of a world that seems completely devoid of hope and tests her to the extreme. The comments in the chat room express readers' different perspectives on what they have read. Some are sharply critical and sarcastic about the book, while others express disappointment and bewilderment about the content, expecting a different experience. The girl's dialogue with the unseen interlocutor exposes her doubts and unwillingness to give in to others' expectations of who she should become, allowing the reader to feel her inner struggle and desire to maintain her individuality. The dog with wings gazing merrily into the clipboard creates a sense of ironic contrast between its carefree nature and the tension of the heroine's situation, adding a comic touch to the tense story. The heroine, while expressing sarcasm about her role and usefulness, shows a deep disappointment in herself, causing the reader to sympathize and understand the depth of her inner feelings. The urgency and momentum of the scene where the heroine is trying to make it through the closing gate in time conveys a sense of acute urgency and emphasizes how important it is for her not to miss an opportunity. The announcement of the resurrection control system suddenly appearing from a dog introduces an element of surprise and mysticism, making the reader wonder about potential changes in the heroine's fate. The revelation that the heroine has become the first life insurance customer after the resurrection adds depth to the story, showing that even in the endless cycle of suffering, there is room for hope and new possibilities. The delight and enthusiasm of the dog that meets the heroine after her resurrection offering a bright and optimistic ending to a story full of hardships and challenges, lifting the reader's spirit and emphasizing the importance of every moment of life. A surprised girl with brown hair and red eyes stands in the snow, her gaze bewildered. She turns her attention to a bubble with a text in which someone says something incomprehensible and quietly says, "What do you mean?" A huge, lanky corgi with a sword, surrounded by flashes of light, fervently urges everyone not to delay their visit and promises the patronage of God himself, giving the impression of his importance and perhaps some kind of mystical role. The girl, in whom we recognize the same brunette, is now overwhelmed with emotion. She cries out, "Wow!" while the light beams around her emphasize her delight and amazement at the marvelous vision. She seems confused and shocked. Unable to immediately cope with the situation, she whispered, "Just a moment," trying to grasp what was happening, feeling the excitement of the unexpected news. The elegant facade of the classic building was adorned with an announcement that welcomed everyone with a complete life insurance package. Balloons and flowers adorn the image, while the text promises a mandatory training period, support, and timely payments, emphasizing the structured and secure nature of the service. The bottom edge of another ad can be seen below the window, which calls for delaying the start of the original story and beginning the training, while Eyelet lies motionless behind the glass, creating an atmosphere of impending change and inevitable developments. A new ad pinned to the wall states that there will be difficulty adjustments during the training process, and the range of action is limited, hinting that Eyelet will have to adapt and struggle in her new environment. The clock on the wall and the text next to it foreshadow the round after training. Eyelet, embarrassed and cautiously purrs, Perhaps she is nervous for the challenges ahead. Eyelet looks confused and whispers, "Why is it so noisy?" As if she is internally struggling with the sense of chaos and uncertainty that lies ahead. Eyelet wakes up in bed, obviously confused and bewildered. Her sudden awakening and the burst of light surrounding her hint at her transition from sleep to reality, where she will have to face the consequences of her previous encounters. A stunned Eyelet realizes that she is experiencing an after-death moment and suddenly has a new life in an unknown world. Her hands are now small and pale, with a sense of uncertainty in them, and this revelation causes her to repeat the words of her rebirth in a stupor. In her new guise as a doll princess in a gorgeous dress, Eyelet feels cheated by fate, her surprise replaced by consternation, and her heart beats in a rhythm of uncertainty as she contemplates her new state. Faced with her own reflection, the pink-haired Eyelet freezes with shock. She is now small and sweet, with soft features that reflect innocence and wonder, as if she is seeing the world for the first time. The word reincarnation bursts out of her like a cry of realization, and in that moment, surrounded by mirrors, Eyelet feels her new reality enveloped in light and mystery. When she realizes that she is now like a doll, her inner world is filled with anxiety and incomprehension as the path of denial to acceptance begins to work its way through her mind. Facing an unknown future, Eyelet thinks deeply about her role and destiny, and her eyes are filled with questions and anxiety as she tries to find answers in a world that seems dreamlike and unpredictable. Her next reflection in the mirror is a picture of a young girl immersed in contemplation of what she should do next and what paths are open to her new identity. Her gaze on the map of the mansion becomes a symbol of new hope and opportunity to find her place in this mysterious house, the map flickering before her like a torch in a dark maze. Eyelet's astonished gaze reflects a storm of emotion as she realizes that the map she holds opens the door to a deeper understanding of the full magnitude and importance of the mansion. And then, as the last piece of the puzzle falls into place, Eyelet's face lights up with wonder and joy as she finally realizes who owns this magnificent estate and what it means to her. A man takes the throne with unwavering confidence, and the inscription declares him to be the son of Countess Quillet, a ruffian. His image combines aristocratic grandeur and unpredictability. The image of swords and coins reveals the man's past. He, the son of a master swordsman, was given the title of knight, not for talent but for money. This reflects the purchase of status by bypassing dignity. After a failed attempt to confront evil, the man is on the ground, but thanks to the help of another in white, he is back on his feet. The words speak of his defeat, but not the end of the journey, for he is the protagonist. Ayelet gazes sadly from across the table. The text talks about the hardships that fall on people like her, creating the image of a quiet sufferer. Ayelet shows herself to be a trustworthy servant, but shortly after arriving at the manor, she decisively leaves. This scene hints at a strong internal conflict and a possible change in loyalties. Ayelet looks out the window, comparing a period of her life to a long episode, which emphasizes her inner struggle and hidden feelings comparable to the bitterness of a sour lemon. Ayelet, dreamily thinking about how her detailed knowledge of the original story could save the world, she stands in front of the blackboard. Her classmate looks on admiringly, as if realizing the depth of Ayelet's thoughts and her genuine desire to make the world a better place, while Ayelet herself imagines herself as the heroine of her own story. Suddenly overwhelmed by frustration, Ayelet screams, blaming the education system for the deficiencies in memorization and learning techniques. She is sure that her abilities would have been recognized and she would have already been admitted to a prestigious university if only she could assimilate all the necessary information in a single glance at a text. We see hypertext visualizations against a futuristic cityscape where virtual and real architecture merge into one. This epitomizes Ayelet's technological aspirations and her ambition to transform the future with the knowledge she is so eager to acquire. Ayelet looks up at the starry sky, where a meteor star suddenly illuminates the heavens, symbolizing a rare and valuable opportunity that has just appeared before her, as if suggesting that dreams can become reality if only one allows oneself to believe. She stands in front of endless rows of books that seem to be windows to other worlds and eras. Ayelet's thoughtfulness shows that she realizes how great her path is and how much she still has to learn. Having come across the concept of blended learning, Ayelet is overwhelmed with mixed feelings of wonder and anxiety. She wonders how effective this approach will be in her pursuit of education. Opening to a page about rising up to save the world, Ayelet can't contain her excitement. She realizes that each new piece of knowledge could be the very key that opens the door to extraordinary possibilities. Finding the last chapter of the book, Ayelet experiences a sense of triumph. She realizes that in her hands lies something valuable that will probably influence all her future actions and decisions. Absorbed in her reading, Ayelet is immersed in new vistas of knowledge, while her gaze is filled with determination and readiness for the new discoveries that are about to become her reality. Ayelet gazes at the pages of the book with emotion. There is a spark of understanding in her eyes, indicating that she has found the answers she has been looking for and is now ready for a new phase of her journey. Ayelet, a joyful girl with pink hair, calls out to the system with a question of what is yet to come. Her confident posture and cheerful expression indicate that she is ready for a new challenge. The girl is confused when the system reports a cash payout. She looks bewildered, open-mouthed, and gaze full of incomprehension in the face of the unexpected event. Ayelet is dumbfounded as coins begin to pile up around her. Her rapt eyes and open mouth reflect surprise at the sudden abundance. The girl's surprise grows as she realizes the abundance of money surrounding her. "How much is it? And is it all money?" she exclaims, unable to believe her good fortune. Ayelet is dumbfounded as she sits amongst the incredible amount of coins. 120 million and all in cash, she utters, stunned by the amount of her sudden wealth. Barely recovering from the shock, the girl weighs her new position. "Wait a minute, so since there's cash," she ponders, figuring out the possibilities that are opening up before her. The loading of the cash store begins, and Ayelet looks forward to the new possibilities. Her face lights up with anticipation of something exciting and unknown. The store promises exclusive items that increase her chances of survival. She exclaims, amazed at the variety of offerings and how it could change her life. An explosion of emotion is reflected on Ayelet's face as she gazes at the store windows. VAAAAY. Her exclamation is full of elation at her unexpected good fortune. She touches her face thoughtfully, contemplating how strange and ridiculous it would be to spend the money she received after her own death in her current life. Ayelet, happy and full of anticipation, sits on the floor in a room shimmering with gold. There is a dreamer's gleam in her eyes as she imagines how she will go shopping around spending her 120 million cachet. She proudly proclaims that she always has the ability to reload her finances at the real-world rate, giving her the confidence to enjoy life unhindered. Even while in a state of euphoria over her wealth, Eyelet doesn't forget prudence. Shopping should be done judiciously, even if you're swimming in gold. When she sees an exceptional item in the window, her heart skips a beat. With delight, Eyelet realizes that this is exactly what she wants to purchase right now. Inspecting the dancer's performance, Eyelet is inspired by their grace and agility and decides she must have the same skills in the complex world of S-Complex. In front of the mirror, she stares intently at the reflection of yet another exquisite piece of jewelry, pondering the possibility of completing her look. Her gaze lingers on another piece, sparks of interest flickering in her eyes. "Oh my gosh, that's cool too," she exclaims, determined to acquire it. However, her hopes of acquiring what she wants are dashed when she discovers that the purchase is unavailable. Confusion and bewilderment are reflected on her face. Deep disappointment overwhelms Eyelet when she realizes that some things are unaffordable even if you have all the money in the world. Eyelet is confronted with the harsh reality that exceptional things are not always available for money, and this realization causes her to think seriously. Eyelet looks anxiously at the system message that informs her that the background for her story is ready. Her eyes are filled with mixed feelings, anticipation, and anxiety about the upcoming trials. She stands frozen, consumed by the realization that her life is a cycle of endless reincarnations. Her gaze reads wistfulness and slight confusion, suddenly realizing that she has many lives to live. Flustered but determined, Eyelet asks for a high level of training while hoping to avoid difficulties. Her eyes are closed, as if she is praying for a favorable outcome. Waiting for a new chapter of her life to begin makes Eyelet look forward to the future with hope, despite the fear she feels. Then bad luck strikes. Eyelet falls when a chair breaks. Her scream reflects surprise and bitterness of disappointment. Lying on the floor, she cannot believe what has happened. Confusion and sadness make her think that even protagonists can fall at the beginning of their journey. Not giving up, she proudly declares that all she needs is the will to win. Her face is contorted with emotions of rebellion and intransigence. As she accepts the circumstances, she realizes that she has to continue her journey alone. A spark of perseverance and strength appears in her eyes. With renewed confidence, she tells herself that she will believe in her own strength, that she can overcome any obstacle that comes her way. And as she meets her reflection, Eyelet asserts her determination to become stronger and wiser, for before her is the compulsory training necessary to make the life of the resurrected wise. Eyelet stands in the lighted room and seems worried about the punishment she has received. She doubts its justice and turns to a certain Mr. System, perhaps seeking support or further explanation as to why she must face such consequences. A woman in traditional Ukrainian clothing greets Eyelet with enthusiasm and open arms. She is clearly happy to see the girl. Her eyes sparkle with joy, and she is ready to embrace her, expressing warm feelings and greetings. Eyelet meets the gaze of the woman in folk costume with surprise and bewilderment, asking, "Who are you?" and at the same time pointing at her, as if she has discovered someone unexpected and important, which adds an element of surprise and intrigue to the scene. The uniformed maid points to the corner of the room in haste and excitement, shouting that Eyelet has been found. Her sudden excitement and shouting adds tension to the situation, creating a sense of urgency and disorder. At home, a maid in a white apron points angrily at a girl in a Ukrainian suit, asking a sharp question about why she is not in the kitchen. Her angry face and gesticulation emphasize the seriousness of her reproach and strictness. Eyelet's innocent face displays utter bewilderment when she asks if she really should be helping in the kitchen. In her eyes, she reads her lack of understanding of what is expected of her and her uncertainty about her own actions. The maid, filled with determination, leads Eyelet with vigor, telling her that it is time to learn domestic tasks. Her vigorous actions and harsh words express her lack of patience and her desire to teach the girl order. Defending Eyelet, a man with a serious face and determined manner confronts the maid. He argues that Eyelet is too young for such duties and offers to perform them himself, showing concern and willingness to help. Eyelet's face lights up with curiosity and recognition when she sees a man with hair the same color as hers. This discovery seems surprising to her, and she is absorbed by this unexpected resemblance. The man with pink hair, whose gaze is full of shock and amazement when he sees Eyelet being led away. His reaction suggests that he was completely unaware of this turn of events. The man with glasses looks concerned and asks, "I'm sorry, think again," as if trying to convince someone to change their mind. He's worried about his daughter's safety in places like the kitchen. The pink-haired girl, Eyelet, bursts energetically into the room, changing the course of the conversation with her appearance. Her expression is full of determination. Eyelet seems pensive, muttering family, reflecting her deep connection to her family and the seriousness of the moment. The maid sternly addresses the man, "Mister, go to your seat. You've got class now," reminding him of his obligations and his place in the hierarchy of the house. The man stands up for Eyelet in a defensive reaction, expressing his displeasure at the accusations against her and asking until when her actions will be covered. The maid responds stiffly, proud that her daughter will not be doing hard labor, and hints that Eyelet may work in the automobile market in the future. Eyelet objects to the maid with consternation in her eyes, asserting her dominance and warning that she is unwilling to listen to objections. The maid taunts Eyelet by asking if she is going to oppose her today, thus showing her contempt. Eyelet responds with a smirk, mocking the maid's attempts to intimidate her and expressing her joy that her opponent is easy to figure out. The maid, head bowed, looks on with suspicion as she asks Eyelet the reason for her nervous behavior, implying that the girl is recalling past failures. The servant listens in shock as the menacing lord with ruffles on his collar yells about sending him to work in the laundry if he doesn't stop making mistakes. The laundry room is hot and bustling with work-weary servants. The orders are stern and unrelenting, and it is clear to all that it is not a good fate to be sent here. Amidst the steam and the clatter of the washboards, the servant remembers a terrible place where even the toughest survive with difficulty, and horror grips him. He mentally bids farewell to the peace and quiet, anticipating the hardships to come. Eyelet shines like the sun, surrounded by flowers, and promises to help in the kitchen, bringing lightness and joy to the place. Her innocent smile and kindness in her heart can be felt even through the drawing. With excitement in her voice, she confesses that she doesn't want to see her family suffer because of her. Her eyes are full of determination and a desire to do whatever she can to help her loved ones. The young man and boy look at Eyelet in amazement, feeling excited by her words and the energy she carries. Their gazes are full of admiration and hope. Eyelet is truly relieved, smiling with all her heart and happy to have accomplished the task. The world around her seems brighter and more beautiful because of her triumph. Eyelet discovers an opportunity to purchase an ability set from a magic store that will allow her to gain skills and mastery in a certain area. The options are impressive and promise new horizons. The superpower, clean the kitchen without a single speck of dust, is activated, and Eyelet feels a surge of power in her hands. The calm and cleanliness that comes from her new magic spreads around her. Her eyes read confidence and inner strength. Eyelet is ready to take on any challenge and overcome any difficulty because now she has a superpower that makes her stronger. Eyelet, a girl with pink hair, wiggles with grace and ease among the powerful water jets that spray in all directions, surrounding her with a water dance and emphasizing her liveliness and energy. Concentrating and quickly slicing green peppers, Eyelet transforms the vegetables into a flying swirl of cubes, demonstrating her culinary prowess and inhuman knife speed that creates a sense of magic around an ordinary kitchen process. The three assistants, mouths wide open in amazement, watch this spectacle, their faces contorted with an expression of a mixture of bewilderment and delight at Eyelet's unprecedented skill and speed, as if they had encountered a miracle in the kitchen. Energetic Eyelet joyfully announces that she has chopped carrots and Brussels sprouts, her voice sounding as if she has accomplished something incredible, and her face glowing with pride and joy at her own productivity. Not to be deterred in her enthusiasm, she announces that she has added garlic and onions to the dish and that she has chopped the mushrooms, her smile glowing with satisfaction and anticipation of further culinary feats. The two assistants are again forced to recognize Eyelet's skill. This time they are amazed at the perfect state of the whipped cream, their eyes full of amazement and almost childlike delight at the achievements of their tireless colleague. Tired Eyelet asks her colleagues for a break. Her arms ache from the strain, and she waits for support. Her eyes are full of hope for understanding and sympathy. After a short but well-deserved rest, she thanks for the break. Her words, "thank you," sound light and cheerful, and the smile on her face shows that she really needed the short rest. With renewed vigor, Eyelet declares herself ready to clean, her eyes twinkling with energy and determination, while her assistant can't hide her amazement at her ability to recover quickly and switch from one task to another. Her colleagues remain amazed that Ayelet manages to accomplish every job they assign her, their words and looks expressing admiration and some envy for her unique talents and inexhaustible energy. Ayelet meets the challenges of her work with enthusiasm and can be seen adding to her experience, shown by the +3% signs that pop up. She seems full of determination and satisfaction with her accomplishments. Two uniformed female coworkers look at Eyelet and admire how well she's doing, celebrating in a cute and warm way. Aylet's coworkers in the kitchen applaud her skills, emphasizing her unexpected talent for cooking and how great she is at it. One of the employees in a white apron heartily thanks her for the food, while his colleague, tasting the dish, cannot hide his delight and pleasure. The frustration of one of the employees becomes apparent when he expresses his true feelings and intentions, which had to do with wanting to enjoy time alone rather than socializing over lunch. Aile approaches the staff to ask them to taste the salty stew, her gaze sincere and hopeful that they will participate in the tasting. The staff is puzzled that the chef has allowed anyone to sample the food, discussing amongst themselves this unusual moment for the kitchen. The angry expression of the man in the black apron reflects his belief that tasting is a serious business reserved for professionals, not just anyone. The same man, already furious, strongly condemns Eyelet for trying to interfere with an important process, emphasizing the strictness and rules of a professional kitchen. He seems to come to a certain inner decision, standing in the kitchen next to Eyelet, who now looks flustered and in anticipation of a reaction. A stern man in an elegant outfit criticizes Eyelet, questioning why she is wasting her time on something other than her work. He seems annoyed and orders her to stay out of his business. The woman in the maid's uniform, with obvious irritation on her face, sighs with disdain. Her hard features and somber gaze convey a sense of rejection and dissatisfaction with the situation, or perhaps the man's comment. The young cook, with a challenge in his voice and look, urges Eyelet to approach. His serious expression and determined posture foreshadow something important that he wants to discuss or show. Eyelet, with pink hair and wearing a chef's outfit, holds the kitchen spoon with surprise and some hesitation. The look in her wide-open eyes reflects excitement and bewilderment at what is required of her. With eyes closed and a smile from ear to ear, she inhales the aroma that rises from the pot. This moment feels like a small celebration to her, a sense of accomplishment and enjoyment of the process. Looking thoughtfully at her notepad, Eyelet suggests adding rumored peppers to the recipe. Her gaze is full of thought, and she seems absorbed in the creative process. The man in the chef's apron looks at Eyelet in surprise and approval. His gaze reads admiration and perhaps surprise at her original approach to cooking. The man offering to teach Eyelet how to cook. His determined posture and serious gaze indicate his confidence that he can teach her the art of cooking. The man, with a slight smile on his face looking at Eyelet, recognizes that she certainly has talent. His gaze glows with confidence and admiration for her skills. Eyelet looks down with her notebook in hand, pondering the importance of not missing out on talent. Her gaze is determined, and she seems determined to take her skills seriously and develop it. Eyelet, the girl with pink hair, stands confused with her broom in hand, as if unsure of her next step. Her gaze is full of bewilderment, and she asks if everyone is ready, not realizing what is required of her. With enthusiasm and genuine delight, Eyelet declares that the experience will accumulate much faster. She clenches her fists, her eyes burning with determination, and words hover around her, encouraging her to achieve and succeed. Before the door opens, Eyelet stands with bated breath as she takes hold of her spoon, her eyes widened with surprise and fear of the unknown that lies ahead. The man in the chef's suit looks at her with an expression of bewilderment and shock, his face contorted with horror and his ears adorned with white bones, adding to his comical appearance in this strange situation. The same character, already in a state of rage, rushes through the kitchen, his anger and frustration finding an outlet in violent emotions and energetic movements. The cook meets Eyelet in the kitchen in the morning and reminds her to come early, emphasizing her slowness, indicating her inattention or inexperience. Isla is overflowing with joy. Her face is lit up with a wide smile, and she seems to be enveloped in a floral glow, symbolizing her positivity and lightness of spirit. Sitting at her desk, Isla listens as her coworkers, with care and tenderness in their voices, advise her to rest, concerned about her condition and apparent fatigue. Isla asserts that she can handle everything on her own. Her confidence and self-sufficiency read in every word, and she has no intention of backing down in the face of the challenges ahead. Excited about the next level, Isla can't hide her excitement and anticipation, envisioning the great experience and opportunities it will bring her. In the kitchen, illuminated by a soft light, two women are busy cooking. One of them, with admiration and tenderness in her voice, says to Isla, "How resilient you are," and adds that if there is a need, she is there to help. Isla, with a smile and lightness in her heart, replies that she will not refuse the offered support. Isla, standing at a wooden table in a warm, light-filled room, kneads the dough with concentration and diligence. Her green eyes reflect focus and perseverance, and her ruddy cheeks testify to the warmth of the kitchen and the work that engages her fully. Isla is in thought. Leaning her hand on the table, she thinks about life with sadness and weariness in her eyes, wondering if it's the same thing to be tired before the resurrection or after, titillated by her reflections. Isla ponders eternity, looking at the dough in her bowl. "If I had known it would be like this after death, I wouldn't have worked so hard in my lifetime," she thinks, philosophizing on the meaning of effort and labor, standing admirably candid before the reader. Plagued by frustration and bewilderment, Eilert curses the fate that brought her into this French world. Her words that she should have just been here are filled with bitterness and regret at the disparity between dreams and reality. In Eilert's fantasies, she imagines herself as a sweet child or the daughter of a lord, dreaming of a life free from hardships and filled with splendor and luxury, which resonates deeply with the soul of every dreamer. Eilert's thoughts resound with the desire to be the daughter of a powerful king or the secret descendant of a powerful Hale, desperately seeking a life where there is no place for hard work and fatigue, something she is subjected to now. Faced with the reality of everyday life, Eilert is amazed at how much she has accomplished, and in this revelation there is a sense of pride in her accomplishments and wonder in the face of a time that moves inexorably forward. A young man with pink hair happily finds Isla in the kitchen and calls out to her, showing genuine joy at seeing her. Isla, caught off guard, cannot hide her surprise and bewilderment, wondering about the reason for his appearance. Finally, the young man approaches Isla with concern, asking how she is feeling. She replies to him that she is simply late, and her words are filled with apology and confusion, while their dialogue introduces a note of intrigue and unpredictability to the story. The pink-haired young man confidently takes up his work in the kitchen, addressing Eilert with words of encouragement. "Now I'll do the work for you. Rest." His face blossoms into a smile, and she looks at him gratefully and a little embarrassed. Following that, he cheerfully praises Eilert, saying, "You did a great job," which made the girl cheerfully excited. Her face brightened with happiness and recognition of her efforts. Eilert, puzzled, tries to make sense of the situation, saying, "When you come into the kitchen, the first thing you do is wash your hands." She pauses, trying to remember the sequence of actions. Only the guy's hand is shown, and Eilert continues, "Then I left him alone for a while." She tries to remember where she might have gone wrong. Suddenly she spots something in the guy's hand, and her eyes widen in surprise. "It's," is all she manages to utter. Her gaze fills with consternation, and she cries out, "Slash marks!" She is shocked at what she has discovered. Eilert flips through the pages of the book, finding information about her family lineage, immersed in learning the history of her home. Shown is the back of a man who apparently remembers his family's great heritage, calling it Our Lilac Hotel. He recalls stories of his grandfather, a famous alchemist. The Count is introduced, stating, "I Count Clement will not fail to outsmart and start a single dad with 2 kids on the cheap." He seems enthusiastic about his cunning plan. Eilert, alarmed and indignant, says, "You have on your arm." Her gaze is full of concern and bewilderment. A boy with pink hair, who looks on with a look full of worry and says he couldn't answer the exam questions correctly. Eilert tries to comfort him, emphasizing that instead of socializing with his friends, he worked hard on his homework. Islet, showing concern, suggests that the boy use ointment for his hands, which she affectionately calls the hands of a 12-year-old boy, and advises him to seek help from his father. Despite Islet's advice to use the ointment, the boy stoically declares that he will still continue to go to class even if he is punished for bad grades, thus expressing his determination and resilience. The boy is dumbfounded that his father may not know anything about his learning problems, his face contorted with bewilderment and confusion at the unexpected revelation. The boy, with a confused face, hears Islet remind him of the agreement to keep secrets, which causes him to reflect on the complexity of the situation. Islet tries to discuss something serious with the boy, but her words are lost halfway through and she seems confused and bewildered. Islet eventually agrees to go with the boy to the lab to get the medicine later, showing that she is willing to help and support him in his time of need. The boy is shocked by a sudden sound that echoes through the room. His reaction is filled with surprise and confusion. The boy lights up with a smile when Islet calls him brother, which seems to mean a great deal to him and causes him genuine joy. Islet admits her wrongdoing and expresses her desire for a fresh start, saying that she would like to know the boy for real to start their relationship with a clean slate. Ayla and her brother are standing in the kitchen, and he comments on the failure to cook. Her response sounds unsure, and she visibly struggles to focus on the task at hand. Islet happily tells her brother about her success and hard work that has allowed her to grow up quickly. Her face glows with happiness, and she promises to renew their relationship by forgetting past mistakes. Her brother listens with bewilderment to Islet's story of how she has grown up. She laughs and speaks warmly to him, keeping the atmosphere light and playful. Islet's brother nostalgically reflects on the past when she was younger. His face expresses tenderness and memories of Islet's childhood when she was a little sister. Islet, smiling, comments on her feelings for her brother. She talks about a past life where her brother was also 12 years old and how natural it is for her to feel like an older sister. Nellie appears on the doorstep, calling for a break for the children. She energetically suggests they finish their work and offers them a snack, then brings a sense of order and rhythm to the household routine. Aylet's brother offers to quickly finish the dishes to set up a snack. They actively take up the task, demonstrating family cohesion and teamwork. Nellie addresses Isla with a slight rebuke and reminds her of her responsibility to do the dishes, showing her importance in the household chores. When Nellie hints that Islet may have shirked her responsibilities, her brother tries to defend her. He begins to explain that if Islet had been doing the dishes, he would have taken care of other chores long ago. Aylet reacts with irritation at Nellie's suggestion that she might have other priorities besides washing dishes. Her anger emphasizes her dislike for the misunderstanding of her endeavors. Islet looks on with surprise and bewilderment, apparently faced with an unexpected task or riddle to solve, and her face reflects genuine interest. Looking up, Islet seems a little stunned, and a magic light is hovering around her, symbolizing the acquisition of a new skill, brewing noble aromatic tea, which adds to the airiness of what is happening. Islet, as if struck by a moment of insight, is delighted to realize that she has quickly grasped the lesson offered to her and eagerly prepares for further study, demonstrating her studious diligence. Confused and focused, Islet puts a hand to her chin, trying to strategize for the immediate future, and the light of reflection and analysis of the situation can be seen in her eyes. Nellie, with a piercing smile and obvious irony, comments on Islet's actions, stating that this type of labor is only suitable for those who lack skill and knowledge, which reflects her arrogant attitude. After Nellie's unsuccessful attempt to play a cruel joke, she herself becomes the victim of an unexpected comic situation and falls to the floor, expressing her amazement and bewilderment through sounds of surprise and slight pain. With pity and sympathy, Islet helps Nellie up, while the dazed Nellie points out the ridiculousness of what has happened and seems to be unable to believe in the reality of what has happened. The offended Nellie, wiping away her tears, accuses Islet of rudeness, expressing her irritation and dissatisfaction with the incident, her face contorted with disappointment and indignation. A stern lady in an elegant dress disapprovingly argues that a person who cannot control her emotions will not be well served at social events, expressing her indignation and emphasizing the importance of controlling her own behavior. A woman in a strict outfit asks Eyelet to finish her portion of tea, while a confused Eyelet tries to understand exactly what is required of her, and her confusion is evident in her gaze and gestures. Eyelet with pink hair stands confused, her surprised look impossible to look away from. It's, she barely whispers, and the mystery of her words seems to envelop the space around her. Eyelet, full of determination, with a clear intention to accomplish something important, almost tangible, a strong then rips through the air, heralding a change. A frowning woman with a piercing stare. She turns to Eyelet, speaking sternly, "Madam Yeoman Sujanka." These are words of address, full of authority and demand. The little girl looks up excitedly, as if expecting a miracle. The voice caressing her ear speaks of tea with sweets, which makes the child's eyes sparkle with anticipation. The dignified woman in her attire offers her services with noble simplicity. "May I make tea for the madam?" Her offer hovers in the air like a vow of help. Eyelet, radiant with enthusiasm, announces her desire to make tea for the tired laborers. Her good-naturedness and cordiality energize her and give her comfort. The woman responds to Eyelet's offer, "All right, do your best." Her words perhaps contain both comfort and admonishment, and she adds, "Think about it, T. Try harder," which sounds like a wise admonition. The sound of water pouring into the kettle fills the space, bringing a sense of reality to this cozy moment. The pouring of water becomes a harbinger of domestic warmth and tranquility. Eyelet, lifting the heavy kettle with difficulty, embodies the image of a hard-working hostess. Her efforts, accompanied by sounds and tension, express steadfastness and dedication. The two women watching the scene with rapt attention do not hide their surprise. What is it? Eyelet is making tea." Their reaction makes the moment special, filling it with meaning and joyful emotion. A man in a solemn blue jacket with an elegant pattern stands in a room filled with tea dishes. He has a slight look of disappointment written on his face and seems surprised by something he sees or hears. Eyelet, a girl with pink hair and wearing a homemade outfit, cheerfully announces that she has completed her work. Her eyes glow with happiness, and she holds a shiny tea set ready for use. The kitchen staff, in their aprons, gaze at the tea, prepared in a new way with curiosity and mute admiration. Eyelet, with a smile and a sense of accomplishment, encourages them, saying they have done a wonderful job and wishes them a pleasant appetite. A girl in a simple outfit and apron, bewildered, brings the cup to her lips. She is surprised at the new flavor of tea she is about to taste, and the perplexed look in her eyes suggests that she does not know what to expect. The same girl, already tasting the tea, does not hide her surprise. She exclaims about its taste, her eyes widen with surprise, and she asks if this is the usual tea they drink every day. The man in the blue jacket turns to the kitchen assistant, expressing his desire to also taste this delicious tea. You can sense the intent in his voice to get Eyelet's approval. Eyelet enthusiastically offers the man in the blue jacket a taste of the tea, her eyes radiating confidence, and she almost convinces him to take a sip, promising that everything will be fine. The man in the blue jacket finally drinks the tea, and his smile reveals a sense of contentment and peace. This moment feels like a small victory for Eyelet, whose persistence has led to this moment. Standing to his full height, he's savoring the flavor of the tea, and his gaze becomes pensive. The moment of peace and pleasure he is experiencing envelops the entire scene. A man in a blue jacket with pensiveness written on his face and a subtle smile of satisfaction at the taste of the tea he holds in his hands. The woman in blue, with sharp facial features, is arguing sharply about something with the pink-haired girl, Eyelet. Her gaze is full of displeasure, and she appears to be expressing her outrage unrestrainedly, making the scene tense. The woman's face is contorted with shock and bewilderment. She exclaims at the stupidity of the situation. Her hands are slightly raised in a gesture of outrage, and her eyes express surprise. An angry cook in a white apron sternly remarks to the woman in blue that it is unacceptable to speak to a child in such a way, meaning Eyelet, and rebukes her for the stone in the delicious tea, which gives the scene a touch of an educational moment. The woman in blue, addressing the younger generation, seems remorseful. She admits her mistake, taking the blame and expressing regret for allowing the misunderstanding in the kitchen. Nellie, a girl with brown hair, with a bewildered and perplexed expression on her face, tries to understand the situation, her eyes full of bewilderment and disappointment at not being able to enjoy the expected tea. Nellie is indignant. She resents how it is that Eilert made an adult apologize, and this causes Nellie obvious irritation and embarrassment. The cook in the seventh shot, with an expression of sternness and determination in her voice, replies that Eilert is still learning and tells her not to talk back, making her a figure of authority in this scene. The woman in blue, who seems unable to contain her indignation, emphatically states Eilert's lack of talent, emphasizing her displeasure and rebuke. The woman in blue is again extremely emotional, this time theatrically announcing that Eilert will be studying with her from tomorrow, indicating her attempt to take control of the situation. The cook, who enthusiastically and confidently defends her right to teach Eilert, emphasizing her natural talent and predestination to be in the kitchen, making her a bastion of tradition and skill. Two adults, a woman and a man, with expressions of horror and outrage on their faces, discuss punishment for the bent girl. The woman, with a touch of thunderstorm in her voice, suggests, "Are we both going to teach her?" Eilert, the pink-haired girl, raises her hand with bewilderment and innocence, asking, "Me?" Nearby, a little boy, radiating delight and joy, exclaims, "Yes!" Eilert brightens with a smile and laughter, confidently saying, "Then take care of me," showing her confidence in the situation. Her brother sits on the floor of the humble room, addressing her hopefully and innocently. "Brother, I'm back. Did you get your hands dirty?" His tired reply, "Aim," expresses weariness and disappointment. Brother Eilert looks down with sincere regret and says, "Sorry, there was no ointment in Dad's bag," which expresses his helplessness in the situation. Eilert reacts to his words with surprise and concern. "There wasn't any? None at all?" and adds that she expected more from the chemist in charge. She continues her questioning reproachfully, mentioning that maids often steal ointments, especially those for moisturizing the skin, and rebukes her brother for his inattention. His reply is deep and cryptic, reflecting on the complexity of their society where butlers, maids, and even the history teacher may be in cahoots. Eilert, undaunted by his optimism, smiles and says, "Inevitably," as if to affirm her resignation to the reality of their world. She holds the bottle thoughtfully and reads the label that reads, "The Medicinal Potion of the Alchemists," which hints at her ingenuity and knowledge of chemistry. Eilert looks at her brother with hope and concern, promising to feed him next time, but only if there is something left over from their meal. Her eyes reflect concern and a desire to care for him. Brother Eilert, in deep thought, slowly walks away. His sigh breaks the silence, and a sense of his inner struggle and hidden worries hangs in the air. Sitting on the floor, Eilert watches her brother with curiosity and brotherly concern, asking about his well-being and the pain in his arm, to which he, trying to appear strong, responds rather indifferently. Her brother thanks Eilert for her offer to help with the ointment, which causes her to feel strong emotions and makes her heart beat faster with excitement and the opportunity to be helpful. Eilert rejoices at the small victory and smiles, trying to cheer up her brother, who is sad for a reason she doesn't understand. She wants to share in his joy and help him forget his sorrow. While secretly watching her brother, Eilert notices him talking about items forgotten in the room, including some ingredients, which makes her curious and intent on helping. Eilert looks at the system's update message with delight, anticipating her new alchemical abilities, which brings her joy and inspiration for new feats. She suddenly decides that she can make a healing salve for her brother and enthusiastically sets to work, full of determination and creative energy. Encouraged by her abilities and optimism, Eilert tells herself that she is capable of creating not only ointments, but creams and even soaps, which demonstrates her confidence and skill. Eilert offers her brother a bargain, offering mutual aid despite not having the necessary ingredients for the ointment, which shows her resourcefulness and willingness to work as a team with her brother. A man with brown hair, Eilert's father, walks down the hallway in confusion, appearing to be late for an important event. He looks worried and hurries off, checking the time on his watch. The same man with glasses stops to gaze at his reflection in the mirror. He seems pensive and a bit anxious, perhaps worried about what lies ahead. With his mouth open in horror, Eilert's father stands on the threshold of a room full of scattered objects. He is shocked by the mess he sees and seems to be screaming, "What's all this?" Ayla and her pink-haired brother are asleep, hugging tightly. The scene looks touching and peaceful. They are immersed in deep sleep, their faces expressing calmness and innocence. Eilert's father leans over Eilert, who is lying on the bed, and says, "They seem to have fallen asleep playing with my ingredients. There is a sense of concern and slight irritation in his voice. The man looks at the table stacked with jars of ingredients and thinks wistfully about what the children might have been doing. He is at a loss, but also wonders what happened. Eilit's father, holding some kind of note in his hand, asks in surprise, "Have they been practicing alchemy?" and clarifies, "Eilit?" He looks puzzled and perplexed. Reading the note, Eilit's father is amazed and says to himself, "A beauty potion as a gift? That never occurred to me." He looks surprised and delighted at the same time. He scrutinizes the potion jars and asks himself, "Did Eilit really do all this herself?" His amazement and curiosity grows. Eilit's father stands pensively holding the potion and says, "My daughter is a genius." No, I must not repeat my father's mistakes. I must calm down. It's a fine idea, a worthy endeavor, but wish fulfillment time. It's a child's business after all. The man with brown hair, Eilit's father, enjoys the feel of the makeup, describing it as refreshing and non-sticky. His eyes read genuine surprise and conviction that his daughter is a true genius. A thrill comes over him when he compares the cosmetic to the products of luxury brands. He cannot hide his delight, seeing this as a confirmation of Eilit's unique talent. Eilit's father is determined to teach his daughter the ins and outs of chemistry starting the very next day. His eyes burn with ambition, and he believes in a bright future for Eilit. Eilit, immersed in her thoughts, sits with a flower in her hands. There is a melancholy in her gaze, and it seems as if she is absorbed in distant dreams or memories. Eilit's father is in complete amazement at his daughter's delicate appearance, enveloping her with a look of pride and tenderness, and calling her his precious treasure. Eilit lies on her bed, drenched in the scents of flowers, and dreams of the day when she will begin to study real alchemy, full of wonders and discoveries. The girl sits in the corner, covering her face with her hands. Her isolation and sadness are clearly visible in her desperate pose and the white flower abandoned on the floor beside her. Two human silhouettes are engaged in a conversation about the girl's fate, arguing whether they should take her misfortune upon themselves or give her up to fate. The older relatives inform the girl that she will now live with her aunt and uncle. There's no room for doubt or regret in their words, only determination. Left alone, the girl hugs herself to her knees, her face is hidden, and only quiet sobs are heard, and a tear slides down her cheek. We see a schoolgirl drowning in a flood of information. The text in her textbook becomes an indistinguishable blur, reflecting her feelings of immense pressure and stress. A nurse stands in the room, instilling calm and order, sternly reminding someone to stop the noise and go to bed, emphasizing the severity of the hospital routine. We see a girl sitting alone in the semi-darkness, with words full of coldness and alienation. Someone reproaches her for her loneliness, as if she is abandoned by everyone, which reinforces her emotional isolation. Despair and hopelessness spill over the room when a father tells his daughter about the family's financial difficulties, which puts her in the face of a harsh adult reality. The young girl hears the word good, and although she nods in response, there is a deep sadness in her eyes, reflecting the burden of realizing that the world around her is not as simple and kind as she would like to believe. The cheerful father and his son, full of bags and the joy of spending time together, enter the house, ignoring the girl at the door, which adds to her sense of invisibility and oblivion. The girl, seized by sudden shock, is confronted by a man entering the house, and although he addresses her, she's numb and cannot understand his words, which reinforces her sense of alienation. The man, whose face is hidden from us, utters the phrase, "we ate," while addressing someone in the house, and it sounds almost like an excuse to avoid deeper communication or confrontation. The happy family returns home, immersed in the joy of the moment, but they don't notice the girl at the doorstep, which makes her isolation even more tangible and painful. Standing at the doorstep, the girl is at a loss to hear the man repeat, "We've eaten," and the tears in her eyes speak volumes, the pain of being unseen, the deep sense of loneliness, the helplessness in the face of indifference. The girl in the corridor of the house seems lost. She stands with her back to the viewer, staring at the closed door. Her posture and immobility create the impression of loneliness and thinking about something important. She sits at the kitchen table, absorbed in her thoughts and slowly stirring the food in her bowl. Her reverie is disturbed by a question she asks herself about restaurants, indicating hidden problems and dilemmas in the family. The scene in the room, a man stands in front of the girl with papers in his hands. She boldly and bitterly tells him that she knows about everything: the insurance from the car accident, the lost money, and even the sale of their house, which hints at the serious financial situation of the family. Night. Two adults standing in the shadows accuse the girl of ingratitude. They say she has no right to complain and blame them, which adds gravity and tension to an already difficult relationship. The girl meets this accusation with defiance, threatening to kick them out of the house if they continue to behave this way. Her words are full of despair and helplessness in the face of family conflict. She's alone on a park bench, her eyes are downcast, and she seems completely lost and isolated from the world, which emphasizes her inner loneliness. The girl sitting on the same bench with tears in her eyes, she is quietly calling for her father, which further emphasizes her loneliness and longing. A happy image of a family in the past, a man and a woman playing with small children on the lawn, all smiling and enjoying life, and the girl looks at them and exclaims joyfully, "Mommy!" The girl bows her head, gripped by bitterness and sadness, barely audibly whispers, "Mommy," indicating deep loss and grief. She's kneeling in a dark forest with sheets of paper scattered around her, on which are written, "Daddy, brother." Her words, "Don't leave me alone," pierce the heart with their sincerity and hopelessness. Islet whispers something in her sleep, worry slipping across her face. Her father comes to the bed, speaking soothing words, promising that everything is all right because he is there for her. The tenderness in his voice and the concern in his gaze are meant to soothe his daughter. In the darkness of the room, the girl suddenly opens her eyes, looking around fearfully. She sees her father in front of her and quietly asks him if it is really him. His answer and the smile on his face should allay her fears and confirm the reality of his presence. Awakening, Ayelet seeks confirmation that her father is near. Receiving an affirmative answer, she feels a sense of relief. Her father's light silhouette in the darkness of the night room becomes a symbol of protection and safety for her. Ayelet looks at her father anxiously, and he promises to stay with her until she falls asleep again. His presence and caring words should give the girl a sense of comfort and calm in a night full of indistinct shadows. The girl looks at her father, her eyes full of gratitude for his care. Her inner state reflects a deep attachment to the image of her father, who always fulfills his promises. Waking up in the morning, Ayelet finds her brother holding her hand. The scene depicts their close bond and the trust they give each other even in their sleep, conveying warmth and love without words. A smile appears on Ayelet's face as she realizes that not everything was a dream. Her feelings are mixed. She is both confused and delighted by this unexpected but pleasant turn of events. The peacefully sleeping Ayelet and her brother emphasize their unbreakable bond and their ability to find comfort in each other. This moment of peace and silence brings a sense of harmony and unity to the story. Ayelet gets up and with a warm smile says that she will let her brother sleep longer. Her actions express love and care, making this gesture further proof of their strong emotional bond. Ayelet opens the magic book and the room fills with light. Her anticipation of wonders and new beginnings is read in every gesture. She is ready to step into the unknown, her eyes full of determination and anticipation. Ayelet is reading a mysterious book. Her expressive eyes reflect a deep sadness as she speaks the words about the Rodialan family, and she seems to feel a personal connection to the story. Ayelet is shocked by what she discovers within the pages of the book. She stares off into the distance, her eyes widened with horror, and a look of stunned expression frozen on her face, as if she has just learned a terrible truth. Ayelet frantically says to herself, "Calm," trying to hold back the surging emotions. She clenches her hands tightly at her lips and seems to be on the verge of a panic attack or tears. Sitting on the floor in the semi-darkness, she desperately tries to dismiss the unpleasant truth found in the book, insisting she needs to reread because there can't be such a ridiculous twist. Ayelet speaks to someone not visible in the picture with a disturbing message. "My little sister Ayelet Rodialan is dead." It seems like the crash of her world, a discovery that changes everything. In the dim light, she recognizes the terrible reality that is her future. Her quiet whisper creates an atmosphere of hopelessness and foretelling of impending disaster. Ayelet stares wistfully out the window, pondering the failures of the son of Hale Kimlet, and asks herself what went wrong, while uncovering new formidable chapters of conspiracy. She is exhausted, clutching the pages of the book, claiming in her mind that she foresaw the calamity. This emphasizes her hopelessness and the depth of her understanding of the tragedy. Islet finds the strength to refuse to be passive and prepares to change history if only she can remember every detail of the plot, which shows her hope and determination. As she turns the pages, she rejects the Yamato ending of the book in fury and indignation, demonstrating her energetic intransigence and perseverance. In front of the bulletin board, Islet cries out in despair at the emptiness of her life and the stupidity of the protagonist, feeling the bitterness and mockery of fate. Through the bars of the window, Islet stares wistfully into the distance, realizing that the cruelty of the world encompasses more than just the protagonist, and that even if death is avoided, surviving in this world will take a lot of effort. She considers a billboard advertising the skill change package, facing a difficult choice. For the cost of 10 million leaves no room for hesitation. Islet, looking at the poster, realizes with bewilderment and indignation that she now needs combat abilities, and she resolutely chooses them, preparing herself for the challenges ahead. With a look full of determination and light, Islet accepts the role of healer, feeling that this choice will determine her future destiny and path in this world. She feels waves of supernatural energy envelop her, activating abilities that should help her in the battles ahead. Her excitement is replaced by disappointment when it becomes clear that the abilities cannot be activated due to some missing condition, causing her to exclaim in surprise and frustration. With a mixture of confusion and curiosity, she reads that a certain qualifying quest must be completed for activation, which adds another layer of mystery to an already puzzling world. Repeating quest? With bewilderment, Islet tries to figure out exactly what is required of her to unlock and utilize her newfound powers. She stands in front of the mirror in the grand building where her quest for the quest has led her, and her reflection indicates her readiness for a new challenge, which adds to the drama of the moment. Islet sits on the steps, seeming tired and frustrated. She convinces herself that she should have left here a long time ago. The girl bows her head, her despair reflected in her words about the qualification quest as an early prayer and the fact that she will face a 1,000-day-long ordeal with no special privileges. Islet pressed her palms to her cheeks, and with her eyes closed, she prayerfully says, "Ugh, let us pray with all our hearts." She continues to pray intently, her face tense, as if in this moment she is giving herself to prayer completely. Immersed in prayer, Islet suddenly stops with a question as to what she should pray, showing her doubt. A sudden realization comes to her and she jumps up as if she has found the answer. To be sincere, you have to start with faith. Islet stands, biting her lip thoughtfully, and says, "Wait a minute, it's really winding down." It is as if this symbolizes her new understanding of true faith. Bowing before a mighty divine altar, Islet, a girl with pink hair, earnestly pleads for help. Her eyes are tightly closed and her lips whisper mysterious words of prayer, filling the silent temple with a lively hope for a miracle. A radiant smile lit up Islet's face as she saw her efforts bear the first fruits. The system reported progress and her eyes sparkled with joy and faith that her efforts would be heard. Islet, full of hope and with faith in her heart, continues her earnest prayer. She fills every word with her soul, appealing to the gods for protection and salvation in this strange new world. In the vast empty temple, Islet sits pensively on a pew shrouded in silence. She reflects on her past ordinary life and how she came to be in this strange place, so different from anything she has ever known. Alone in the silent temple, Islet searches for answers, asking the gods why she was brought to this world. Her prayer is full of sincerity and longing for an understanding of her destiny. Facing the unknown, Islet admits that she feels no regret for her past life, except for the moments she was unable to fully relive, such as the comic books and TV series she never got around to watching. A depressed Islet reflects on the fact that it is not material goods that have become important to her in this life, but deeper spiritual things, such as her newfound family, which brings her comfort and warmth. Lying in bed between two sleeping figures who seem to be her own, Islet feels love and affection growing in her heart for her new family in this unknown world. Looking at the architecture of the temple, Islet is reminded of her brother and father. She thinks she sees echoes of their features and appearance in the details of the building, which gives her strength in her prayers. Faced with the indifference of passers-by in the temple, Islet feels lonely. Her prayer seems like a quiet whisper in the deafening silence, invisible and inaudible to those around her. Eyelet stands in front of a screen displaying the progress of the quest, which shows 90%. She pensively tells herself that the process is not yet complete and ponders what else there is to tell. As the idea dawns on her, Eyelet decides that her cousin will receive her advance upon her death. In her excitement, she loses her balance and begins to fall down the stairs. Lying on the floor, she hears an explanation from a glowing panel. Her prayers have been ignored because the system is busy designing a fable for the zombie genre. Shocked by the system's response, Eyelet learns that some gods are not answering her prayers because they are too busy creating worlds with a high level of complexity. Eyelet is surprised to read that a world-building spirit feels responsible for bringing rebirth to the world before it leaves Earth. She learns that due to bugs in the soul extraction system, the peace-building spirit must confess, and the system takes not only the souls of the dead, but the living as well. After realizing that her death may be the result of a bug in the system, Eyelet is shocked and cannot believe what is happening. Recognizing the ridiculousness of the situation, she compares what is happening to Odyssean Bedlam, an unbelievable and bizarre event. After comprehending her condition, Eyelet is thankful for the message, though she comes to the realization that they have led themselves to their own collapse and destruction. Sitting on the steps, she wonders about the reasons for the peace-building spirit's persecution of her, and the responsibility for the rebirth brought to the world. Eyelet sits on a bench in an abandoned, shadowy hall, sadly acknowledging her death. She wistfully jokes about the meaninglessness of life after death, immersed in her thoughts and memories of the past. The world-building spirit looks at her, and Eyelet, supporting her head with her hand, expresses surprise and doubt. Her gaze is full of incomprehension. She is at a loss for the situation and the unexpected compensation offered. The spirit confirms its greatness, and Eyelet agrees, seeing the possibility of choosing her path. Her face reflects surprise and hope that she has now been given a chance at something new. Eyelet, in anticipation of the answer, contemplates the spirit's quick response. She's bewildered and impatient to see if he is capable of fulfilling her demand. The realization that her first request has been heard makes Eyelet feel deeply grateful. The rays of light illuminating her symbolize the approval of the spirit and her faith. The rays of light and Eyelet's smile as she looks upward depicts her satisfaction and relief that the spirit has accepted her faith and desire. Eyelet rejoices, taking this as a sign that her prayer and faith has been rewarded. Her smile is a reflection of her inner confidence and joy. The pink-haired girl is pleased that her choice was better than she could have imagined, and gratitude to the spirit shines in her eyes. Eyelet seems stunned, feeling that her dreams and prayers have been answered. She covers her mouth with her hands, radiating pure joy and disbelief at what is happening. Eyelet reverently swears allegiance to the spirit. She is overwhelmed with emotion and gratitude for the newly given life and faith in miracles. Countess Sandra stands against a backdrop of lush greenery, her majestic dark blue hair adorned with red roses. She speaks admiringly of her beauty, displaying flawless skin and elegance. In a cozy room, Sandra, seated at a table, shares her views on health and the benefits of green juices, while servants try to persuade a young man to drink the medicine. He steadfastly refuses, in defiance of their insistence. Sandra seems puzzled and a little upset. She touches her face thoughtfully and asks why she wasn't given the potion earlier. The word mom lingulates in the air, adding a note of personal experience to the story. Bianna, the Count's daughter, speaks in sad reflection about her mother not listening to her, focused only on her face. Her words and gaze are full of hidden meaning and deep feelings, despite the surrounding beauty of the roses. Sandra, smiling, listens to Bianna. The mother, holding a fan, asks with mild interest what exactly her daughter is saying, which may indicate a non-serious attitude towards her words. Bianna is having a serious conversation about the importance of fencing and tradition in their family. She seems concerned that family values are going away, reflecting her desire to keep the legacy alive. The man in the green suit has a tired look as he reflects on his son and the delicacy of a seemingly unsatisfying meal. He is an image of fatigue and unfulfilled expectations. Bianna reflects on the fact that she has no female friends comparable to her situation. She seems immersed in her thoughts and disconnected from the luxury surrounding her. On the table in front of us is an exquisite delicacy that looks like a precious table decoration. This dish may be an important element of family tradition and speaks of the richness and sophistication of their lives. Biana, surrounded by an exquisite interior, speaks of her uniqueness and lack of girlfriends of the same caliber. This emphasizes her isolation and her desire to find equals to herself. Sandra, a countess with dark blue hair, remarks contentedly that the factory-made soup is prepared in a very native way. Her gaze is soft and she seems focused on remembering family traditions. The countess continues to enjoy her meal, exclaiming about the noble aroma and delicious taste. The joy at the taste of the soup is read all over her face, emphasizing the sheer pleasure of the simple but exquisite meal. Sandra expresses her gratitude for the chemist's gift of a potion to brighten and moisturize her skin. Her politeness and nobility are emphasized by her respectful tone and her recognition of the importance of scientific progress. Biana, the Count's daughter, utters doubtfully, "A beauty potion?" There is skepticism on her face, and she seems to ponder the implications of using such potions set outside of traditional medicine. The Countess jokingly discusses potions as medicines that have both good and bad sides. Her laughter and levity reflect an ironic attitude toward her own beliefs and innovations in cosmetology. Biana's reaction to hearing about the alchemist's daughter is full of amazement. Her shocked look and outburst of emotion emphasize the importance of this discovery to her. In a cozy garden drenched in greenery and illuminated by sunlight, a robot on wheels diligently tends the rows of cabbages, carefully watering them like a tender gardener who cares for every leaf. Islet, a pretty girl with pink hair, admires the ripe red tomatoes. With delight in her eyes and a smile on her face, she affectionately says, "Pretty ones," holding one of them like a jewel and rejoicing in the simple joys of life. With sadness on her face and in a pose of despair, Islet sits on the ground among the tomato bushes, pondering the injustice of a world where even after death one has to work so hard, yet the beauty of her surroundings and the beauty of the moment still brings her comfort. With a slight smile, the girl looks at the harvested tomatoes in the basket. Despite her hard work, she finds fulfillment and happiness in these simple accomplishments that make her life more colorful. Noticing something unusual, Islet turns around and sees strangers working in the garden. A look of surprise and bewilderment appears on her face, adding intrigue to the simple idyll of her day. A young man approaches Islet with a basket of tomatoes in his hands. His genuine smile and playful gaze make Islet wonder what he is up to, taking her on an unforeseen adventure. With obvious irony and a slight sneer in his voice, the young man addresses Islet, calling her "Little Princess." His sly smile reveals his warm feelings for the girl and their close relationship. He looks at Islet with a slight perplexity, as if checking if she will understand the joke. His gaze is full of kindness and care, and his black hair and elegant clothes make him look like a noble guest from another time. Showing Islet a tomato, the young man expresses sincere admiration for their perfect shape and beauty. He is proud of his participation in gardening and that these fruits are the result of their joint efforts. Delighted with his harvest, the young man solemnly raises the tomato above his head as a symbol of success and joy. His face is lit up with a smile of accomplishment, and in this simple gesture is hidden all his respect for the land and the harvest. The girl is suddenly hit in the face with a red liquid and red stains fly around, leaving traces on her clothes and hair, leaving her in a state of shock and bewilderment. The young man laughs happily as he sees the result of his accomplishment, his eyes shining with pleasure, while Islet nearby looks puzzled and embarrassed, covering her mouth with her hand and standing back from him. Seriousness and determination are reflected on the young man's face as he commands him to bring more tomatoes, his firm gaze and assertive tone emphasizing the urgency and importance of his demand. Islet weighs the situation with bewilderment and anxiety, pondering what step to take next, while the young man across from her is depicted waiting for her next action, ready to compete. The young man is having fun throwing tomatoes with enthusiasm and joy, creating an atmosphere of play and fun, while Islet, trying to avoid being hit, expresses consternation and bewilderment with her face. The young man, with a grin and a sparkling look, holds out the tomato to Islet, inviting her to join in the fun, his face reflecting a playful and friendly mood. Laughing, the young man shows the tomato with a sad face painted on, trying to make the situation less serious and more amusing despite the mess around him. The young man looks stunned after getting hit with the tomato right in the face. His expression is full of surprise and pain, and he clearly didn't expect this turn of events. Eyelet looks at the young man guiltily, sincerely apologizing for her mistake and unintentional action, her distraught expression showing sincere remorse. The young man stands in utter bewilderment, his face and clothes in tomatoes, his eyes and mouth open in surprise, and he is clearly shocked by what has happened. Isla explains that she should have done what she did, while Nellie, in utter despair, asks her to stand still, promising that she will win soon. Aylet's joy contrasts with Nellie's displeasure. Aylet happily offers to continue the game, while Nellie, visibly disappointed, shouts that she wants more. Nellie, enraged, then threatens Aylet that the latter will receive for her actions, pointing downward in a sign of dominance and control. Aylet looks on in surprise at Nellie's accusations against the peace-building spirit, who has allegedly committed atrocities that set him apart from humans. Determined to make a change, Aylet walks away in a moment of realization, about to finish the pranks she started in the kitchen. A shocked Aylet turns around upon hearing from Nellie that she thinks she is close and sees a serious-looking Nellie in front of her. Nellie accuses Aylet of unacceptable behavior, stating that she saw Aylet attacking a teacher and her angry face speaks volumes. Aylet questions why Nellie followed her, really to argue, expressing her genuine surprise and innocence. Nellie, not tolerating any objection, firmly orders Aylet to shut up, not giving the latter a chance to explain. Aylet looks admiringly at Nellie, who is clearly angry and accuses her of attacking the teacher, waiting for an explanation. Aylet bewilderedly asks Nellie the reasons why the master is ignoring her. Aylet's bewilderment and frustration are readable in her question, indicating the importance of this master to her. Nellie hides her excitement when questioned about the master, refusing to share information. Her silence and reluctance to talk about the master shrouds the situation in mystery and makes one wonder about her motives. In a moment of tense communication, Nellie orders Aylet to repeat what she said earlier word for word. Nellie's seriousness and demanding tone emphasize the significance of this moment and perhaps the lesson Nellie is trying to teach Aylet. Aylet's dream of becoming a master seems close to her, but Nellie abruptly jettisons her dreams, stating that it is unattainable. Aylet's disappointment and surprise at this revelation is filled with emotion. In the background, Sandra and Biana can be seen standing outside. Sandra's position at the top and Biana's below emphasize their social roles and possibly internal conflicts. Aylet's joy at the activation of her ability is illuminated in the form of a dreamy and triumphant fantasy in which she represents her triumph and potential. The interaction between Ayle and Nellie is cut short when Ayle humorously points out Nellie's unfocusedness. This moment is imbued with the playfulness and lightness of their relationship. Aylet tries to justify herself to Nellie, embarrassed to explain her words. Nellie listens to her, expressing restraint and patience. Nellie seems to soften in the face of Aylet's sincerity and her passionate desire to develop her talent, and despite their differing views, she recognizes her determination. Biana asks Aylet a question, pointing out the social divide between the aristocracy and the commoners. Her words feel a mixture of curiosity and indecision, standing on the edge of two worlds. Ayle, with determination in her voice, declares her intention to become countess, which arouses Nellie's surprise, but the latter does not relent and also expresses her desire for the post. Both girls are determined to go all the way to achieve their goal. Biana, Sandra's daughter, looks at Nellie with wide-open eyes, full of bewilderment. She cannot believe what she has heard and asks if Nellie has really declared such ambition. Nellie, delighted and without hiding her emotions, confirms her words, declaring her confidence in her success. Sandra, a true countess, treats Aylet's words with irony and understated sarcasm. Her face expresses doubt and disbelief at the children's dreams, and she did not expect her own daughter to support such a fantasy. Nellie recoils fearfully as Sandra turns to her. The countess questions how the girl dared to speak to her like that, then instantly brings tension into the air. Biana watches the scene, seemingly with interest and wariness. Ayle, hugging Nellie, calls Sandra auntie, which adds spice to an already strained situation. Sandra, whose irritation is building, looks as if her patience has come to an end. Sandra, extremely annoyed, responds to Aylet's childish statements. She says that such dreams are commonplace for children, but her patience is running out and her anger is beginning to awaken. The Countess, losing control, yells at Islet in a rage, pointing at Biana and asking if it was her words that prompted the girl to make such statements. She is shocked at the insolence and audacity of these statements. Sandra, not holding back her emotions, orders Islet and her mother out of the estate, making it clear that such behavior will not be tolerated. Her anger and determination make the order unconditional. Nellie, upset and discouraged, pleads with Sandra, stating that she could not have foreseen this turn of events. Her pleading tone and tears reveal the depth of her shock and despair. The butlers, following Sandra's orders, take Nellie away while she screams the Countess's name in despair, unable to believe what is happening. The girl's fate seems sealed when the castle doors close behind her. Countess Sandra complains with despair that the dress does not fit her, fearing it is bad luck for the upcoming important event. She is visibly upset, and Biana tries to calm her mother, assuring her that it is worth looking at things positively. Biana looks at her mother with respect and tenderness and reassures her that despite the obstacles, it is important to remain calm and see the good in the situation. She tries to cheer her up and remind her that there are positive aspects to every situation. Islet, smiling sweetly, inwardly remarks that it is better to get out of the way quickly to avoid trouble and invites everyone into the kitchen. Her optimistic attitude and cheerfulness create a contrast to the Countess's preoccupation. Biana suddenly turns to Islet with determination, wanting to share some important family information. Her firm gaze and manner emphasize the seriousness of the moment. Biana's eyes show a desire for companionship. She thinks of wanting to spend time with Islet playing. This desire shows her desire for friendship and companionship. When Biana and Islet's gazes collide, Islet looks confused and unexpectedly surprised. Her eyes read bewilderment at Biana's sudden interest. Biana looks at Islet and thinks that this girl is like a magnet that attracts souls, as if her kindness illuminates the darkness around her. Biana mentally notes that Islet does not wish anyone harm. On the contrary, she is open to friendship and is looking for new acquaintances. Biana, playing privately with her dolls, tells herself that she hopes she and Islet will have a long friendship and that this time they will be able to achieve more together. Biana, clutching the book in her hands, dreams of a friendship that matches her ideals. She wants her friend to be special and conform to high standards of nobility and taste. Islet gazes admiringly at her reflection, pleased that her dress looks even better than she imagined. Her bright outfit and bright eyes reflect her inner radiance and joy. Biana, the Count's daughter, watches Islet with amazement and some admiration, who, despite her simple origins, has an impeccable innocence and purity, evident even in her casual manner of standing in front of the luxurious mansion. Biana reflects on the fact that Islet, despite her cuteness, is unlikely to surprise or outshine her in any way. A dim light of doubt flashes in Biana's eyes as she assesses Islet's personality and her future moves. With a twinkle in her eyes and an open expression, Islet greets Biana, inviting her in hospitably. Letting light into the room, she creates an atmosphere of warmth and good-naturedness, welcoming her guest with joy. Biana responds to Islet's greeting with respect, but there is caution and uncertainty in her gaze. Her greeting sounds polite but reserved, as if she is weighing every word. In the cozy atmosphere of the huge library, Islet enthusiastically offers Biana a selection of books to read. This hospitality emphasizes her desire to share the knowledge and culture she is surrounded by. Pensive and attentive, Islet looks away. Her gaze reads a reflection that perhaps their friendship is not so simple and has ulterior motives she has yet to understand. With the book in her hands, Biana suspects that Islet is trying to get her attention not only for the sake of friendship, but also with the intention of teaching her something important and significant that might change her views. Islet, with open curiosity and obvious interest, examines the book that has resonated with her. Her eyes glow with delight and curiosity at the new discovery. She finds a mysterious book with the intriguing title, I Am a Warrior, How to Attract the Devil, which makes Islet not just interested, but excited, as if she is on the threshold of unknown mysteries and adventures. In the cozy living room, Islet, a pretty girl with pink hair, happily suggests that Biana, the Earl's daughter with dark blue hair, move to a more cozy place to read. With her cheerful tone, she fills the room with warmth, and Biana responds with gratitude, appreciating her care. The image above shows the girls immersed in the world of books. Biana, absorbed in her reading, is in a state of calm and serenity, while Eyelet assumes a more active posture, settling on the couch opposite and anticipating a fascinating journey through the pages of her tome. Eyelet concentrates on the pages of the book, her forehead wrinkling slightly with the effort of comprehension. The light falls on her face, emphasizing her careful study of the text, and an air of intellectual inquiry hangs over the room. The pause is broken when Biana, noticing Eyelet's thoughtfulness, tactfully offers to change the book. Her voice is filled with a slight concern and care, for it is important to her that Eyelet enjoys reading. Eyelet, standing with her back to Biana and holding the book, begins a serious conversation. She asks a question, as if inviting Biana to a frank dialogue, and she turns to her with interest and some surprise. Biana's gaze is filled with wonder as she listens to Eyelet suggest something important. Both girls now seem more engaged in the conversation that seems to be changing their mundane day. In a gentle voice, but with confidence in her own words, Eyelet asks Biana about her reasons for choosing a particular book. The question seems to strike a nerve, and Biana answers, feeling the weight of the question and its meaning. Biana, with slight embarrassment on her face, admits that she feels she lacks the knowledge to fully understand literature, emphasizing her dependence on biblical stories as the basis for her perception of the world. Eyelet, with book in hand, reflects on the connection between religion and culture and their influence on art. Her words carry deep meaning, reflecting an awareness of how faith shapes human history. Following her logic, Eyelet curiously opens a new chapter in the book, perhaps looking for answers to the questions she has just asked Biana, or trying to find a new path of knowledge for both of them. Eyelet, relaxed on the red couch, is reading the book in depth. Her face lights up with interest and wonder as she whispers to herself, "But the monks didn't know anything about menopause." She seems to find something unexpectedly new to her in the book. Biana looks away with a serious and thoughtful expression. "I now know exactly what I need to study," she says, and in her eyes she reads the determination to go on to new discoveries, despite the unknown of what she has to learn. Aile is still absorbed in the book. She's lying on the couch, and everything around her seems to have ceased to exist for her. Not only that, she thinks as she continues her musings, indicating that the themes addressed in the book are much broader and deeper than one might assume. An absent look appears in Biana's eyes as she admits, "Just for a moment, but I'm lost." Maybe, leaving her thoughts unfinished and bringing a sense of indecision that weighs on her. Eyelet animatedly suggests a new game, Play Dolls. Her gaze is enthusiastic and animated, and the words sound like an invitation to return to the carefree joy of childhood. Biana apparently shares this interest, expressing her thoughts on 4 days of reading and her desire to try something new. "What do you think?" she asks, smoothing the way for a possible adventure and sharing a new experience with Eyelet. Eyelet remembers her childhood with delight and shining eyes. "Great, dolls. I remember playing with my brother a lot when I was a kid." Her voice is full of happiness and warm memories of the past. Biana responds with readiness and organization. "I'll get the toys now." "Good." She seems excited to change her routine and add something new and fun to it. The dolls dressed in elaborate outfits make Eyelet exclaim, "Wow!" Her amazement and delight knows no bounds when she looks at these little artificial beauties. When the game begins, Eyelet can't contain her excitement. They are so pretty. She is determined to assign roles and begin the game, and her joy is contagious, inviting Biana to share this moment of happiness and play. In the playroom, little Eyelet with pink hair enthusiastically announces to Biana that she will become a strict and bossy countess, as well as a servant girl, running all the affairs in their little imaginary kingdom. Biana, surrounded by hints of romantic adventure and palace intrigue, is portrayed as the windy count and the woman who personifies love's passions and cunning, thus emphasizing the drama of their childish play. The adult Biana, now full of resentment and power, decisively declares her intentions to punish a certain criminal, ordering him to be taken to the dungeon for interrogation in a moment that emphasizes her status and influence. Biana, gazing into the little doll, uses it as a symbol of the final judgment, where her taste and preferences are the decisive criterion for judgment, as if it were part of the ritual in their elaborate game. Eyelet, now grown up but still innocent and full of dreams, expresses her outrage at the slander imposed on her by a certain hero who has declared her his bride without her consent, which reveals her sense of injustice and vulnerability. Biana faces the unknown accusation in panic and despair, declaring that she had no connection with the person accusing her face reflecting fear and helplessness in the face of the inevitable accusation. The strong and determined Biana resists the pressure and rumors brought by the Count, insisting that no circumstances created by him will affect her fate, demonstrating her intransigence and pride. In a dark and mysterious atmosphere, Biana appears as the embodiment of determination and strength, with a clear warning to those who stand in her way that their actions will not be without consequences. Ailette, who has overcome her youth and innocence, now exudes confidence and charm at the center of the love affair, her gaze and smile suggesting that she is ready for new adventures and challenges. Biana is presented as a powerful and confident woman who has authority and strength, and is ready to face whatever challenges the future brings. The uniformed officer with gold epaulets swears in front of the unknown woman that he cannot be a traitor because he doesn't even know her. His words reek of despair and terror before the unknown accuser. A lady in a gorgeous dress with pink hair addresses her teddy bear, calling him ma'am, and vows to remain faithful, serving him and atoning for her sins. Her eyes are full of determination and self-sacrifice. The dark-haired girl with the doll in her hands looks shocked and frightened as she stares at something threatening in the darkness. Her dilated eyes reflect fear and dread of the unknown that has enveloped her. The officer lies unconscious, and beside him the word liar is written in blood on the ground. Tragedy and mystery hang in the air, leaving many questions about what happened. A little girl with pink hair and a doll in her hands laughs as she turns to the dark-haired girl and wonders if she was impressed with her performance. An innocent slyness and expectation of praise plays across her face. The exhausted and shocked blonde in the gorgeous dress lies on the floor, with a rabid bear hovering over her. Her gaze is full of fear and despair at the inevitable. The pink-haired girl, Ailette, looks pleadingly at Biana, asking permission to call her by her name, showing pure-hearted admiration and friendliness. Biana looks at Ailette with awe and admiration, mentally thanking fate for meeting a long-awaited friend who can understand her views and feelings. Pink-haired Ailette stands amidst a sea of flowers, her face glowing with happiness, and she softly utters the word, "May I," as if opening the door to a new world of friendship and understanding. Biana and Ailette have a fun conversation, with Ailette excited about her successful acting and asking about it, makes Biana blush a little with bewilderment and embarrassment. Biana, who has dark hair, curiously asks Ailette about the grim subject of torture, and in response, Ailette, with pink strands not without irony, agrees to share her knowledge of these tools of nightmare. In front of the stately building, Biana, in noble reverie, asks Ailette to call her by her more intimate name, Bija, which she gladly accepts, realizing that such an address symbolizes the closeness of their relationship. Ailette, nestled on the steps, reflects aloud that fate has brought her and Biana so closely together that their meetings have become part of her daily routine, a regularity she finds both strange and amusing. With gratitude in her eyes, Biana marvels at the mysterious God who seems to have saved her. And a recording she sees on the screen hints that a certain world-building spirit wants to know more about her life stories. Ailette doesn't hide her delight at her accomplishments. She has managed to take her cooking skills to the next level, which gives her the ability to create culinary wonders, and she has also mastered alchemy, which adds another fascinating activity to her life. In the workshop, where creativity is in the air, Biana finds herself the center of attention of an elder, and Izelma, as if following a fateful scenario, offers to send her to the artisans, as befits a heroine of their genre. With a hearty laugh, Ailette quotes her grandmother's words, referring to the Earl's limitations, who seems blind to his surroundings, as proof of which is his son, who is fond of strange pastimes like tomato throwing. Quietly, with a book in hand, Biana shares her thoughts on how important it is for their family to maintain honor and grandeur, and how a long-term plan to raise fencing masters will help maintain their status. In the ceremonial hall, Ailette reflects on Biana's words with love and admiration, introducing her as the head of the family, which will undoubtedly give the family even more nobility and strengthen their position in society. Biana, always striving for the best for her family, explains her plan to Eilert. She must become the head to protect their clan and strengthen it by attracting a talented and worthy knight who will become a support and pillar for all. Eilert, a girl with soft pink hair, looks puzzled and says, "So it's a little strange." Her gaze reflects slight confusion, as if she is facing a riddle she is trying to solve. Biana, the Count's daughter with dark blue hair, is depicted against the backdrop of a flowering garden. Her eyes shine with warmth and anticipation as she says, "Isle, I've been waiting for you." This statement emphasizes her devotion and patience. Light fills the scene as Isla excitedly announces the new books in the library. Her suggestion to Biana to choose a game for today makes this moment special, emphasizing the children's excitement and joy for the upcoming adventure. In anticipation of new discoveries, Biana admits that she didn't want to go alone. Her words, "decided to wait for you," elicit a gasp of delight from Eilert, which makes her smile and reflects the warm feelings between the two girls. The atmosphere is filled with a playful mood when Biana suggests Eilert to walk forward, saying, "Come on, miss, go first," and adds, "Heh, heh, heh, believe and follow me." This moment reveals the lightness of their friendship. The interior of the library seems magical, with high shelves, rich collections of books, and warm light streaming through the windows. Here, every object seems filled with stories, and the silence promises knowledge and mystery. The camera leads us through an open door where Isla and Biana step into a cozy room full of books, where every rustle can tell its own story, and where it's as if time has stopped. With the confidence of a commander, Biana says that the librarian is missing, but she is ready to take on the role of guide. Her confidence and independence inspire Eilert, who looks at her with admiration and wonder. Biana clarifies that she comes here often, so she knows how the library system works. Her knowledge makes her seem like a keeper of secrets who can open doors to any world. Eilert follows Biana, trusting her completely and admiring her determination. Biana's gaze is fixed on the vastness of the library, where every corner holds secrets and knowledge. Eilert, with a puzzled expression on her face, asks Biana about something related to the library system. Biana, standing nearby, seems confused, and her reaction shows that she also doesn't understand what's going on and responds with a question, "What is it, the library?" Eilert turns around and we see her from behind in the huge and majestic hall of the library, with rows stretching as far as the eye can see. The atmosphere of the place is mysterious, and Eilert, standing alone, looks lost and confused in this silent space. Biana points her hand forward and explains that in front of them is a dungeon, a crack in the pre-dislocation. Biana's words add a mystical tinge to the story, while Eilert stares at the indicated place, full of anxiety and wonder. Eilert, with obvious concern in her voice, turns to Biana, expressing her bewilderment at the lack of light coming into the library. There is a fear of the unknown in her voice, which is only heightened by the mysterious darkness around her. Emphasizing the strangeness of the situation, Eilert repeats the word library with surprise and disbelief in her voice. Her face reflects complete incomprehension of what she sees before her. Excitement builds as Biana looks up at something overhead with a book in her hands, her gaze filled with anxiety. Beside her, Eilert looks shocked and frightened, the atmosphere becoming increasingly tense. An eerie shadow suddenly appears between the rows of shelving, seeming to swallow up all the light around it. This moment is filled with chaos and fear, and the girls' faces express horror and bewilderment. A huge, dark vortex tears the library space in two, and the sight is breathtaking. Biana and Eilert stand at its edge, stunned and frightened by the unexpected turn of events. The picture of an empty library corridor with a lone fallen book on the floor is shrouded in an aura of mystery and abandonment. The footprints left on the floor speak of the recent chaos that has engulfed the place. Biana lies unconscious on the floor. Based on her position and facial expression, she has experienced something amazing. The atmosphere imposes a sense of distress and despair. Biana can hardly hold back her tears, her face expressing deep distress. Beside her, Eilert watches with regret, trying to grasp what could have shaken her friend so. Both feel the gravity of the moment that caught them off guard, filling the air with heavy foreboding. A sudden realization looms over Biana, making her eyes widen with horror. Something inexplicable and terrifying is clearly reflected in her gaze, and she freezes, lost in her thoughts and fears that are now coming true. The sad cemetery becomes a silent witness to their confusion and helplessness. The devastation and debris surrounding them vividly illustrates the chaos that has suddenly descended upon their world, plunging it into the somber tones of sunset. Bianna turns to Isla as if trying to share her shock, but her words dissipate, unable to express the fullness of her feelings and the confusion of facing the unknown. Islet stands dazed and depressed. Her devastated expression leaves no doubt that she is experiencing a deep internal struggle as she contemplates the implications of their unexpected discovery. The virtual message that pops up in front of the girls is a harbinger of unknown trials, leading them into the eerie labyrinth of Clappett Cemetery, which gives their adventure a touch of mysticism and danger. The man with pink hair implicitly introduces them into the plot of a long-lost tragedy, as if opening a door before them into the past, full of mystery and riddles, which further enhances the atmosphere of uncertainty. The grief of losing someone very important literally tears Islet apart. Her despair and pain are so great that she is unable to hide them, and they burst out into the open, filling the air with sadness and longing. Helplessness and panic engulf the girls as they begin to realize the depth of the connection between their own destinies and the tragic events that seem to have changed the course of their lives. Bianna and Islet feel the looming shadow of danger envelope them, leaving only a sense of unending fear and anticipation of disaster. The realization intensifies that they may have fallen into a trap from which there is no easy escape route. Ayla is surprised to notice the approach of a familiar bot. Her eyes are wide open and she exclaims in words expressing joy and excitement at the unexpected encounter. Bianna looks worried and wonders how they managed to get into the leaning class if the difficulty was downgraded to F. Disappointment and bewilderment are readable on her face. Islet recognizes with disbelief that although she believes what she is told, it is still him in front of her. Her words that the resurrected cannot die during training reflect her internal struggle with reality. A confused Islet who is horrified to realize that everything that has happened was planned. She is outraged and weeps, preferring to die than to experience this horror over and over again. Ayelet tries to gather her wits. She strains her will to overcome the inner chaos and prepare herself for the trials ahead. In the cemetery, in a mysterious setting, Ayelet and Bianna find themselves facing the unknown, foreshadowing impending danger. Bianna looks confused and frightened, her gaze evasive, and she quietly utters, "Hey, gimme," as if trying to break the silence of the night. Isla looks on with longing and a tear in her eye, whispering, "Ah, after she." In her gaze is a reflection of the heaviness and weariness of her soul after her experiences. Islet, with joyful looks, learns from the system that she has been gifted with new abilities. Her innocent surprise and delight at this discovery is breathtaking. It's as if she can't believe her good fortune that she has become stronger. Bianna looks at the screen of her device with satisfaction as she is granted her new skills. Her eyes are filled with determination and a certain anticipation of the challenges these skills will allow her to overcome. Suddenly, the atmosphere changes dramatically when a terrifying skeleton appears on the screen. This image introduces anxiety and reminds us of the cruelness of existence and the danger that always lurks. Bianna, disturbed by the sight of the skeleton, seems shocked and stunned. Her eyes are widened with horror, and utter terror and confusion are written all over her face. Aile tries to cheer Bianna up by hugging her and assuring her that everything will be all right. Her caring gesture and kind words create an atmosphere of support and warmth. Bianna, slightly relieved but still filled with anxiety, responds to Ailet's comfort. Her eyes are filled with gratitude for her support in her time of need. The dialogue between the two girls continues, and Bianna opens up to Ailet, saying that she, too, treasures her. There is clearly a deep emotional connection between them. The atmosphere becomes lighter when Bianna confesses that her feelings are reciprocated. One can see that there is a mutual understanding and trust between the characters, despite the tension of the moment. Darkness and an ominous atmosphere encompasses the scene where Ailet and Bianna are confronted by a grim figure who speaks of sacrifice. The moment is full of tension and foreshadows something sinister. The fate of the characters hangs in the balance as they hear the suggestion of the sacrifice of 1,000 children. Dark shadows thicken, and one feels the overwhelming fear of facing an inevitable choice. In the gloomy hall, a creature with mighty horns stands back and speaks coldly to Biana. His words are imbued with irony and defiance. He doubts her ability to become a true leader, but at the same time seems ready to accept her throw of the gauntlet. Biana, with dark blue hair, is confused and agitated, desperately trying to defend herself against an unseen opponent. Her words are filled with doubt and fear, but also hope that she can hold her position and duties in the castle. In the face of the threat, Islet turns to Biana in panic. Courage and despair mingle in her gaze and words as she tries to defend her bond with Biana. In response, Biana abruptly intervenes by claiming sacrifice, making their situation even more desperate. Biana looks at the horned creature with defiance and determination in her eyes, exposing its schemes without fear. Islet's gaze is full of determination when she says that their fate is now in their hands, putting the choice between life and death before them. The powerful being offers Biana a cruel choice, insinuating that her personal salvation is worth more than the life of a mere servant girl. Islet responds with a challenge, demanding that the creature reveal its essence, while Biana is plagued by doubt and uncertainty. The scene shows the close bond between Alet and Biana, their hands clasped together symbolizing promise and support in this difficult moment, showing their mutual trust and willingness to stand together. Aile looks back with concern and hope, begging Biana not to leave her. She asserts her status and role in the family, expressing her willingness to protect those she cares for, even in the face of terrible danger. Biana stands with an open and determined gaze, emphasizing her feelings for Islet and showing that she values her as a friend and not as a subordinate, which is important to their shared journey and survival. In a moment of critical choice, Biana acknowledges Islet's intelligence and strength, emphasizing her importance in the struggle ahead and trusting in her ability to stand up to any challenge. Biana looks at Isla with deep respect and tenderness, promising that she will wait for help so that together they can face disaster, supporting each other in this unequal confrontation. The pink-haired Isla looks puzzled as she looks at Biana, who evasively replies that she is unable to go against her beliefs, despite her gratitude for the sympathy expressed. Calming Biana down, Islet says that everything will be fine and there is no reason to worry. Biana, despite her outward confidence, seems inwardly tense and anxious. Shocked, Islet and Biana look at something off-screen with horror. The shock reflected in their eyes hints at the unknown but dangerous threat they are about to face. Islet has a look of amazement on her face as she stares at the light cutting through the darkness. Her gaze is full of bewilderment and anxiety. She does not understand what is happening around her. Surrounded by the light, Islet looks full of determination and strength. Her gaze becomes more focused, and the monster utters in shock, "No way!" facing an unfathomable force. The goddess with pale blue hair expresses unwavering confidence. Her face reads calm and determination. It is as if she is preparing for an important action that could change the course of events. The monster, shocked by the power that was to disappear, cannot believe what is happening before his eyes. It causes him confusion and despair. Biana takes off, illuminated by the light and surrounded by stars, while the monster standing in the shadow seems completely powerless and defeated. The strong and confident goddess proclaims herself the successor of might, her smile and outstretched arm symbolizing her new role and power. The goddess with pale blue hair looks directly at us as she says, "Omniscience." And this word envelops her entire appearance in light, emphasizing her newfound status and knowledge. The powerful being with an inner glow, not understanding the actions of his opponent, declares that he will not allow him to continue to exist. The dark shadows and gloomy atmosphere around him emphasize the seriousness of the threat. Clad in flames and smoke, the creature with horns proclaims its readiness to die. A kaleidoscope of fire and gloom unfolds around him, reflecting his imminent power and dominance. Biana, the Count's young daughter in light-colored robes, proudly and forcefully asserts her primacy among all abilities, as if she represents omnipotence itself, her gaze and posture radiating confidence. Focused and determined, Biana emits a blinding beam, calling her enemy to die. Her willful cry and the power emanating from her hands paint a picture of unyielding strength and power. The girl with dark blue hair, shocked and frightened, exclaims in fear at the unknown danger. Her frightened look and confusion make the scene even more dramatic and tense. Biana, who possesses powers beyond human comprehension, uses omniscience by creating a magical circle around herself. This gesture represents her connection to celestial forces and emphasizes her role as a mediator between worlds. The creature, shocked and unable to believe his eyes, recognizes that even the greatest among humans do not possess the magic that Biana possesses, making her power truly rare and exceptional. Inspiring fear and terror, Biana curses her opponent with divine retribution, surrounded by raging lightning bolts. Her magical words portend an imminent fate for those who stand in her way. In the end, the creature, possessed and defeated by Biana's power, falls into the bottomless void. Her triumph of light over darkness is symbolically displayed in this fall, which is illuminated by the soft light of her power. Despite her power, Biana retains her humanity, asking with participation the question of the life of the defeated creature. It is a moment of mercy and compassion, showing that even in the face of triumph, she does not lose her human heart. In a gloomy dungeon, Biana, the Count's noble daughter, stumbles upon an emaciated creature with demonic features who bids farewell to life. His eyes are filled with despair, and his body is covered with wounds. A mysterious dust hovers in the air, creating a sense of magical presence around them. Under the light of the shimmering particles, Biana weighs the situation while looking at the demon. Her face reflects skepticism and contemplation while she thinks about the next step. It's an expression of hidden concern and deep thought, and it's hard to tell what decision she'll come to. Then, overcoming her doubts, Biana extends her hand to the creature, offering a chance for healing. This gesture evokes a sense of hope in the creature. Its eyes light up with gratitude and longing for the life it so desperately craves. Bright and determined, Biana smiles and promises healing, making her seem like an angel of salvation. The demon begins to transform, its outline shimmering with different shades of light, and its face reads surprise at the unexpected chance of salvation. The surprised creature can't believe its luck. It freezes in disbelief as its body is enveloped in light and begins to heal. The darkness fades away, giving way to the light and life that Biana has given him. The transformation reaches its climax when the demon disappears completely, disintegrating into glowing particles, filling the dungeon with magical light. Biana watches this process, her eyes glowing with the reflection of the thousands of fireflies that swirl around her. After the demon disappears, Biana stares wistfully at the remaining glowing shards, pondering the consequences of her action. The healing caused the creature's death, and though her intentions were pure, the result was fatal to it. Against the night sky sparkling with stars, a message appears congratulating Biana on her victory over the evil spirit. Her face is illuminated by the soft light of the stars, and her gaze reflects surprise and deep thoughtfulness as she realizes the full magnitude of her deed. Biana looks up, noticing the sudden glowing symbols in the sky that sparkle and pulse, promising the beginning of something new and great. Her eyes are filled with awe and curiosity for the unknown. Only a mysterious briefcase and a book with unfamiliar symbols remain on the ground where the creature just stood. They are the reward for triumphing over the darkness, things that are sure to make a difference in Biana's already troubled life. Aile, a young girl with pink hair dressed in a light blue dress, walks slowly across the lifeless desert, deep in her meditations. In her thoughts, she turns to the spirit world, questioning its truth and the essence of glory, which indicates her inner search and ponderings about the meaning of true glory in the spirit world. Suddenly, amidst the sands comes her joyful exclamation, "Ouch!" Islet sighs in relief and looks up at the night sky full of stars, grateful that all fears are behind her. Her face glows with happiness and peace, feeling relieved after her ordeal. In front of a background of spring flowers, Islet warmly and tenderly embraces Biana, the Count's daughter with dark blue hair, and exclaims, "Thank God," genuinely rejoicing at the girl's return. It is a moment of reunion between two souls who have endured many hardships and are now together. With surprise and a sly chuckle, Biana questions Islet about her new status as a saint, incredible for her young age. She does so with a slight sneer and disbelief, causing Eyelet confusion. Smiling embarrassedly, Eyelet admits that she was the first believer in peace-building spirits, which seems like a ridiculous justification for her sudden promotion in the hierarchy. Despite her confusion, it's clear that her faith is genuine. Glowing with confidence, Bianca comforts Eyelet, assuring her that God has not left their world, and this is confirmed by the fact that he has sent his child. Her words carry deep meaning and encouragement for Eyelet. Standing in front of an information screen that explains the implications of her faith, Eyelet learns that her new status in the hierarchy of the spirit world has now been automatically elevated to that of a higher authority, which confuses her. Overwhelmed by the sudden responsibility and fear of the chaos she has caused in the spirit world, Eyelet admits that she has turned everything upside down, creating a pyramid of spirits in the process. Her frightened look and compressed lips express her horror and realization of the consequences of her actions. Exhausted by all the events and recent discoveries, Eyelet closes her eyes and faints. This is an image of inner and physical exhaustion, when the character can no longer cope with the onslaught of reality. Bianca, watching Eyelet falling, emits an exclamation of, "Hey, Eyelet," expressing her amazement and concern. A sweet spirit falls to the ground next to them, emphasizing the comical and tragic nature of the moment at the same time. Bianca, in a state of panic, screams at Eyelet, demanding her to wake up from her deathly slumber. Meanwhile, Eyelet replies in a weak, barely audible voice that her time has expired and she will soon depart this world, bidding farewell to life. In desperation, gripped by the fear of loss, Bianca begs Eyelet not to go to the next world. She reminds her that their friendship has just begun and asks Eyelet not to leave her alone without giving her a chance at true companionship. Eyelet, lying unconscious, weakly whispers a farewell, surrendering to the darkness of death heaped upon her. Her words are filled with submission and resignation, implying that she has accepted her fate. In the domain of faith, the priest, enveloped in the light of faith and hope, hears a sublime, almost heavenly sound, and with reverence in his voice utters the return of the divine power for which they have waited so long. A splendor of light illuminates the church, and the parishioners, unable to believe their eyes, look at the miracle that is taking place. They do not hide their feelings and say loudly that a divine spirit has returned to earth. In the midst of the sacred walls of the church, the people, stunned by what is happening, raise their eyes to the light and exclaim that they are not forgotten by God. Their voice is full of confidence that the Lord is testing them, but also a reminder of blessing and faith. Hovering in thought, the priest compares his kingdom to Eldenheim, declaring the unrivaled power of Winchester. His words reek of confidence in his own importance and the dominance of his lands over others. The same priest, full of concentration and deep thought, quietly remarks that a heavenly power will cleanse them of all earthly sins and bring long-awaited redemption. Two individuals clothed in ecclesiastical vestments discuss the strangeness of current events, reasoning that hope may be the very key to the salvation of the world they have been seeking. Two men disillusioned with church dogma talk about how, despite all the miracles, their life path is limited to a choice between ordinary life and life in a monastery. They ask rhetorically if the church will ever free them from this burden of choice. A young monk in white robes, with a brand around his neck, is immersed in reflection on the burden the world places on the shoulders of man, forcing him to follow his destiny until death. He notes that this is why the church cares for orphans without kinship, marking them with special signs. Two monks in snow-white cassocks are talking against the backdrop of church architecture. A young man with dark hair and a serious expression asks his interlocutor if he is jealous of the fact that there is a new saint with divine love. A silver-haired monk in a blue hood decorated with floral ornaments walks slowly down an alley surrounded by flowering trees and warns that envy is one of the 7 deadly sins, advising him to be more careful with his words. In front of the young monk in the white cassock, a scene of friendly banter unfolds. His companion in the light-colored hood makes light-hearted jokes, while the former reacts with an exclamation to the unexpected comment, causing him to blush. The young monk is at a loss when his companion jokes that if it weren't for him, someone else might have taken his place at the master of ceremonies. The companion jokingly suggests that this could have been followed by a line out of line for the bestowals. In a quiet garden, with the light of the moonlit night filtering through the flowering branches, a man in a blue hood pensively contemplates the hardships that people must face, steeped in sadness at the unknown plight of others. The mysterious hooded figure standing in the doorway stares into the distance, wondering who this unknown person might be. Perhaps a simple servant, but there is doubt in his gaze. The majestic organ, illuminated by light, reflects the inner turmoil of the character, who cannot believe that there is a mere man before him. His thoughts lean toward it being a saint or a secretary, as the aura of the object is incompatible with strict order. The man's hands lightly touch the stone surface, and the question hangs in the air as to who this mysterious person might be, whose actions or presence leave no room for doubt as to his exclusivity. The brooding gaze of the man in the blue hood, lost in deep thought as to who might be standing before him, with reflections of the starry night in his eyes that express anxiety and worry in the face of the unknown. Ayelet slowly opens her eyes, lying in bed amongst the light blankets, and confusedly asks herself about her identity. Her face reflects her inner confusion and bewilderment, creating a sense of mystery and sudden realization. Breathing heavily and struggling to stay on the edge of the bed, Ayelet groans with fatigue and exhaustion. Her exhausted state and the words, "Oh, oh, oh, die," evoke sympathy and concern for her well-being. Ayelet, looking exhausted, lies on her back and muses that her sensations are comparable to a long sleep. From her words, "I feel like I've slept for 10 days." One reads deep exhaustion and a desire for rest. Immersed in her thoughts, Ayelet reacts in surprise at the revelation of the world spirit about the unexpected side effects of her super skills, which expresses her puzzlement and the unintended consequences of her actions. Ayelet, full of energy and strength, speaks to herself with a twinkle in her eye about the brief but powerful feeling of power. Her confidence and joy at her newfound power fills the atmosphere with optimism and inspiration. Once again lying in bed, Ayelet exclaims with delight and bewilderment about her divine experience, using the words, "Wow, the coming of a god! Awesome!" which shows her amazement and joy at her recent events. Calmly leaning back on the pillows, Ayelet remarks with determination that she just needs to get stronger. These words are filled with unwavering confidence in her own strength and future victories. Ayelet is asleep, and we see the peaceful spirit giving her advice for the future, but she continues to sleep soundly, unresponsive to his words, as if her subconscious is absorbed in her inner world. Ayelet lies in bed and hears the peacemaking spirit advising her to engage in serious work rather than play. She seems thoughtful and focused on these words, pondering their deeper meaning. Bianna enters the room with excitement and relief, saying, "Ayelet, you're awake!" Her face lights up with joy at the sight of an awakened Ayelet, and this introduction of freshness and new energy into the story grips the reader. In a heartwarming encounter, Bianna emotionally exclaims, seeing Ayelet for the first time since her disappearance. She does not hide her delight, eager to find out how Ayelet is feeling after such a long absence. Ayelet seems to have fully recovered from her ailment and shares with a smile that she has rested and regained her strength, much to the surprise of Bianna, who is unfamiliar with the concept of penalties in the context of healing. Bianna's excitement is palpable in her voice as she recounts the 2 days of fear and uncertainty she experienced while Ayelet was sickly and cut off from the world, expressing deep concern for her friend. In a soft voice, Ayelet shares her new hobbies and aspirations, explaining to Bianna that she began studying medicine through beadwork so that she could care for those she cared for. Reflecting on the depth of human relationships, Bianna holds a piece of jewelry symbolizing the care and attention people share with their loved ones, highlighting the value of those connections. A warm scene in which family and loved ones surround Ayelet shows them sharing moments of happiness and intimacy, reminding them of the eternal values of family bonds and love. Lying in bed and looking up at the ceiling, Ayelet muses with wistfulness in her eyes about the potential for change in the world if the divine world-building spirit takes the helm of power. Bianna's seriousness is expressed in her willingness to keep Ayelet's secrets, showing loyalty and deep affection, promising not to reveal events shrouded in mystery. Eyelet thanks Biana for her discretion and support during her illness when many events of great significance occurred without her knowledge. Realizing that Eyelet has found new strength, Biana suggests that she join a punitive unit to use her energy to fight injustice and evil, showing confidence in her friend's abilities. Eyelet expresses her uncertainty, thinking that if she truly wanted to become stronger, she would. Her facial expressions and tone of conversation show that she is in a state of doubt and introspection. Biana, the Count's daughter, vigorously expresses her willingness to help Eyelet not only with words, but also with deeds, using her human and material resources and promising to become her deputy in the future, which reflects her bravery and devotion. Eyelet's reaction to Biana's support is a mixture of happiness and shock. Her face lights up with surprise and perhaps the first glimmers of faith in her own abilities and the future they can build together. A warm and sincere hug demonstrates their strong bond. Biana thanks Eyelet for her friendship and help, and Eyelet responds by thanking her, exchanging words of gratitude and appreciation that emphasize their deep emotional connection. With a smile, Biana talks about bringing more books on persecution, showing her desire to help Eyelet in her struggle and quest for knowledge, which emphasizes her role of support and mentorship in Eyelet's life. Eyelet approaches Biana about ways to punish the stalker, to which Biana responds that there are two ways to deal with the problem, showing their combined efforts in overcoming their difficulties. Eyelet ponders closing the library dungeon as a possible way to deal with the stalkers, expressing her doubts and reasoning, looking for logical solutions to her problems. Biana notes that she had a difficult time helping Eyelet out of the void, but the skeletons helped them, which adds an element of surprise and shows that help can come from unexpected directions. Biana is surprised to learn that Eyelet's help came from the skeletons, something she did not expect, which shows how even in bleak circumstances, unusual alliances can arise. Eyelet admits that even though the skeletons helped them, the whole situation was scary enough, which emphasizes the difficulties they faced and the resilience with which they overcame them. Biana watches with her mouth open and eyes wide open, full of surprise at Eyelet's words. Her expression freezes in bewilderment, as if this is the first time she's faced such a question and doesn't know how to react. Eyelet is radiant with happiness, her eyes sparkling with green fire and a mischievous smile playing on her face. She looks at Biana with enthusiasm, as if they had just shared an exciting secret or joke. A book inscribed with the reward for defeating her boss is held in two hands. The words about black glory freeing the undead world seem like an ancient spell or prophecy, adding to the grimness and importance of the item in his hands. Eyelet reads out the magical words from the book, her eyes burning with interest. Her voice resounds with admiration and curiosity, completely absorbed in the text that promises unusual and possibly dangerous knowledge. Biana stares in horror and utter incomprehension at Eyelet taking off. Her scream and frightened look betray her fear and confusion at the inexplicable phenomenon she has unexpectedly witnessed. Eyelet exclaims with joy and delight at earning money while her figure soars through the air, surrounded by a swirl of her pink hair and clothing. Her face glows with anticipation of adventure and opportunity. The knights in armor share with each other a sense of relief and satisfaction after their long journey. Their words of gratitude and pleasure in discussing their return to the castle emphasize their camaraderie and mutual respect. The king, radiant with pride and participation, greets the knights with warm words. His question about what they would like to do now that they have returned demonstrates concern and interest in their well-being. One of the knights expresses a sudden desire to try farming, which causes the king to be surprised. His reaction shows how unusual a knight's choice is for a man of his status and background. The knights cheerfully toss the king in the air, exclaiming, "Hail, Prince!" Their faces reflect genuine joy and admiration for their ruler, creating an atmosphere of celebration and unity. The knights in armor with astonished faces lead the majestic king in full dress, their eyes expressing surprise and fear of the unknown surrounding them, filled with mystical symbols. In a mystical image resembling a demon, a creature with burning eyes and horns stands in a fiery environment, reciting incantations. Her figure radiates indescribable power and mystery. She seems to be the master of the blazing world. The king and the knights are faced with a huge abyss that opened up in front of them against the burning sky. They all turn back with horror on their faces, as if realizing that they have nowhere to retreat to, and the only thing left to do is to descend into hell. The skeletons that have made their way to the surface from underground have human feelings and attitudes. One of them, with a red bandana, seems to be the leader, pointing the way for the rest of their group in the vast desert. Islet and Biana stand against a peaceful landscape of flowering trees. Islet, cheerful with a wide smile, looks somewhere in the distance, while Biana, sad-eyed and collected, stares straight ahead. The two skeletons, seemingly pensive and confused, are dialoguing with each other, one of them, seemingly wiser, pointing the way to the other, urging him to follow. On the girls' pensive faces, one reads surprise at the unusual situation. Biana, the Count's daughter, ponders with particular disbelief the possibility of earning a living in such an unexpected place, while Islet seems full of optimism and ready for adventure. Islet, holding a shovel, asserts her validity, promising some kind of change, and her look and tone communicate an unwavering confidence and nonchalance, as if she is ready for any challenge. In Islet's hands are cards with mysterious inscriptions that seem to be a riddle. She looks happy and contented, as if these cards are the key to unraveling some important question concerning her future or the nature of her work. Ayelet stands in a triumphant pose before the skeletons, shouting commands, calling them to action, her posture and facial expression brimming with energy and will to defeat domesticity and laziness. Ayelet rests, recovering from her hard labor, while the skeletons, exhausted from the heat, continue to dig holes. She ponders that it would be nice to get some rest, as she did when Biana left. Biana, the Count's daughter, cheers up the skeletons despite their fatigue and despair at yet another difficult task. She seems unbending and determined to keep working, even when things seem hopeless. The skeletons express their sorrow and frustration at the labor that Biana has imposed on them, turning their hard work into endless torment, making their lives even more flawed and difficult than they were before. Toward the end of the day, the skeletons discuss the harshness of their situation, recalling countless orders and unsuccessful attempts to alleviate their plight, leading them to ponder the meaning of their endless efforts. As they fight to preserve their bones, the skeletons find solace in humor and mutual support, realizing that even as they struggle with death, it is important to keep their spirits up and not lose the ability to laugh at their troubles. One of the skeletons asserts his right to die with dignity, not wanting to be used as entertainment for others. He dreams of a simple grave with a headstone where he could find peace. Islet appears unexpectedly, breaking the silence and inquiring about the cause of the noise, causing surprise among the weary skeletons who did not expect her arrival at such a late hour. When finished, Islet seems tired but calm, noting that there is enough work for today and can rest after a hard day's work. She expresses her satisfaction with the work the skeletons have done and decides that the 7 graves dug are enough to end the day. The skeletons are relieved to realize that the hardships of the day are behind them and hope for salvation still lives on, inspired by Islet's words and the opportunity to rest after exhaustive trials. Ayelet stands in front of a row of skeletons, pointing at them, and states with confidence, "I'm talking about you." She emphasizes the connection between their past and present condition, emphasizing their importance in her story. Biana, expressing bewilderment, asks Ayelet, "You wanted to rest in graves, didn't you?" She then points to the skeletons, noting that they are 7 people, and corrects herself that they are skeletons meant for Ayelet. Ayelet, with concern reflected in her eyes, tells Biana that the graves will have names and flower wreaths on them, commemorating the fact that these skeletons were once living people. The 2 skeletons sitting next to each other thoughtfully repeat Ayelet's words, flowers and names, reflecting on their past humanity and the homage to come. One of the skeletons looks up, pondering the meaning of Ayelet's words, and asks the rhetorical question, "A lasting memorial?" The other skeletons, listening to the conversation, laugh, and one of them comments jokingly, emphasizing the non-seriousness of the situation, "Ah, why is it to you?" Ayelet appears in the light, surrounded by a luminous glow as if she were a saint, and in her eyes you can read the disbelief in what is happening. The skeletons toss the cheerful Ayla into the air in gratitude, and she, joyful and carefree, shouts, "Hurrah!" feeling light and free. Biana, standing off to the side, watches what is happening and humorously comments that it is probably a gesture of gratitude and joyful chanting from the skeletons expressing their emotions in their own way. Biana and Islet calmly strolling through a green meadow under a clear sky, immersed in the peaceful mood of the scene, reflecting their understanding and calm after all that has happened. Islet shares with Biana his impressions of a book he has read about the underworld. And Biana, gazing pensively into the distance, responds with a philosophical remark about the transience of time in this unusual place, emphasizing its mystical character. Biana is amazed to realize that, thanks to the peculiarities of their underground farm, the crops are ripening much faster here, anticipating their arrival in just 9 weeks, heralding an unexpected turnaround in their agricultural activities. Islet can't hide her amazement, uttering, "Wow," likely indicating that she's been able to see the results of efforts that have exceeded expectations. She's clearly impressed with what she's seen. Full of joy and happiness, Islet glows with pleasure as she exclaims, "Wow, beautiful!" sharing her delight and positive emotions that are no doubt passed on to us, the readers, as well. The skeletons who seem to be doing the work on the farm are themselves baffled by their existence and how well they are doing, bringing an element of surrealism and humor to the story. Aile respectfully and proudly acknowledges the skeletons' labor, praising them for a job well done in cultivating the farm, emphasizing their important role in achieving a common goal. The leaves shimmering in the skeletons' hands exude light and beauty, a prime example of the magic and labor put into their cultivation, and become a symbol of the wonderful cooperation. Aile, mouth open in amazement, can't believe that the first harvest is ready, her reaction emphasizing the incredible speed and efficiency of the skeletons' work on the farm. The full baskets of crops stacked on top of each other testify to the tremendous labor and energy put in by the skeletons, and the astounding result achieved in the shortest amount of time. Observing the skeletons, Biana concludes that these creatures have an unusual affinity for farming and questions Islet about the nature of their endeavors, which adds depth and a slightly comical note to the girls' conversation. Islet grinningly informs Biana that she knows one magical way. She pretends it's all just a game, but you can see the mysterious confidence on her face, anticipating her friend's surprise. Islet, laughing, turns the suitcase into a basket of green foliage, as if extracting a piece of nature from an ordinary object. Biana looks at it without hiding her admiration. Biana, the Count's daughter, asks Islet how she managed to perform the miracle. The pink-haired one jokingly notes that it is a professional secret, implying that she has years of training and secret knowledge behind her skill. A suitcase that Islet says can hold about 15 cubic meters of stuff. This device is linked to subspace, allowing the impossible, storage without boundaries. Then Islet proudly talks about the pile of potions made from the herbs she's collected. She demonstrates to Biana that her talents and knowledge extend far beyond magic alone. Biana admires the rapid progression of the idea and suggests organizing a secret apothecary to sell Islet's potions, seeing it not only as a business opportunity, but also a chance to support her friend's talent. Biana wonders if their activities will create competition for existing companies, but Aile is confident in her abilities and knowledge and suggests that she take care of the matter on her own. Islet looks at the business plan and realizes that her dreams of wealth may well become a reality. She holds in her hands a document that could change her life. We then see Islet pondering in complete silence. She seems bewildered and full of hope, as if the whole world is open before her. Determined and enthusiastic, Islet tells Biana that she's going to tour their farms, showing her willingness to put her plans into action. Biana agrees with her, recognizing that it's time to move forward. Ailette, a girl with pink hair, looks at her smartphone in surprise as an update message appears on the screen. Her eyes reflect mild bewilderment and curiosity about the new content that promises innovation in her favorite game. Ailette ponders critically about the additional updates mentioned in the in-game store, immersed in her thoughts. She weighs a coin in her hands, perhaps pondering the advisability of spending virtual currency on new in-game items. A look of utter amazement and bewilderment appears on her face as she encounters an unexpected event in the game, causing her obvious shock and confusion as to what she is dealing with. Isla excitedly examines the golden book in her hands, which apparently gives her the ability to change the genre of her virtual story. She seems stunned and simultaneously intrigued by the potential possibilities this item opens up to her. Her face lights up with joy and excitement at the thought that through this book, she can realize her dream of becoming the 8 billionth person on Earth. Her eyes shine with dreams of new endeavors and unexpected twists of fate. Isla ponders with doubt in her voice the value of the offer of 10 billion cachet for a random genre. She realizes that the desire to become resurrected may be an impossible fantasy. She is deep in thought, gazing into the book she holds in her hands. Her gaze is pensive and full of indecision as she tries to unravel the mystery of this magical item and its impact on her future game strategy. Biana, a girl with dark blue hair, is enjoying some peace under a tree. She is taking notes and reflecting on the nature of the previous game content, which was rather practical and combat-oriented, unlike the current mysterious update. Suddenly, Isla encounters a skeleton who offers her a drink from his cup. She responds with polite gratitude, though her face reflects confusion and inner resistance to this strange and possibly dangerous offer. Ailette cannot hide her shock and surprise at the price offered by the skeleton, which seems astronomical and causes her to exclaim in horror and disbelief that the game could offer such a challenge. A skeleton in a torn red cloak holds up a plaque predicting its potential in agriculture, to which Ailette reacts with an exclamation, "Badge!" Ailette, in a state of anger, yells at the skeleton, emphasizing the pointlessness of his agricultural abilities, and the skeleton looks puzzled. Thinking of ways to change the skeleton's fate, Ailette ponders the significance of the 3 million gift that could bring him back to life. The skeleton takes in a mystical energy. He seems to be preparing for something important, standing with his arms outstretched and wearing his cloak. Ailette looks at the skeleton hopefully, asking him about his plans for the future, and he, full of determination, confirms his willingness to act. Ailette, with determination and fighting spirit, comes face to face with the skeleton, ready for a new challenge. Ailette, sitting with a cup of tea, marvels at the skeleton's progress, while Biana, the Count's daughter, confirms her words with a short, "Aha!" The skeleton is full of enthusiasm as he runs across the field, showing his determination and the new opportunities his unique abilities have opened up for him. Ailette's smile heralds a new chapter in their adventures. It's as if she's excited to tell them something important. The skeleton is relentless in his pursuit of life, keeping pace with Ailette, embodying their unquenchable spirit and drive for action. The red-clad skeleton, adorned with a golden veneer in his smile, sits on the ground amongst the withered grass and bushes, all radiant with joy. The posture of his bony hands expresses triumph, and a smile is frozen on his face. In the richly decorated room, 2 maids in austere attire are hard at work, one carefully dusting the furniture, the other looking on, perhaps assessing the quality of the work or waiting for instructions. A young girl with bright pink hair, Ailette, peeks through a half-open window, pondering aloud that no one is around, though the entrance to the building is high enough that one wonders why she is watching. Ailette stands next to the window, a look of understanding on her face. The words, "well, obviously," indicate that she has come to some important conclusion based on her observations. Ailette is pensive. She stands near the same window, musing that there is no way a person with such potential could be unnoticed among the supporting cast. She turns around, and there is an expression of insight and surprise on her face, as if she has suddenly realized or noticed something that completely changes her understanding of the situation. Ailette, full of determination and with an energetic expression on her face, points her finger and loudly addresses her brother, "You, Brother Prince," indicating an important discovery or recognition. Her shock and disbelief are fully expressed as she stands with her arms outstretched, her face portraying complete amazement at what is happening around her. With joy and anticipation, she runs with her arms outstretched, ready to be embraced and welcomed, an enthusiastic smile playing on her face. Ailette's brother, with a wide smile and open arms, takes a leap in her direction, eliciting a reaction of surprise and slight consternation from her. Ailette is awakened by the loud order, "Get up, Prince!" and her brother, also with pink hair, tries to hide his face from the early morning light, which he is clearly not pleased with. A man in luxurious clothing kneels down and enthusiastically waves a bamboo stick upwards, declaring with a broad smile that he is not finished yet. Young Eyelet freezes in shock, eyes wide open, unable to believe what is happening around her, as if there are many untold questions lurking beneath the words, "this." Eyelet cries out, "Brother, no!" Rushing forward, intent on preventing the disaster at all costs, the piercing fear for her brother reflected in her every movement. In a protective pose, sword hilt in hand, Eyelet stands between her brother and the man, ready to defend him from any danger, determination, and bravery reflected in her eyes. The man with the bamboo stick stops to look at Eyelet and is puzzled to recognize her as the girl from the past, his face expressing surprise and some embarrassment. The confession comes out of the blue. "I remember you're the girl with the flexible tomato, aren't you?" And Eyelet's facial expressions reflect excitement, a memory of some event that has left a mark on her life. He continues to stand in Eyelet's way, distracted from his workout, and irritably states, "Hey, get out of my way, I'm practicing with my sword," not wanting to interrupt his class. The old man with the mustache and beard sits in a chair and treats the situation as a nuisance, unceremoniously ordering all outsiders to leave the room, his tone blatantly authoritarian. Eyelet cannot hide his outrage and emotionally accuses the man of being irresponsible and cruel to the people who have become a living target for his training. In the elegant room, Eyelet watches the mystical vortex materializing over the floor with an anxious gaze and seems confused by the sudden phenomenon. Biana, a girl with braids and a rifle in her hands, shouts out words with enthusiasm and childlike glee, as if challenging an invisible opponent to a duel, her face glowing with excitement and anticipation of the game. Eyelet's brother, with bright pink hair and a mischievous smile, asks someone in the audience if he wants to be his opponent in the upcoming competition, his eyes full of excitement and the joy of anticipation of the game. Standing next to his brother, Eyelet turns around to see Biana, their faces reflecting the tension and excitement of what is to come next, their gazes full of anticipation and worry. The boy in the white shirt suggests with defiance and frustration that someone should not pretend and be themselves, his eyes sparkling with annoyance and slight disappointment. With a fierce and determined expression on his face, he swings his stick, urging to test his opponent's reaction. In his gaze is a bright light of defiance and unyielding determination. Finding himself on the floor with surprise and slight resentment on his face, the boy tries to understand how he could have been so easily beaten, his eyes wide with surprise and bewilderment. Biana condemns with sternness and indignation the behavior of the boy, who, in her opinion, has made an unacceptable mistake. Her words sound sharp and confident. Serious and stern, she reacts sharply to what has happened, as if she has been deeply hurt by the boy's inappropriate behavior, and she does not hide her disappointment and indignation. Biana voices her disapproval of the boy, sarcastically pointing out his childish behavior, his face expressing embarrassment and shame at her stern words and direct rebuke. Biana, the Count's dark blue-haired daughter, indignantly disputes the teacher's shouting, claiming that their collision was part of a training exercise. Her ruddy cheeks and the sparkles in her eyes express indignation and determination to stand up for herself. In the twilight, Biana questions the educational methods of the hierarchy with seriousness and restraint, questioning the legitimacy of using physical force as part of the learning process. Her constancy is illuminated only by the soft glow of her eyes. In the spacious and bright room, Eyelet, a girl with pink hair, advises Biana to avoid fencing training because of its dangers. The warmth and genuine concern in her voice is reflected in the gratitude Biana expresses in return. Biana, highly agitated, declares that she will tell her mother what has happened, thus showing her determination not to leave things halfway, while Eyelet reassures her younger brother, who seems upset and in need of support. Concentration and strength are shown in Biana's act of magic when a thick thicket of green leaves suddenly grows out of the floor, signaling her control over the natural elements and her ability to perform magic. Brother Eyelet, embarrassed and depressed after her failed attempt at magic, looks at her with pity and apologizes. His eyes are full of tears and his pink hair is in disarray, making his figure particularly vulnerable. Islet, focused and determined to help, says she is not angry and promises to prepare a potion to treat his wounds, showing her care and ability to find solutions in difficult situations. Her brother is surprised to learn that the potion is not an ointment, and Islet, with a slight smile, explains how it should be used, further emphasizing her knowledge and experience in alchemy. Islet carefully transfers the freshly made potion from the jug to the jar, and Biana notices with warmth and admiration how much Islet's skills have improved since they began practicing potions together, emphasizing their strong bond and mutual influence. With pride and nostalgia, Biana notes that her father taught her alchemy, recalling moments when they practiced this complex and delicate science together, emphasizing the importance of family bonds and the passing of knowledge between generations. Ailey admires her father, a renowned alchemist, and her mother, who possesses a sharp mind, and she herself feels that she too is capable of great things. Her brother is immersed in the study of books, working hard despite the lack of a worthy teacher. Islet is happy, saying she paid a lot of money for the privilege of reincarnation, and her eyes glow with excitement and anticipation of new possibilities. The process of alchemically transferring liquid from one vessel to another illustrates the neatness and importance of each action in creating potions. Islet hands her brother the potion, claiming that she has finished making it. Her brother thanks her, though his face expresses worry and indecision. The brother takes the potion and looks at it with confusion, wondering what awaits him after consuming it and feeling anxious. When Ailette sees that her brother doesn't like the potion, she asks in surprise what's wrong. He confesses that the potions are very bitter, and he finds it hard to tolerate. The persistent Ailette assures her brother that bitterness is a sign of usefulness and urges him to finish the potion, despite his reluctance. His brother smilingly remembers that bitterness is something he can get used to if he remembers it while indulging in reminiscence. As a child, the brother reluctantly holds the mug of bitter liquid, his face reflecting disgust at the taste and reluctance to continue. His brother and sister sit waiting, and he always asks for chocolate milk instead of bitter alchemical potions, preferring the pleasant flavors. Aile, a girl with pink hair, looks at the bottle thoughtfully, wondering if the medicine could taste like chocolate milk. Her doubts make her wonder, and she looks a little embarrassed and confused. Then Ailette seems to come to some sort of inspiration, with sparkling eyes and insight on her face. She is inspired by the idea of creating something new, standing amongst the twinkling stars and scatterings of light surrounding her. Ailette stares at the falling drops, a question mark hanging in front of her. It is an expression of puzzlement and uncertainty about what she is doing. Ailette is shocked and with worry in her voice asks her brother if he took something important. Her excitement and tension is evident in her face and gestures. Ailette's brother, with pink hair in a dynamic pose and with tension in his hands, is faced with surprise. His gestures are full of determination, and he seems seized by the moment. Next, Brother Ailette is performing some important action, and his hands and the things in them become the center of attention. His actions are filled with focus and intensity. An image of Aile appears with a frightened yet expectant look. She is tense, and excitement is written all over her face with anticipation of the results. Aile exclaims her success with delight and joy on her face. Her eyes glow with the satisfaction of having achieved what she wants, and she seems happy and excited. Aile is surprised and mildly disappointed to find that everything has gone black. It's an unexpected turn, and her reaction is filled with a mixture of feelings. Ailette resigns herself to the results of her efforts, telling herself that even though she tried, she needs to drink this mixture quickly. Her expression is a mixture of determination and slight disappointment. Ailette tastes the contents of the cup with obvious pleasure, and in her eyes you can see the light joy of the chocolate flavor she has just discovered. Her brother, who has the same pink hair as hers, holds up a similar cup and gratefully accepts her compliment, pleased to confirm the success of her culinary experiment. She continues, delighted by the unusual and sweet potion, predicting unprecedented success for her brother should this marvelous drink be sold. Her words about her brother becoming rich if he dares to put it up for sale are filled with genuine faith in his talent and entrepreneurial spirit. Brother Ailette, scrutinizing the empty cup, speaks with half-whispered words about the improbability of what is happening. His gaze, full of wonder and at the same time a certain admiration for his own creation, betrays his mixed feelings. In response to his reaction, Ayelet, glowing with pride and happiness, rejects her brother's offer to see something else. Her exclamation of his improbability is not just praise, but an expression of deep respect for his unusual gift. Ayelet's smile never leaves her face as she, full of determination and strength, affirms her admiration for his abilities. Her words, "I know," sound like a promise of support and faith in his future accomplishments. The offer to purchase his talent as a sword master for a huge sum of money, which leaves his brother in a state of complete shock. This moment becomes a turning point, highlighting the potential he can realize and the possibilities open to him. Ayla urges her brother to avenge himself, displaying the coin as a symbol of opportunity and motivation. Her face radiates self-confidence and firmness, indicating her belief in his strength and abilities. Ayla vigorously tosses the coin upward, and her actions are filled with unwavering faith in her brother and his abilities. This action seems to be the beginning of a new chapter in their lives, full of adventure and change. The brother, presented in the guise of a sword master, looks into the mirror. He has a look of confusion and bewilderment on his face, as if he is surprised by the changes that have taken place in his own person and is not quite sure what he sees. The brother sitting on the floor in a state of shock, with coins and petals scattered around him. He looks completely dumbfounded, and his exclamations emphasize his amazement and disbelief at what is happening. Eyelet's brother, a boy with pink hair, holds a wooden stick in confusion. His anxious gaze and the retro decor surrounding him create an atmosphere of bewilderment and confusion. Standing in the training arena, Ayelet turns in consternation to his shadow, who has unexpectedly defeated him, indignantly asking how she dared to do so, while his laughter sounds nervous rather than joyful. Their teacher, impressed by Ayelet's skills, does not hide his delight, shouting words of praise and noting that the boy is making progress every day, which emphasizes his rapid development. In a garden full of flowers, the teacher gives Ayelet some friendly advice on fencing, speaking of the importance of technique and grace, while the boy sincerely thanks him for his help. Another student, feeling rejected, grudgingly points out to the teacher that he should be the center of attention and not his brother, expressing his disappointment and jealousy. The teacher apologizes to the offended student, acknowledging his surprise and admiration for Ayelet's talent, a statement that emphasizes his fine abilities. The student, feeling unappreciated, responds to the teacher with obvious irritation, emphasizing that Ayelet's successes are only the teacher's opinion and that his own accomplishments do not get the attention they deserve. Holding a grudge, the student dreams of a real weapon instead of a wooden stick, believing that it would help improve his strength and skill. He is convinced that if he had a real sword in his hands instead of a wooden imitation, he would be able to show his true talent. Ayelet stands against a backdrop of bright sunny weather and classical architecture, cheerfully asks his apprentice to bring something inside, and he enthusiastically agrees, showing his respect and obedience. Brother Ayelet, a young boy with pink hair, looks lost and weary as he sits on the stone steps and leans on his shovel. He is concerned to notice that his strength is deserting him, and he feels much worse than he did at the beginning of the day. This is a reflection of his inner restlessness and the growing realization that inexplicable changes are happening to him. We watch Brother Ayelet walk slowly along the wall, his sad gaze fixed downward and his body tilted slightly forward. His movements seem mechanical, as if each step is an effort. At this moment, he seems completely detached from reality, immersed in his anxieties and insecurities. A haughty young man who looks down from the balcony with a smirk. He confidently declares that he can knock out Brother Ayelet without a weapon, as if already anticipating his victory. It's an expression of his contempt and confidence in his own power, as well as his desire to dominate and subjugate others. Sarcastically, with a smile, the boy suggests to his brother Ayelet that he try to sit down, as if playfully hinting at his helplessness and supposed inability to resist the challenge. This gesture demonstrates his arrogance and desire to humiliate Brother Ayelet before his own triumph. The taunter continues his provocations, bellowing that Brother Ayelet has no chance in a confrontation with him. His words are sharp and cruel, as if he can already see Brother Ayelet falling before him, confirming his superiority. However, contrary to his expectations, Brother Ayelet easily dodges the unexpected flying threat as the flower pot rapidly falls downwards. His reaction is quick and instinctive, demonstrating an inner strength and agility that he himself does not yet fully realize. Surprise and consternation appear on the mocker's face as his malice fails. The flower pot shatters on the balustrade, and he realizes that his attempt to humiliate Brother Eyelet has been a complete failure. Brother Eyelet is perfectly willing to deflect the stone debris directed at him, skillfully using his shovel as a shield. His calmness and concentration at this critical moment makes one wonder about the hidden reserves of his strength. There comes a moment of realization for the mocker when his voice, full of shock and horror, reveals his shock at his inability to strike Brother Eyelet, who seems unmoved by his attacks. Brother Eyelet stands, surrounded by a halo of mystical energy, with activated abilities that automatically block any attacks. In his gaze, we see not only surprise, but also a newfound confidence in himself and his unexpected abilities. Eile apologizes in consternation, promising not to be disturbed again, while something swift and bright flies through the sky above the city. Her pink hair blows in the wind, and her gaze is full of fear. The scene is filled with suspense and foreshadowing of incomprehensible events, reflecting the anxiety and worry that has gripped the girl. Standing in the street with a basket full of bottles, Eyelet smiles to herself, jokingly thinking of her brother as a chump. He, standing in the distance, doesn't see her and is busy minding his own business. The sunlight plays on her hair, creating a feeling of lightness and carefree, contrasting with her previous mood. When her brother finds Eyelet standing with the basket, he exclaims with surprise, delighted at the unexpected encounter. Eyelet, in turn, responds joyfully to his challenge, greeting him. The moment is full of warmth and familial bonding, reflecting the closeness and affection between brother and sister. Eyelet proudly tells her brother about her potions and the fondue she has prepared while under the impression of recent events. She puts all of her passion and talent into creating these magical flavors, which is expressed in every detail of her creation, every bottle in the basket. In demonstrating her potions, Eyelet shows her brother the world of her imagination: grape, coffee, mint, steak, and even blueberry muffin-flavored potions. Each one is a reflection of her unusual taste and ability to see the unusual in the ordinary, making her creations truly unique. Realizing how much effort her brother puts into his nightly fencing, Eyelet reminds him to eat well and take care of himself. She expresses her care and attention, which is so important for support and motivation on the path to mastery. Convincingly and hopefully, Eyelet speaks to her brother about the future, mentioning Master Ramayo and the Risha Ray Academy, a place where he can reach his full potential. Her words are filled with faith in his abilities and a desire to see him succeed. His brother listens to Eyelet's words, amazed at the depth of her care and support. His eyes reflect a gleam of surprise and admiration, and he cannot hide his emotions in the face of such genuine love and attention. Eile, modestly waving away his gratitude, says that it wasn't hard, and that she needed someone to try her inventions on. There is a slight playfulness in her words and a willingness to share her accomplishments with those in need. Her brother realizes the depth of Eilet's gift, realizing that the fondant is not just a candy, but a symbol that she is willing to share her knowledge and skills with him, making this moment especially touching and meaningful. Eile sincerely thanks her brother for his kindness, to which he replies with a smile that she is the best sis ever. His face glows with joy and warmth, sparks of happiness play in his eyes, and his sister's words obviously touch his very heart. Eilet's face reflects confusion and anxiety. Ugh, she repeats, as if something important is distracting her, and her gaze is full of indecision and confusion, as if she herself cannot understand what is happening around her. Her brother, with a slight mocking tone, asks Eyelet about what she just did, teasing and laughing at the situation. He stands behind her and watches his sister studying diligently at the table. Eyelet, responding, playfully offers him a game of puppets for 100 minutes in return for his thanks. The brother seems puzzled by Eilet's offer to play dolls. His eyes widen with surprise, and he repeats the word game, incomprehensibly. His reaction reflects a mixture of surprise and bewilderment, as if he finds himself in a situation that is completely incomprehensible to him. Eyelet enthusiastically tells her brother that they were once siblings in a past life, Her words sound like a revelation, and her face is lit up with confidence and clarity, as if she is sharing her deepest and most meaningful secret. The brother and sister's conversation is interrupted by a gruff male voice from afar. He demands that the brother finish his business and follow him. His tone is unobjectionable, and his gestures show impatience. The brother, after a slight hesitation, turns to Islet and says that they must part. His face expresses regret, and his voice is soft, as if he is trying to soften the moment of parting, which is clearly not his will. Islet urges her brother to postpone the games and practice, emphasizing the importance of the latter. Her words sound resolute and full of care, as if she's trying to convince her brother that she is serious. She waves goodbye to Islet, a smile on her face. In spite of his outward casualness, there is a warm feeling in his gaze, as if he wants to keep that smile in his heart. Brother, standing alone, contemplates his sister's strange words. His face expresses confusion and bewilderment, his eyes staring off into the distance as if he is searching for answers in the air. Brother Islet, with pink hair, stands alone, looking up into the sky, questioningly thinking about the reasons for his loneliness. His eyes reflect longing and misunderstanding, unwilling to accept the feeling of emptiness despite the beauty and bright day that surrounds him. This contradiction between the character's inner world and the world around him makes the scene particularly emotional. Meanwhile, when Islet's brother notices the prince, he instantly goes from brooding to action, shouting his title. His sudden running and the words, "Ah, running, already running," show the character's willingness to drop everything and go after the one he calls the prince, indicating his deep devotion and possibly hidden love. Islet, on the other hand, carries a tray of tea with a smile on her face, immersed in her thoughts and smiling happily. Her serene expression and ease of movement show that she is in harmony with her occupation and her surroundings. This contrast with her brother makes her image even more vivid and warm. Islet admits to herself the fear of being revealed as not being a true alchemist. This moment of self-reflection expresses her insecurity and fear of losing the respect of others, emphasizing the complexity of her inner world. Aylet's anxiety about the possibility of her secret becoming known shows her humanity and vulnerability. Her reasoning about whether to ask God for help gives her a touch of spirituality and reveals the depth of her feelings. The unexpected dropping of the bottle and Islet's exclamation of, "I," suddenly changes the mood of the scene, adding an element of surprise and hinting at a possible reversal in the plot. This moment of involuntary chaos brings a sense of tension to the story. Islet's apology to someone she is seeing for the first time and her stuttering, "Are you all right?" shows her humility and concern for others. It shows her good-heartedness and willingness to take the blame even for unintentional mistakes. When the prince picks up the viol, the TK 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 sounds build up, foreshadowing a meaningful plot development. We see that the prince is acting cautiously, which may suggest that he is careful and deliberate. The prince's question about whether Islet created the potion and his surprise opens a new page in their relationship. Now we see that the prince begins to see Islet not just as a girl with a tray, but as a person with secrets and talents. The prince's enigmatic face and his words, very original, are filled with ambiguity, creating an atmosphere of intrigue and a possible new perception of Islet as a unique alchemist whose skills can surprise even the prince. Islet looks intently at Katreya Killet, who utters with a kind of knowledge and mystery in her voice, "I know you." A tense anticipation hovers between them, and it seems that they both share some unknown history, making this moment especially meaningful for both of them. The clashing gazes between Ayla and the viewer are striking in their sincerity. Standing with a tray full of bottles, she looks slightly puzzled, as if faced with a situation she doesn't know how to back away from. Her eyes are full of questions, her face a slight embarrassment, which gives the scene a note of vulnerability. Rays of light streaming into the room gently envelop the figure of Katreya, who is accepting a tray of bottles from Aylet. This exchange, filled with warmth and care, seems to symbolize the passing of the baton between generations or the beginning of a new chapter in their relationship. Suddenly, the scene is filled with tension. A woman in a stately dress exclaims, "Mother? What brings you here all of a sudden?" Her voice sounds both indignant and surprised, and along with the horror on Aylet's face as she listens, there is a sense of underlying conflict. Islet looks at the woman in the dress with an expression of bewilderment and alarm. Mother? The word hanging in the air reflects her confusion. She seems to be confronted with something unforeseen, and together with her, we, the audience, try to unravel the meaning of this sudden turn of events. The portrait of Cathria, bathed in light, inspires admiration. So she is Katreya Killet, comes to mind, and it's like a revelation to Katreya herself, who has just learned some important truth about her own identity or role in the story. The pages of the book, full of cryptic text, suggest that the key to Islet's story is before us. I remember her character in the original novel tells us that perhaps this whole world is just a fiction, a fantasy that comes to life before the eyes of the protagonist. Islet, staring out the window, pensively ponders. I remember these talents, I wonder. Her thoughts are gripping, prompting her to ponder how the past can suddenly invade the present, intertwining with current events and creating a new reality. Kathria's thoughtful step through the garden, her thoughts echoing the words, "That's why she looked at me like that." There is much hidden in that phrase. Perhaps surprise, perhaps a realization of the importance of the moment, perhaps the beginning of a new mystery. Ayelet, peeking through the door, finds something familiar and yet new in this moment. She's an interesting character, but she's even more interesting alive. She's exactly as I imagined her to be. Her reflection shows that imagination and reality sometimes overlap in surprising ways. Ayelet, a young girl with pink hair, stands by the window in a cozy room. She gazes thoughtfully into the distance, pondering the protagonist of her story. In her imagination, he is someone she herself has created, and she gently wonders if he has become as she has described him. In this moment, her fantasy world seems limitless and full of possibilities. Aile, still in her dream world, presents the perfect hero with a twinkle in her eye. She describes his gorgeous silver hair and eyes shimmering with the color of the sea. In the girl's imagination, he stands before her, surrounded by shining light, and this vision makes her heart beat faster with delight. Ayelet dreams of meeting the protagonist, despite her simple life as a girl student with disabilities. In Ayelet's eyes, there is hope and dreams, and at the same time a realization of the reality in which she exists. Sitting pensively at her desk, Ayelet looks through the window and sadly reflects on the fact that perhaps the only way to meet her hero is through deception. She realizes that the real world requires real action, and sometimes fantasies can only be dreams. Bianna knocks quietly on the door. She seems collected and serious and waits for Ayelet to answer. Her gaze is strained and cautious, as if she has come with an important message. Ayelet, sitting on the bed, seems animated and full of anticipation. She is waiting to meet Bianna, the Count's daughter, who may open a door to a new world or bring unexpected news. When Bianna speaks through the door, her voice sounds stern and formal. She identifies herself by demanding confirmation from Ayelet. Her words are imbued with a tone of urgency and the importance of the moment. Ayelet's response is enthusiastic and welcoming. She opens the door wide, ready to learn what has brought Bianna to her. Bianna informs her that Ayelet's family has wandered off, leaving her alone. Tension builds as Bianna stands on the threshold and confesses her deception. Her face reflects the struggle between duty and guilt as she stands on the threshold of the big reveal. Ayelet's shock is palpable as she faces Bianna's unexpected confession. Her gaze reads a mixture of surprise and bewilderment, for it's not every day you are confessed to deceit, especially when it's the daughter of an earl who does it. Bianna, with her dark blue hair, opens her soul to her grandmother, confessing a deep sense of hatred that has lingered since childhood. Her words hang in the air, filled with sadness and despair. Young Bianna stands next to her grandmother, who seems indifferent and silent. Her granddaughter searches her eyes for some kind of response, but is met only with a cold silence that leaves a trace of longing in her heart. Ayelet, a girl with pink hair, sincerely tries to support Bianna, assuring her that her grandmother has reasons for her behavior. Her words are filled with warmth and understanding, trying to bring clarity to the sad story. Astonishment and confusion are reflected on Ayelet's face as she utters a short "baya," as if trying to summarize in one syllable all her thoughts and feelings about what she has heard. Biana, despite her difficult feelings, still protects the image of her grandmother in her heart, declaring her unconditional love and affection despite her pain. Shock and indignation struggle in Ailette, who cannot accept what has happened. Her exclamation of, "How did this happen?" shows her inner protest and rejection of the situation. Biana's father discovers the reasons for her grandmother's coldness by confessing that his mother does not like that he is from a commoner background. This revelation reveals the depth of family strife and prejudice. The tense scene between Biana's father and grandmother demonstrates the rift in the family, where the grandmother stands stubbornly and the father tries to find understanding, all of which Biana observes with a pained heart. The peaceful gesture of Biana's father seeking forgiveness from his mother brings a note of reconciliation and understanding to the heavy atmosphere, leaving hope for a resolution of the conflict. And at this moment, Biana's mother expresses her desire to meet her granddaughter, which makes the girl hesitate, awakening excitement and questions about her grandmother's intentions. Biana looks confused and concerned when a clerk in a formal suit blocks her way and apologizes, explaining that the Countess wishes to have a one-on-one meeting, which makes her wonder about the events to come. Aile, a girl with pink hair, addresses Biana, trying to reassure her by saying that everything is fine, but the look on Biana's face suggests that Ailette's words do little to reassure her. Katreya Killet, Biana's grandmother, stands in the lush garden with her back turned to the viewer, creating a sense of her grandeur and impregnability, and her posture radiates calm and confidence. Katreya turns to meet Ailette's gaze, and her face, expressing sternness and authority, foreshadows a serious conversation, adding weight to their meeting. Aile sits alone at a table overflowing with sweets, and her anxious expression and look of concern betray her inner tension and sense of unease. Grateful for her time, Katreya informs Aile of the prepared sweets, and Ailette's unimaginable expression of surprise and embarrassment shows that she did not expect such a turn. Katreya looks in surprise at the table overflowing with treats, and her question about the number of invited guests sounds rhetorical, emphasizing the excessive opulence of the setting. Aile looks lost and confused under Katreya's gaze, and her confusion emphasizes the awkwardness of the moment, making her even more vulnerable. Katreya asks Ailette a direct question about her relationship with Biana, with her gaze full of anticipation and demanding an honest answer, adding tension to their encounter. Biana stands in front of Katreya, feeling her scrutinizing and questioning gaze on her. The moment is filled with anticipation for her answer, which seems to have far-reaching consequences. Ailette stands, nervously crossing her fingers behind her back, tensely awaiting the outcome of her actions. An attempt to comfort herself with the words, "It's okay, that's fine too," resounds in her head. Despite her excitement, she tries to remain optimistic and hope for the best. A joyfully smiling Ailette excitedly declares that she is Biana's best and closest friend. Her face sparkles with happiness, and she is enthusiastic, giving a thumbs-up gesture to show her full approval and support. Katreya remembers how beautiful Biana is, smart, sweet, and kind. She is proud of her granddaughter, who has lovingly and enthusiastically read all the books in the castle, which speaks to her extraordinary intelligence and curiosity. Ailette vigorously explains that Biana reads very quickly, much faster than most adults, and is proud of this, as if anticipating that Biana will achieve great things because of her talent. Katreya, unable to hide a smile, recalls the moment when Biana showed incredible intelligence in saving her and her brother from disaster. This memory warms her heart, and deep down she cannot help but admire her granddaughter's independence and ingenuity. Ailette, full of hope and desire to spend time with Katreya, asks her if she has come to visit her. The naivety and sincerity of this question emphasize Ailette's deep affection and respect for her grandmother. Biana, with a glint of hope in her eyes, asks Katreya if she has come specifically for her, which expresses her latent need for her grandmother's attention and love. The hope for personal attention lights up her face, making it vulnerable and open. Katreya looks at Biana with a piercing and evaluating gaze, slightly surprised by her assumption. Her eyes reflect a soulful depth and understanding that Biana is looking for confirmation of their close emotional bond. Biana, immersed in thought, is serious and focused as she questions the reasons for her survival. Her gaze is inquisitive and full of doubt, seeking deep answers to questions about her past and future. Katreya looks at Biana with bitterness and inner struggle, recognizing her as a special child whose singularity sets her apart. In her gaze is a mixture of sorrow and admiration for Biana's uniqueness. In a mysterious room filled with golden light and flowers sits Ailette with pink hair. She asks curiously, "Who are you really?" Her gaze is naive and searching for answers, and the environment around her radiates warmth and comfort. The glimmer of orbits and stars in her eye suggests that Ailette has a special ability, life-death. She seems mysterious and full of deep meaning, for her eyes hold a secret that is hard to uncover. Now Katreya Killet appears, an older woman with white hair, shrouded in temporal gears, as if she can see through time. She speaks of magic that allows her to see how much life is left, as if she herself touches the very essence of death. Aile asks Katreya with simple-mindedness why she has memorized some commonplace sugar flavor, expressing her bewilderment with pure and sincere interest in the simple pleasures of life. Katreya speaks sadly of the fate they both have, to die on the same day. Her words are imbued with tragedy and inevitability, condemning them to a common fate against all odds. In a moment of revelation, Katreya is shocked when Ailette reveals the knowledge of their shared end. Her face expresses mixed feelings of surprise and fear of what is to come. Ailette says thoughtfully that those who possess life-death see life to the end. Her eyes are full of wisdom and serenity, as if she has accepted this fate. Meanwhile, Kathria feels a longing, realizing that she cannot intervene in the lives of others or change what she sees. Her eyes are filled with tears and her heart with sorrow. In the lead-up to the parting, Katreya was ready to leave, resigned to her fate. Her willingness to part with her granddaughter is imbued with sadness and detachment. She dismisses the pain of separation by turning away from Ailette. Her posture and facial expression are full of despair and rejection of the reality of their fate. Ailette, with her pink hair, looks away pensively, her gaze full of reflection and silence. Next to her, Katreya, Bianca's grandmother, tells her that she doesn't need to stay away from little Bianca now, which reeks of the promise of a new relationship and hope for a better future for all of them. There is a sense of relief in Katreya's words and some hidden joy for this new step. Katreya looks at Ailette with a scrutinizing gaze, her eyes reflecting sternness and steadfastness. She asks who Ailette is, as if questioning her true identity or place in their world. The question hangs in the air, adding a note of mystery and anticipation of an answer that could change everything. Ailette sits at the table, confusion and bewilderment written all over her face. She has a plate of food in front of her, but her eyes are staring off into the distance, as if she is a mystery to herself, and the moment makes the viewer wonder what brought her to this state. There is tension in the room, and suddenly Ailette tries to say something, but her words sound uncertain and confused. There is awkwardness in her movements, and her cheeks are pink with embarrassment. The whole moment is imbued with lightness and humanity, emphasizing her youth and spontaneity. Katreya says, "Okay, don't talk," and you can hear a note of patience and understanding in her voice. She gives Ailette space, not pressuring her, showing her concern and willingness to wait for the girl to gather her thoughts. This soft yet firm statement adds warmth to their relationship. Boldly and decisively, Katreya declares, "I can see for myself." These words are imbued with confidence and power, as if she is ready to come face to face with anything to be seen. There is a sense of resilience and wisdom in her act that adds depth to her character. Ailette stands in the center of a circle of light, magical butterflies floating around her, creating a halo of mystery. Katreya observes her and speaks of the strange number of years of life, as if there are too many events in her life for one lifetime. This revelation makes the moment even more mystical and exciting. After discovering the secret of reincarnation, Katreya explains that Ailette's knowledge of the future is the result of her rebirth. There is a sense of destiny and otherworldly connection in this revelation, which surrounds Ailette with a halo of eternity and prophecy. Katreya's radiant smile glows with warmth and recognition when she tells Ailette that she has changed Bianca's fate. There is so much gratitude and warmth in this confession that even the air around her seems lighter and warmer, and the story is filled with true goodness. Ailette looks forward, her eyes reflecting genuine gratitude when she says that Katreya saved her Bianca. In that simplicity of words and purity of gaze lies an immense gratitude and love that makes the moment especially touching and memorable. Eilette, a young girl with curly pink hair, smiles cheerfully as she declares her happiness at her new friendship. Her sincere facial expression and bright green eyes glow with joy and warmth, reflecting her inner excitement and anticipation of a close relationship with a new friend whose presence she treasures. Katreya Killet, a countess with a noble and calm demeanor, expresses deep gratitude. With her noble facial features and neatly styled white hair, she portrays an image of dignity and grandeur while making no secret of her warmth and sensitivity to the benevolence shown to her. In a room with an elaborate table, Katreya, dressed in an elegant gown, bows low, thanking her for the private dinner or tea party. Her gratitude is not a mere formality, but an expression of sincere emotion that emphasizes her respect for the one who shared this meal with her. With a sad gaze turned to the void, Katreya regrets the unlived moments of love and quietly expresses her hope for a renewed relationship with her granddaughter. Her words, full of unrealized feelings and expectations, evoke sympathy and sadness in the viewer. Biana, a girl with dark blue hair and deep eyes, quietly calls Katreya grandmother. In her gaze is a mixture of tenderness and sadness, and at the same time strength and determination, reflecting the complexity of their relationship and the depth of the feelings she harbors for her grandmother. Overwhelmed with emotion, Katreya meets Biana with unexpected surprise and relief. Her reunion with her granddaughter brings a flood of feelings, and she exclaims, as if lost in time, unable to believe her happiness that Biana is near again. Biana looks at Katreya, full of bewilderment, and asks if it is true that she has been kept at a distance because of the inevitability of her early death. The girl's eyes are wide and read the shock of this revelation, her lips trembling with shock. Katreya apologizes to Biana, admitting that she hurt her, fearing for her future. Biana's voice trembles with emotion, and her eyes are filled with sadness and remorse. Her face expresses deep sorrow and immense guilt. Katreya warmly embraces Biana, creating an atmosphere of redemption and unspoken words around them. Embracing her granddaughter, the grandmother seems devastated, but also filled with hope that the wounds of the past can be healed. Biana, relieved to be tucked into Katreya, says with tears in her eyes that she is very glad because her grandmother does not hate her. They are words of forgiveness, words that relieve fear and loneliness, words that accept love. The warm embrace between Katreya and Biana captures their shared pain and hope for healing. This moment of bonding between them is imbued with a deep sense of compassion and love. The young Eilette, sitting on her knees in prayer, and Katreya, gazing admiringly at her, reflect the harmony and understanding between the different generations. The warmth and respect between them is felt in every look and gesture. Katreya, touching the cross around her neck, speaks warmly to Eilette about her bright soul, conveying through her words her deep respect and recognition of the girl's purity and innocence, which gives the scene a special sincerity. By giving Eilette the cross, Katreya hopes for a friendship between her and Biana, thus laying the foundation for future understanding and bonding. This gesture is full of hope and symbolizes a new beginning. Eilette's smile as she receives the cross from Katreya is radiant with gratitude and joy. She holds the gift tightly as if promising to cherish this memory and appreciate her new bond with Biana. Katreya, looking empathetically at Eilette, offers to share whatever is weighing on her heart, showing her care and willingness to support her. In this action, one can sense the desire to help and bring comfort. Eilette realizes with a look of surprise that a moment has passed. Her face reflects excitement and surprise, as if she has learned something sudden and significant. Determination frozen on her face as she speaks of her desire to visit the mysterious place called Cheonjanjong. The glow in her eyes and the bright blush on her cheeks emphasize the persistence of her intentions. She sits with her head down, plunged into doubt by the rumors of the training area. Her gaze expresses the worry and puzzlement that the peace-building spirit's warning of possible deception has caused. Katreya, inspiring respect with her calm demeanor, addresses Eilette with benevolence. Her words that the offer to go to the ceremony together is not difficult sound, supportive and gentle. Isla is radiant with joy at the quest she has received, which seems like an exciting adventure. There is excitement and anticipation on her face, as if she is preparing for an important event. Under the blue sky and the dazzling rays of the sun, she firmly declares her intention to leave this place, reflecting her determination to change her fate. A boy with a sad look lies in bed, as if discarded by the world. Islet sees him as the protagonist of her story, feeling a possible connection to him. Against a clear sky, Katreya stands gazing pensively into the distance. Her words are filled with majesty and mystery, heralding the beginning of a new chapter in their journey together. Islet reaches out to the man and the child with delight and gratitude. Everything around them is filled with light and tranquility, as if they were on the threshold of a new life. Katreya turns to Islet and peacefully offers to go on her way. Her words of gratitude sound like a farewell to the past and an invitation to the future. In the cozy room, Islet anxiously says goodbye to her brother. He reassures her that he will be back soon. Nearby, a young man with glasses, dressed in a light-colored sweater and dark vest, earnestly warns Islet to be careful, not to talk to strangers, and to watch herself. Islet, in turn, replies with emphasized independence that she is no longer a child, showing her irritation at the overprotective attitude. Biana stands against a backdrop of majestic buildings and clear skies, seemingly immersed in waiting or contemplation. But suddenly her face lights up with emotion, and she exclaims upon seeing something in the distance that causes her shock or excitement. Her expression is full of anticipation and sudden surprise. Islet meets Biana in the company of a young man and a guy with pink hair. The young man remorsefully and apologetically tells Biana that he won't be able to keep her company, while Islet looks worried and apologetic in the face of unspoken circumstances. In a secluded corner, Biana speaks gently and caringly to Islet, alluding to her recent actions and overflowing trunk, as if checking to see if all is indeed well. Islet responds with joy and enthusiasm, assuring her that everything is fine and that this state of mind is just a foretaste of the adventure ahead. Islet, reflecting, shares her thoughts about the fact that an important character in their story has not yet appeared, but concludes that his absence is not critical while maintaining her lightness and positive mood. At the moment when Biana seems about to say something important, their conversation is interrupted by a servant who appears out of the blue, holding a tray with a beautifully decorated treat. The servant hands Islet a box of macaroons that glitter with iridescent colors. This gesture of sophistication and attention to detail reflects the chef's care and desire to please. The Count's castle closed off to the world during the period of training, creating a difficult environment for survival, emphasizing the arduous path the characters have to travel. Islet looks away, brooding over the significance of the protagonist's return, and concludes that his absence does not play a significant role, reflecting her inner peace. Biana may be about to continue the conversation she has started, but at that moment the character's attention is drawn to a tray that a servant presents with an exquisite package, heralding a new twist to their day. Isla, wide-eyed with surprise, looks at the gift in her hands. Biana, the Count's daughter, stands before her, and Islet thanks her for the beautiful item, exclaiming at its beauty. There is a sense of warmth and sincerity in this simple exchange. Islet feels joy and appreciation. Biana smiles and whispers to Islet, mysteriously asking her to share her true age. There is a playfulness in her voice, and the touch is gentle and intriguing. Apparently, it is important for Biana to know more about her new acquaintance, for she is looking for deeper than just a superficial acquaintance. Islet laughs in response and promises to tell it later. An air of merriment hovers around them, but a sudden reminder of the leak inspector causes Islet to look around worriedly. This moment hints at the mysteries they will have to solve on their onward journey. From outside, a voice is heard calling for departure. Someone, perhaps a servant or travel organizer, is ready to escort their group. They stand on the threshold of beginning their adventure, and this voice fills them with anticipation of the events to come. Katreya Killet, Biana's grandmother, advises Islet to be careful. She speaks of a cosmic transition stone, and her words are filled with wisdom and mystery. Katreya seems to have knowledge of the magical aspects of their world that Islet has yet to learn. They see a man holding a stone with an incredible glow. It is a moment of revelation when the cosmic transitional stone comes true. Its light illuminates their faces, and the magic of the stone seems ready to transport them somewhere else. The magical energy of the stone envelops Eyelet. She covers her face from the bright light that overwhelms her. Her surprise and delight at feeling the magic at this moment cannot be described in words. With her eyes closed, Eyelet experiences a magical transition, and when she slowly opens them, her gaze is filled with a new realization. It is as if she is crossing a threshold into a new world, and it marks the beginning of something great. After the transition, Eyelet stands in the middle of the new reality. Her eyes are full of amazement, and she is literally stunned by her new experiences. All around her is a celebration of life and beauty, and she is determined to face the challenges ahead. They reach their goal, the majestic castle that looms before them. This fairy tale place seems to have emerged from the pages of an ancient legend, and now Ayelet and her companions will have to uncover all its secrets. Ayelet, radiant with excitement, exclaims at the number of people gathered, her eyes full of innocent wonder. Beside her stands her grandmother, Katreya Killet, her gaze warm and indulgent, sharing her granddaughter's excitement as she watches the festivities of the day of sacrifice. The boy stares wistfully into the distance, his eyes reflecting a dream of greater things, a chance to discover his potential. He wants to apply for a scholarship, eager to measure his abilities and eager to learn, surrounded by the city's bustle and the hum of the crowd. Ebiana's grandmother, Katreya, with tender care, reminds little Eyelet to stay close, not to move away. Eyelet, with a confident smile and a twinkle in her eyes, replies, "Good," their warm bond felt in the simple gesture of their interlocked hands. Two young men in white robes are discussing the number of new arrivals. One of them asks the other how many he wants to recruit, to which he receives a firm answer of none, reflecting his reluctance to drag anyone into his business. The young man in white reproachfully declares to the other that he is a fool who does not understand the importance of education for the gifted, and chides him for not being able to properly display his divine abilities at such a young age. With noticeable irony, one of the young men in white mentions how everyone complains and whines, expressing a desire to return home, and speculates about the bitter fate of homeless and defenseless children like themselves who are deprived of ordinary care and warmth. The young man in white looks out into the corridor, his appearance full of care and hidden concern, while the other characters pass by, immersed in their own thoughts and affairs, separated from his inner world. One of the boys in white warily addresses the other, emphasizing his inattention and urging him to focus on the children in their care, reflecting the importance of this responsibility. With a critical mood, one young man accuses the other of allowing himself illusions of holiness by engaging in empty prayers and hopes, ignoring real action that could bring about change. The guy in white scornfully rebukes his companion for his unwillingness to see real progress and his preoccupation with useless prayer and meditation, which is his usual occupation. A man with silver hair and blue eyes, dressed in a white robe with leaf decorations, stands in a room with tracery windows. He says no firmly, and his gaze is full of determination. A staff is clutched in his hands, and he prays for someone to come home, his face expressing hope and concern for that person. In another corner of the same building stands a young man with dark hair and a similar patina. He anxiously asks the silver-haired man about what he has seen. Receiving a brief and reserved reply of nothing, he looks puzzled and agitated, not expecting this turn in the conversation. The silver-haired man turns away, assuming an end to the conversation, and paces on the floor tiles glinting with light. The young man with dark hair insists on action, saying it's time to go, his words full of determination and implying a certain urgency. Eyelet, with pink hair, sits in a simple restaurant that serves food for children who often face society's judgment. She listens intently to a young man explaining the complex reality they are forced to live in. Next to them, Katreya Killet, a woman with white hair, watches the conversation, her gaze full of sympathy and understanding. Katreya Killet, addressed to the other woman as Your Ladyship, learns of the postponement of the budget meeting. She stands with grandeur and authority, and Eyelet beside her looks surprised at this sudden change in their plans. The situation becomes awkward for Eyelet. She looks embarrassed and ready to apologize for her presence, but Katreya reassures her that there is no obstacle to the meeting and that everything is under control, showing concern and confidence. Katreya turns to Pavel and asks him to look after Islet, showing her trust in the young man. Paul seems surprised but willing to comply with Katreya's request. His manner shows respect and deference to his elder. Katreya stands in front of the majestic door, raising her head and gazing at it. Her silhouette is carved into the background of the building, creating a sense of the impending importance and possibly hard decisions she will have to make. Paul and Islet are standing by waiting for further instructions. Paul, standing next to Islet, looks pensive, as if weighing Katreya's words, but his decision has already been made. He will take care of the girl. Paul turns to Islet, offering her a game. His face expresses lightness and friendliness. Despite the seriousness of the situation, he is willing to lighten the mood and give Islet time to be happy and carefree. Islet, the girl with pink hair, stands there with obvious bewilderment and indignation. Her eyes are filled with indignation at someone who is disgusted by children. She cannot hide her contempt for such a person and confesses that she herself has encountered such a thing. She speaks excitedly about the sight of elven orphans thrown out onto the streets. Islet's face glows with the joy of meeting these children, her movements full of energy and determination to help them. Islet discovers a valuable plant, believed to be a cure for the plague that could save many lives in the future. She examines it with complete seriousness and respect, realizing the great responsibility she has as the finder of this herb. Happy and proud, Islet holds the discovered plant in her hands, smiling at the realization of its potential value. In this moment, she seems serene, full of hope and confidence in a bright future. Islet sits pensively on the green lawn, thinking that soon people will realize the value of this herb and begin harvesting it en masse, which could lead to unexpected consequences. She hastily gathers the plant, knowing that she must act quickly to prevent it from disappearing due to a possible influx of people wanting to use it for their own purposes. A young man with silver hair approaches Islet, concernedly inquiring about her studies. His manner and tone express genuine interest in the girl's actions. With concern, he asks Islet if she is injured. His eyes, sparkling with concern, search her for signs of harm or pain. Struck by a sudden realization, Islet realizes that before her stands a mysterious child, shrouded in rumors and lore, whose legend was known to her. A young man with silver, glossy hair, speaking with shifting eye colors, gently declares to Islet that she is special, destined for great things, as the prophecies said. Islet, a girl with soft pink hair, seems surprised when someone affectionately touches her face and points out that she has dirt on her cheek. Her big green eyes are full of bewilderment, and in that moment, she seems a little embarrassed by the remark. A guy with snow-white hair who looks embarrassed by Islet's carelessness. His blue eyes are questioning, puzzled by her open and trusting face. He can't understand how she can be so direct and unguarded in the face of the world around her. Islet opens her eyes wide with surprise, recognizing the true hero before her, the right hand of the dragon. Her eyes are full of admiration, and her mouth is covered with her hands in a gesture of shock at such a sudden revelation. Islet reacts to the words of the young man, who turns to her and calmly says that he has a duty to be kind. Her face expresses mixed feelings. She's at the same time both surprised and amazed by his words. The young man, immersed in his own thoughts, wonders why he alone should bear this burden of kindness. His eyes are full of doubt, and his expression speaks of the inner turmoil of this burden. Islet, a girl with pink hair, is confronted by a small robot who was looking for a relic of relics and was surprised to find it in the girl's possession. Her gaze is full of surprise and bewilderment, as she did not expect the source of the powerful energy to be her and not someone more imposing. Islet's interest is piqued when she notices the pendant on the robot's arm. She tentatively touches it and looks questioningly at the robot, suspecting that she is holding the Anja's relic itself. Her eyes glow with curiosity, and she is eager to learn more about the mystical object. The pendant, illuminated by the rays of light, shimmers with every hue, as if it holds the soul of a long-gone hero. Described in a text bubble, he sacrificed himself by closing the dungeon to stop something evil from happening. This object seems far more significant than a mere piece of jewelry. Islet's indignation builds as she holds the pendant, which she considers a shrine, wondering and resenting the act of handing over such an important item. Her emotions prevail, and she does not hide her outrage that such a valuable artifact could end up in the wrong hands. Eyelet moves close to the robot, noting with bewilderment the lack of divine power in it despite its connection to the relic. The robot also seems surprised by her words and doesn't know how to respond to her pointed remark. Tension builds as the robot looks directly into Eyelet's eyes and demands an explanation as to the origin of the sacred relic. He reads the seriousness in his eyes and expects her to answer. A stunned Eyelet defends herself, insisting that she did not steal the pendant. She claims that the pendant is her personal cross, the Katreg, which has a special meaning to her and is probably connected to her own history. Softening the situation, Eyelet changes her tone to a more playful and light-hearted one, offering the robot something to eat. Her smile and casual question shows that despite all the previous emotional outburst, she is able to switch to a more cheerful mood. The robot looks confused by his own feelings and confusion about the sudden offer. His awkwardness is emphasized by the fact that he doubts whether or not he should accept such an unexpected invitation to a restaurant. The man with dark hair asks a question that brings the story back to more mundane matters. His stern tone and bewilderment present a stark contrast to the lightness and playfulness of the previous exchange of remarks, closing the circle of the narrative with casual conversation about places to eat. Eyelet is overwhelmed with elation and happiness. She exclaims with a twinkle in her eye that she feels wonderful, celebrating the opportunity to accept herself for who she is. Her joy is contagious, and it is as if she is inviting those around her to share this moment of self-acceptance and personal harmony. Eyelet cheerfully informs her companion that she missed lunchtime and is now very hungry. Her carefree smile and sincerity make him admire her, and he cannot resist complimenting her, saying that her presence is so pleasant that he cannot take his eyes off her. This exchange of kindness and ease between them creates a feeling of warmth and trust. Someone holds up the pasta, judging its quality to be average and unimpressive compared to what is usually served in restaurants. This comment may reflect dissatisfaction or disappointment in expectations about culinary pleasures. Eyelet, enthusiastically demonstrating the sweetness, tries to convince her interlocutor to try it, but he refuses, explaining that he does not have the opportunity to do so. Eyelet assures him that the taste justifies the temptation, but her plans to return to work suggest that she will not let this minor disappointment interfere with her mood. Suddenly, Eyelet turns to her companion with a question about friends, and it seems like a really important bonding moment. Her genuine interest may be due to a sense of sympathy or a desire to deepen their relationship. When Eyelet receives a perplexed response, she quickly apologizes, perhaps feeling embarrassed by a possible misunderstanding. Her apology seems sincere, and there is a sense of concern not to cause discomfort. Then we see Eyelet in contemplation. She looks preoccupied as she recalls her childhood and orphanage, indicating deeper and possibly painful memories that have imprinted on her personality. Her interlocutor expresses surprise and incomprehension regarding her earlier words, adding to the sense of mystery and unspokenness between them. Two boys in white robes amidst the noise wonder about its source, which introduces an element of intrigue and anticipation of some event or development in the story. Eyelet, gripped by terror, cries out to synchronize the dungeon, which may speak of an internal conflict or impending threat that could destroy what she has carefully guarded in her heart and memory. This moment emphasizes her struggle and the urgency of the situation, leaving the reader in suspense of waiting to see what happens next. Under the looming threat, like a shadow of evening gloom, Eyelet cries out fearfully, but a young man with snow-white hair stands between her and danger like a snow warrior. His face is a mirror of calm and steadfastness, while the steel threads of his determination reach out to the unknown enemy, protecting not only her, but also the hope of salvation that flickers in his deep blue eyes. A gust of wind flutters Eyelet's pink hair as she fixes her gaze on the young man. They hold each other's hands as their every touch is intertwined with the silent promises and unspoken affirmations of their hearts. The world around them fades away, leaving only them, the mutual understanding, and the quiet beating of two hearts. Strong, confident words burst from the young man's lips, promising Eyelet protection. "You're safe next to me." He holds her tighter, and his words are not just sounds, they are a strong shield, a promise that he will not let fear overwhelm them, that in this stormy world she will find shelter in his arms. Exhausted, Islet weakens and whispers like the last petal ready to let go of a branch in the first whirlwind of winter. But her whisper carries so much meaning, so much quiet pleading, that it reaches him. And in that moment their souls touch each other like two shards of one whole, separated by fate. In the center of the feast, surrounded by toys and joyful children's laughter, Islet and the young man seem to have forgotten everything. Their faces are illuminated by an inner light, and they see before them a world where magic still exists, where every toy seems to be an invitation to childhood dreams. With a tinge of annoyance and incomprehension, Islet looks at this new, incomprehensible world. "Well, here we are," she says, as if the echo of her own thoughts echoes the uncharted world in which they find themselves, against their wishes and expectations. A dungeon opens before her in which every corner seems alive, every rustle is an invitation to a new challenge, every shadow is a riddle to be solved. "You have entered an S-level dungeon," she says, as if echoing the echo of her own determination to face these challenges. They both sit down, and the young man tells Islet that the average difficulty level of this dungeon is S-class, but they are ready for this challenge. His words are more than just information. They are an assurance that together they can overcome any obstacle. Both of them are surrounded by a myriad of toys, as if each object carries a piece of childhood joy and purity, a reminder of the carefree nature they once knew. This place they have come to is a space of memories and wonders that now seems so far away. A sudden realization overwhelms the young man. "Hey, this isn't a trick! This isn't a dungeon!" His eyes widen with shock, the realization that danger is getting closer, and this is not a game, this is a test in which the stakes are their lives. In the soft light of the evening sky, Islet, a girl with pink hair, notes with delight that what they see before them is not a dungeon, but a world full of wonders. Beside her, a boy, radiant with joy, tells of the fair in Orsha, filled with fun and amazing amusements, inviting her to enjoy the festivities together. An inner hall shrouded in a mist of blood-red color. From the depths of the mist comes the invitation of an unknown being who addresses the newly arrived souls, inviting them to introduce themselves, filling the air with mysticism and anticipation. The mysterious atmosphere reaches a climax when Rodrigo, the town's butler, emerges from the mist with fiery eyes and the elegance of an aristocrat who makes himself known with authority. His appearance inspires respect and a slight shiver, while promising the beginning of an incredible adventure. Islet and the silver-haired boy stand before us, their gazes full of determination and anticipation of entertainment. They seem ready to take up the challenge of the night and immerse themselves in a whirlwind of festive festivities, their energy infectious and promising endless fun. Next, Rodrigo enters the hall where the children are waiting for him, surrounded by presents. His appearance evokes mixed feelings, admiration and a slight fear of the unknown, but his presence is undeniably exciting. A group of children with a gleam of curiosity in their eyes and a slight puzzlement on their faces scrutinize the butler's every move, their gazes sincerely reflecting a naive perception of this magical moment. Rodrigo smiles and offers the children a treat. His smile is soft and reassuring. It spreads an atmosphere of safety and joy around him, inviting the children to be bolder in taking part in the festivities. Meanwhile, Rodrigo transforms the hall into a welcoming space for his little guests, offering them treats and games. He becomes the master of events, skillfully directing their fun and entertainment. A doll in a red dress, like a creature from a fairy tale, joyfully addresses the children, breathing into them courage and carelessness, her words emphasizing the carefree spirit and freedom that epitomize the spirit of the fair. A little girl with dark hair looks expectantly at a boy who comments approvingly on the treats, evoking sweet expectations of the feast and capturing warm memories of the evening. Aelit and Tessalid are confronted by an imposing man who blocks their path. Tessalid, terrified and desperate, screamed, begging not to turn into demons, as if this was something he had already seen and feared the most. The boy held a branch in his hands, and his eyes were full of tears and terror, while Aelit looked at him with compassion and bewilderment. The scene shifts to a child lying unconscious on the floor in a room surrounded by gloomy toys. Everything seems lifeless and ominous, and the shadows seem alive, filled with dark energy, which only adds to the sense of horror of what is happening. Eiley is reflected in the mirror with an expression of deep bewilderment. Her gaze is full of questions and concern, and it seems as if she is seeing something that contradicts reality or has realized something important that could drastically change the current state of affairs. The description of a life-saving curse that turns a person into a plaything when their life is in danger leaves a sense of grim calm in the face of the inevitable. This hard fact seems to be a key moment in the character's fate, emphasizing the hopelessness of their situation. Darkness fills the hall with toys, where Eilert looks at them with a sense of loss and anxiety. These toys seem to carry a part of the souls of those who had been transformed, and with each passing second it becomes more and more clear that they are not just lifeless objects. Rodrigo, with irony in his voice, suggests that the group leave the place where they are. He seems indifferent to their fear, and his facial expression and tone suggest an underlying threat and perhaps knowledge of something the others don't know. Rodrigo spreads his hands like a conductor in front of an orchestra, inviting them to take part in a sinister game of survival. His words echo in the huge hall, creating an inexpressible atmosphere of anticipation and fear. Ayelet faces a new challenge, her face reflecting determination and courage. She is ready to accept the challenge, despite the risks and the possibility of losing everything. The task presented before Aile and Tessalid seems hopeless, with rules where survival is victory and death is the inevitable outcome in case of failure. Tessalid's scream overrides all sound. The despair and fear emanating from it makes hearts sink. The scene is filled with tension, and the reader is filled with worry for the future of these characters. Aile is in a state of shock, sitting on her knees, her gaze devastated. Tessalidis, standing nearby, is holding a brightly wrapped gift and, addressing the girl, urges her to pull herself together, saying, "Hey, pull yourself together." These are words of encouragement, urging her not to give up in the face of hardship. Eilert pushes away with effort a heavy red gold object that apparently almost fell on her. Her expression is full of fear and despair. In the distance, Thucydides watches her struggle, his face fixed and serious. He does not intervene, but watches intently. A close-up image shows Ayelet holding the edge of the object with force, desperately resisting its weight. Her arms are tense, and her face displays terror at the inevitable blow that may follow. Ayelet stands, shouting something like a war cry. She says, "Pull yourself together, run or defend yourselves." All around her is chaos. People are panicked, their expressions suggesting they are lost and don't know what to do in this unexpected and dangerous situation. A group of people huddle together, their bodies bent with fear and stupor. They look helpless and dazed, having completely lost control of the situation. Ayelet stands, her eyes filled with gratitude and relief after the incredible stress and ordeal they have just endured. She thanks the care system for the resurrected, suggesting that there was some sort of protective force or mechanism that helped them in their time of need. She now looks away, seemingly reflecting on her abilities, calling them a god's privilege, a rapidly developing skill that requires caution and responsibility. This reflects her internal struggle and realization that she has to learn to control her powers. In the scene where Thucydides is looking into the distance, it is evident that he is assessing the situation and possibly preparing for action. His gaze is full of seriousness and thoughtfulness, foreshadowing the important decisions or actions he has to take. Thucydides performs an action that seems to require his utmost concentration and strength. He utters the words punishment, baptism, indicating some kind of ritual or powerful magical attack, perhaps for protection or purification. In the scene, Ayelet, smiling with relief, says to Thucydides, "Ugh, I knew you could do it. How did you know?" thus expressing her trust in his abilities and curiosity about the source of his knowledge or power. Ayelet, with her pink hair and green eyes, gestures animatedly as she speculates about something unusual about the blade and skin, but her speech is cut short when she realizes she is on the verge of revealing something important. Her face expresses mixed feelings, from surprise to a kind of concern, and she pauses as if trying to hide her true excitement or the secret she has inadvertently almost given away. Tessa Lead, with pale, almost white hair and deep blue eyes, stands straight and looks at Eyelet with surprise and slight bewilderment. His distracted look and the questioning tone in his voice when he asks Eyelet how she knew his name suggest that there is a secret between these two that is just beginning to unfold. Eyelet, for her part, seems confused and embarrassed by her tentative knowledge. Her hands clasp together and she averts her gaze, fighting her awkwardness. Eyelet cries out excitedly, and her face lights up with a guilty smile as she tries to avoid answering Thucydides directly. She looks as if she is balancing on the edge of honesty and the desire to hide the truth. Her facial expression and body language express confusion as she faces the dilemma of how to keep her secret without violating Thucydides' trust. Rodrigo, Count Orsha's butler, suddenly appears, and his voice is full of authority and determination as he orders the clowns to apprehend everyone who escapes. His sudden intervention adds tension to the scene, and the clowns, with their strained smiles and stares, create an atmosphere of menace and chaos against which Tesselid and Eyelet must fight to remain out of reach. Eyelet, already on the move, looks over her shoulder at Thucydides and urgently suggests escape, saying that they need to find a way to leave while they still have a chance. Her determination and seriousness is emphasized by her expressive eyes and gestures that emphasize the urgency of the situation. Thucydides, expressing concern and prudence, suggests that Eyelet hide, pointing to the closet as a possible refuge from imminent danger. His calm but serious face and quiet tone of voice convey the sense of control and protection he seeks to provide for them both. In seclusion, Eyelet tries to maintain her calm, taking deep breaths and exhalations, striving for inner peace. Thucydides watches her with tender concern, reminding her to keep her cool, which shows their mutual support and understanding of the situation. We then see Eyelet, exhausted and lying on the floor, contemplating her situation and inwardly vowing to improve her skills and training so that she will never be in such vulnerability again. Her determination and desperation reflect her desire to grow and become stronger despite the obstacles. When the danger has passed, Eyelet notices the wound on Tesselid's arm and remorsefully confesses her guilt. She feels responsible for his misfortune, her eyes full of worry, and she blames herself for hurting him. Noticing the wound on Thucydides, Eyelet is seized with guilt. The words, "It was me," burst from her lips while she looks at him with painful regret and remorse, genuinely worried for him and realizing the depth of her mistake. In the flickering gloom, under the light of a shooting star, Eyelet looks at Thucydides with bated breath. Her eyes are filled with anxiety and fear of being revealed, for her rash reaction to the magical glow could give away her true nature. Meanwhile, Rodrigo, standing off to the side, watches them, full of doubt and suspicion. Tesselid, fascinated by the mysterious glint in Eyelet's eyes, wonders what has caused the girl to be so excited. Her gaze is full of secrets and hidden feelings, and it makes him feel a kind of vague trepidation that he cannot unravel. Near them, Rodrigo, still unnoticed, creeps in the shadows, immersed in thought. Suddenly, Rodrigo decides to address Eyelet, but his words are lost in the silence. He does not understand how this mysterious girl could know his name, and his surprise is reflected in a look of questioning and bewilderment. Thucydides stands puzzled as well, trying to understand the situation and how it relates to his own story. After a brief pause, Tesselid, still stunned, asks a direct question, "Who are you?" His voice echoes with wariness and curiosity. Eyelet, on the other hand, feels the tension building as she meets his penetrating gaze. All the while, Rodrigo stands off to the side like a ghost, gazing into their interaction, trying to decipher their relationship. The situation changes when Eyelet notices that Tesselid is wounded. Her movements read unexpected care and tenderness as she rushes to him with healing intentions. Rodrigo watches this with sympathy, but also with a new suspicion, trying to figure out what makes her act this way. Tesselid, somewhat confused, is puzzled by Eyelet's concern. He fears that his wound may be something more, and in his eyes he reads fear of the girl's unclear intentions. But Rodrigo, still standing by, begins to suspect that Eyelet is not as simple as she seems. Surprised, Tesselid looks at the potion and at Eyelet, trying to understand where she got such knowledge from. He feels lost in the face of her enigmatic confidence and apparent ability to heal. Islet, on the other hand, seems completely calm and in command of the situation. Islet, smiling, continues to tease Thucydides, answering his questions with unwavering confidence. She enjoys the moment while Rodrigo, still shrouded in shadows, wonders about her past and true abilities. A pensive and stunned Thucydides tries to puzzle out how Islet could have learned of his illness and acquired such an expensive cure. At the same time, Rodrigo follows their dialogue closely, pondering Islet's possible hidden secrets. Islet, while easily answering Thucydides' questions, does so with a defiant confidence, as if she were playing cat and mouse with him. Rodrigo's gaze is now filled with a mixture of curiosity and admiration. He begins to realize that Islet is a person full of surprises. Tessalid, surrounded by complex magical symbols, is concentrating on the fact that despite his strict self-discipline, his superpowers have somehow not diminished. His gaze is determined and perplexed at the same time, as if he is faced with an unsolvable riddle. Islet stares at Thucydides in amazement and bewilderment, discussing aloud the concept of the 7 sins and 7 virtues, and wondering if the mechanism is working properly or if the problem lies within herself. Thucydides continues his musings, wondering about the divine power, which he says does not grow weaker even when he performs good deeds. A note of doubt and searching for answers can be heard in his voice. Thucydides studies his hand, which glows with magical light, and states that while the power in it is not increasing, it is not decreasing either. His face expresses thoughtfulness and slight disappointment. Islet, suddenly illuminated, exclaims how convenient and easy it is to use this system to escape punishment. Her voice sounds enthusiastic, and there is a sly glint in her eyes. Tessalid looks at Islet intently and with directness demands an explanation about her identity, making no secret of her distrust and interest in the mystery she represents. Islet, playfully and with a smile, replies that she cannot reveal this important secret to him. Her eyes sparkle with cunning and playfulness, creating an aura of mystery around her. Thucydides' eyes read the shock of her words, and he tries to hide his excitement and amazement. Islet, standing right in front of him, has a power that beckons and frightens him at the same time. With confidence and a hint of her own importance, Islet looks him in the eye and tells him that she is on his side. These words give her weight and depth, indicating an undiscovered connection between them. Islet, touching Thucydides, says cryptically that she can share some things with him. She keeps their relationship secret, promising to reveal something important, but later, adding intrigue to their dialogue. Islet addresses Thucydides with mild reproach and joking mystery, suggesting that he may have wandered around the neighborhood in search of something, and now stands before her with a box of food, though he doesn't seem the type to eat anything. Glowing with confidence and benevolence, Islet cheers Thucydides on, reassuring him that he will surely regain his strength after the meal, and encourages him to boldly ask for what he needs. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Tessalid wraps his arms around the box of food like a shield, his eyes wide with amazement. He is trapped between bewilderment and a desire to justify himself to Islet, who looks at him expectantly. Trying to hide his confusion, Tessalid nervously comments that despite his appearance and the relic he wears, he is not what he might be taken for, as if trying to convince both himself and Islet of this. Islet, with a tinge of slight reproachful playfulness in her voice, suggests that Tessalid hurry up with the food so they can move on, but he is confused and a bit late, and he politely but confusedly inquires as to her name. Islet introduces herself to Tessalid, giving him her smile and a look full of anticipation and inner confidence, opening the door for him to a new section of their acquaintance. Thucydides greets Islet's name with noticeable excitement and trepidation, and at the same time, he pours out his gratitude for her selfless attention and care that she has given him, not only medicine, but support. Abundant with jokes and warmth, Islet finds charm in Thucydides' humble confession, his tender words of gratitude, and her voice sounds full of tenderness and amusement as she notes his cuteness. Islet's determination and strength are evident when she expresses her determination to find her friends, who she suspects are also affected by the mysterious events at the restaurant, and she has no doubt that together they can overcome any obstacles. Islet is ready to lead the way, confidently declaring the need to act and take charge of the battle, while Tessalid follows her, unable to hide her admiration for her confidence and determination in the face of an unknown threat. Thucydides, with hair as pale as the moon and eyes that reflect the sky, exclaims alarmed, "What? It's dangerous!" His frightened gaze sparks with alarm as if he foresees trouble. Islet, a girl with waves of pink hair, turns to Thucydides with a flame of determination in her green eyes. "If you lose, everyone here, including me, will die." She doesn't want to give in to her fear as she faces the inevitable. In a shadowy corner against the code windows, Rodrigo asks thoughtfully, "What do you think of the practice game with the Pierrot?" His gaze is staring off into the distance as if he is weighing the fates, carrying secrets and knowledge. Rodrigo, smiling magically, expresses confidence. "I believe that no child will be late for dinner." His grace and devil horns add to his mystique, and his words add to his ambiguity. Thucydides, still at a loss, innocently asks, "And what's the catch?" Holding the box of food in his hands, he is unaware of the catch of the dinner party. Ayelet hugs Tessalid tightly, saying, "I know, because I read it." She is ready to defend him even if it costs her life, for knowledge is her weapon. Thucydides, wary of the contents of the box, hesitates and says, "And how did you know that?" His innocence prevents him from realizing the depth of what is happening. Ayelet says with admiration in her eyes, "Tessalid, let's go play with fire." Her smile is full of warmth and light, ready to confront the darkness beside Tessalid. Rodrigo, whose horns stand out against the dark background, remarks gracefully, "Time's up." His gaze and smirk conceal an unknown depth, and in this moment in time, his power is felt. The steadfast Rodrigo, like a keeper of secrets, announces, "Come here, Helveros, time to work." His order tolerates no objection, and the darkness around him only emphasizes the importance of the moment. The skull with the fiery eyes in the dungeon looks confused, as if recently awakened and trying to understand where he has come and what is required of him, his expression full of surprise. Rodrigo, butler at Count Orsha's manor, stands in a dining hall filled with smoke and chaos, speaking nostalgically about the uselessness of the gifts presented and lamenting his exhaustion and the piercing hunger he feels. Angrily, Rodrigo points out the absurdity of the situation when the demon decides to lead a vegetarian lifestyle. He cannot contain his indignation and threatens to send him to the permafrost for such behavior. In the bathroom, the skull rigidly insists on maintaining a water temperature of exactly 666 degrees, emphasizing the strictness of his demands by threatening punishment in the form of hell for those who dare not comply with them. The skull, engulfed in flames, expresses his deep frustration and hatred for the cold, ice, and injustice he says his villainous employers inflict on him, which adds to the drama of his situation. Illuminated by fire, the skull cries out his desire for grass. Having starved for 200 years, and his anguish and longing for food is filled with longing and passion. The skull, still enveloped in flames, goes outside, where he is overcome by the dream of a green blade of grass that would bring him some relief after centuries of starvation. The skull then stumbles upon a green oasis. It seems his search and suffering is finally rewarded with a long-awaited source of nourishment, and he is filled with hope. With satisfaction, he enjoys the greenery, the first food he has had in years. His fire flares up with inner warmth. The long-awaited treats seem like a healing balm for his tortured soul. Skull, overflowing with happiness, throws himself on the grass, rejoicing in his first meal in 200 years, his fiery energy radiating joy and satisfaction at such a well-deserved feast. The children listen attentively and with wonder to the story. A boy dressed in white and a girl in a green dress holding a book freeze in bewilderment at what they hear, their gazes full of curiosity and excitement. The young man with the ice cream radiates pure joy and delight. He seems to have forgotten about everything in the world, enjoying the simple pleasure and sharing his happiness with those around him. The bantering guy offers his friend a taste of the treat, causing the friend to look at him in comic amazement. This banter demonstrates their friendly interaction and the playfulness of the relationship. The young man with the serious face claims that the food is good, even though he has not tasted it himself. His confidence and thoughtful gaze indicate a deep trust in his culinary skills. The scene is full of chaos and turmoil, with one of the characters observing and commenting on the mess, pointing out the obvious cause for concern. The young man speculates about the unusual ingredients in the dish, presumably causing the commotion. His serious expression emphasizes the importance of his statement. Two young men are involved in a conflict. Their expressions and gestures reflect the tension and emotion of the moment, making the situation tense and charged. The man in the turban is enthusiastic and even gloating about the events. His eyes sparkle in anticipation of the developments, and he seems determined. Rodrigo, Count Orsa's butler, expresses his horror at the disaster that has unfolded, and his exclamations indicate the suddenness and unpleasantness of what has happened. The creature, unable to control his power, apologizes to those around him, making him a perhaps unexpected source of disorder and destruction. Rodrigo, Count Orsa's butler, opens his eyes with confusion and asks someone in surprise about the reason for their green color. The boy dressed in white looks around at the people around him, his face reflecting surprise and incomprehension, and he utters words of forgiveness as if not expecting such a reaction. Rodrigo looks shocked and confused. His face shows bewilderment, and he says, "What a mess," as if he cannot understand what is happening. The sudden shock is reflected on Rodrigo's face, hidden in the shadows, where anxiety can be seen in his eyes, and he speaks of additional trouble, puzzling over its source. The small glowing creature seems to beg Rodrigo's forgiveness, hovering in the air in front of him and creating an air of mystery around its appearance. Rodrigo looks at the green stalks in his palm with surprise and the realization that it is an antidote, causing him to rethink the situation. Rodrigo's rage spikes as he accuses his unseen interlocutor of wasting the antidote and expresses his outrage at the actions that disrupt his plans. Green flames fill the space, creating a sense of chaos and panic that emphasizes the urgency and unmanageability of the situation. The boy and his comrade stare in shock at the events unfolding before them, their faces reflecting fear and amazement in the face of the sudden threat. Rodrigo stands back, his posture radiating despair and irritation, while he utters strong words about the futility of past actions and the need to move on. Children and an adult woman are shocked by a sudden bright light while playing outside. The boy fearfully asks, "Ouch, man, what is that?" And another exclaims in fear, "Something's glowing." Everyone stops to stare at the huge creature with red eyes that has appeared in front of them. The woman and children freeze with horror, and one boy can't hold back a scream, "Kwa ya ya yak." The other children are at a loss for what is happening. One falls, complaining of pain. "Ow, bruised, got under my clothes." And his comrade asks in bewilderment, "A new enemy, what is he doing?" A boy named Nicoris stands amidst the chaos, stunned by the situation, and utters, "Man, realistically, what's going on?" Panic rises as the children feel something sprouting on their heads. A girl cries out in fright, "On my head! Something sprouted!" And the boy echoes, "Me too! Ah, what is it?" Rodrigo, Count Orsa's butler, cheerfully announces that the children will make excellent fertilizer for the flowers, as if it's a great show. He speaks passionately about a rare flower that supposedly appears once in a millennium and suggests that it is possible that it could appear today. The boy, hearing Rodrigo's words, dreams of the fame and popularity that would come if such a flower sprouted on his head, thinking to himself, "Difficult licorice, blossom." The same boy tries to calm a concerned girl, suggesting that movement speeds up the growth of flowers, so he calls for everyone to slow down. "Guys, don't move. The flowers seem to be growing faster." Alchik yells at the huge creature trying to stop the flowers from growing, "Hey, buildings! I told you not to move!" To which the creature only silently continues its actions in response. Thysilidus stares in surprise at the flower growing out of its head while the stars sparkle around it. "But in my mouth," he begins, hinting at something unusual. Rodrigo resolutely yanks the plant out of Tesselid's head, stating that he thought there was only a flower in there, but it turns out there's grass in the boy's head. Thysilodes is shocked by the unexpected action. The elegant Rodrigo warns not to think that the flowers can simply be plucked. "If you try that, they will quickly reappear," he says, touching a flower in his white hair. Rodrigo sits atop the huge brown creature, pondering his next action. What now? He wonders, seemingly faced with a puzzling problem. The two young men, Rodrigo and Tesselid, stand resolute. ready to leave this place after killing the butler and the mole that Tessalid believes to be the cause of her ailments. Rodrigo mockingly suggests that Islet attack him. Ho, ho, you want to attack me? Go ahead. He assesses the situation by the flower on the girl's head, which portends something bad. Tessalid anxiously asks someone, "Are you all right?" His face expresses care and concern at the face lurking in the shadows. Islet is shocked by the appearance of the dark flower on her head. Her eyes are full of tears, and she admits that she now understands the nature of what is happening, seeming to realize the gravity of the situation. Islet urgently states the need to find the other stigmata while the dark flower still grows on her head, indicating the urgency of their mission. Rodrigo stands indoors, seeming to ponder the situation. He assumes the two of them are holding up well, but his expression is clouded with doubt about their future. In a corner room, Rodrigo, the butler, and young Thesilides, in white robes scrawled with patterns, sit devastatedly on the floor. Rodrigo, with his arm pierced, stares at his wound, while Tessalid bows his head in dejection. "Is this the best you can do?" asks a voice looming over their broken figures. A grim figure with red eyes and a sneer of contempt on his face looks directly at them. "Just as I thought, you suck, stigmatics," he mocks, as if dismissing their efforts. Against the dark background, a silent giant mole with red eyes stands obediently, while a voice says, "It's time to finish, take a breath." Rodrigo, leaning on Thesilides, says to him firmly, "Longhay, get up now. Do you want to die because of some scarlet cuckoo?" In the chaos of the ruined room, the children hide under the table. There's relief in their voices. "I wish Tessalid was with us. What's with all the disgusting wishful thinking?" Tessalid's gaze is piercing while he replies to Rodrigo, "Hey, shut up! You know that guy was the strongest among us." The large black mole remains in the center of the stage while Tessalid and Rodrigo look on, both with bright red flowers in their hair. Rodrigo smiles at Tessalid, admiring his strength and determination. "You were right," he says, thanking his younger comrade. Tessalidus suddenly appears with a golden flower in his hair, his gaze innocent and full of determination as he says, "Kill Tankuya." A dark figure with red eyes and fluttering white hair towers over everyone. "What rudeness! How dare that cruel, bratty stigmata brat! I'm about to curl your—" he begins, but his words are cut short. The pink-haired Islet stands in the smoke-filled room, puzzled and frightened, holding her hand to her mouth and anxiously asking if it's all over. Rodrigo, Count Orsha's butler, cannot hide his excitement. He exclaims that he has seen a rare creature and speculates about its possible value or exchange for a demon king. Rodrigo, upon spotting Islet, is distracted from his fantasies and asks her name, to which she replies a little confused, introducing herself. An imposing demon with bright red eyes and an elegant smile introduces himself to Tessalid, expressing honor on behalf of the demons of the great Orsha family. Thesilides looks puzzled and does not understand the demon's words, expressing his bewilderment and disbelief at the event before him. Rodrigo, a demon with horns and white hair, invites Ile and her companions to Count Orsha, which shocks them. Tessalid and Hestio, covered in mud, do not understand Rodrigo. Hestio panics and Tessalid thinks it's a delusion. Ayale agrees to Rodrigo's proposal, which surprises her companions and confuses Tessalid and Hestio. Tessalid rebukes Islet for agreeing. She firmly demands the release of all the children from the dungeon. Rodrigo is shocked by Islet's condition and hesitates to fulfill it, asking her about it. Islet confidently demands the fulfillment of the condition. Rodrigo sighs and agrees, her determination admirable. Rodrigo invites Islet closer with a smile, his mannerisms becoming less intimidating. Thesilides refuses to let Islet go. His determination to protect her is evident. Rodrigo declares in a rage that he will kill everyone but Islet after clarifying the prices of the lily. The situation escalates and Rodrigo prepares to attack, but the confidence of Islet and her companions remains. Islet is perplexed and tired of Tessalid's behavior, glaring at him. Tessalid is troubled by Islet's decision to sacrifice herself, which causes him anxiety. The children remind Islet of the senselessness of her self-sacrifice and the danger of her actions. Tessalid rebukes Islet for trying to be a hero, his words full of pain. Thesilides insists that Islet's sacrifice is rash and dangerous because she does not know those she is protecting. Islet doubts her peculiarity. The spirits around her also question it. The tower architect declares that the limitations of discipline are ruled out, confident in confusing Islet. Tessilit explains that his opinion has changed due to reincarnation. Violating the principles would be a crime. Hestio and Iphael discuss Tessilid's words, recognizing his rightness. Islet realizes the mistake and apologizes, promising not to repeat his actions, which reassures Tessilid. Iole apologizes to Thesilides, who tries to hide his emotions. His eyes express regret. Iphael and Hestio cry, drawing attention. Islet and Tessilid stare in amazement, not realizing what has happened. Islet finds something of value on the ground and is surprised to realize its significance. The other boy reminds Thesilides to hurry up so as not to incur his wrath. Islet takes charge of the situation and calms Iphael and Hestio. Thesilides thanks her friends for the introduction, which causes laughter and lightness in the atmosphere. Iphael and Hestio are shocked by the bright light that appeared in front of them and try to figure out what it is. Islet explains that she found healing potions and wants to help using her knowledge of alchemy. Iphael and Hestio thank Islet, realizing that they couldn't have done it without her help. Tessilid is horrified to recognize the herb Islet found as the one she fed to the fire demon. Iphael smiles as she discusses the plan with Islet and prepares for battle. The atmosphere around them is tense. Tessilid, Islet, Iphael, and Hestio are discussing strategy and preparing for battle, assigning roles. Tessilid hesitates because of the lack of stigmata. Hestio reiterates the importance of having them in battle. Hestio reports that all the stigmata are in other core, adding tension to the preparations. Bloody footprints and destroyed toys create an eerie atmosphere, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. Islet boosts the team's morale, reminding them of the importance of a positive attitude. Tessilid hopes for divine intervention to help them in their battle against the boss. Islet fears she may be drawn into the Order's sect and decides to be cautious. Islet confidently states that their aura is to serve other gods and not a cult. Islet and Thesilides decide to work together to defeat the enemy, focusing on victory. Iphael proposed Plan B, taking a bite of his sandwich. Hestio warily pondered the consequences, but Iphael ate confidently. Iphael reminded them that Plan B was their backup in case of failure, the only way they could survive, comforting themselves with food. Islet confidently assured everyone of the plan's success, but Hestio doubted and tried to figure out the reason for her confidence. Islet cheerfully announced that they had made it to the boss in no time. Hestio was surprised and wary because of the ease. Islet revealed that she had found a shortcut on the map, smiling slyly, knowing that it had helped them avoid danger. Hestio began to be suspicious of Islet, wondering how she had found the path and why the potions in her bag wouldn't run out. Iphael reminded Hestio of the current importance, expressing concern before telling Islet the important thing before the fight. Iphael asked Islet for another potion, praising its flavor, and prepared for the final battle with determination. Islet and Iphael discussed the final stage, and Iphael promised a celebration after the victory if they passed the test. Iphael confidently assured everyone of their safety, instilling hope in the team before the decisive moment of the adventure. The heroes decide to enter the dungeon, determined and ready for any challenge, with tense expectations. In the dungeon, they are met by Count Orsha, claiming that he has been waiting for them. His grim appearance inspires a serious threat. Tessilid realizes that the boss is an S-class giant, which is alarming because of the unprecedented dangers and power of the enemy. Count Orsha is a giant with an imposing appearance, and his calmness and power increase the fear of the coming battle. The pink-haired girl notices a glitch in the system, heightening the sense of impending danger and unpredictable events. The heroes show determination as they rush forward, ready to meet any threat. The team demonstrates cohesion. The girl shouts to her comrades to wait, but they are already involved in the battle, emphasizing the tension of the situation. The battle reaches a peak, with the heroes demonstrating skill and coordination beyond the expectations of the girl, who admires their skill. The girl ponders that potions may have increased the fighting power of her comrades, wondering about the reason for their success. The victory brings joy and admiration. Iphael is ecstatic, and Tessilid remains focused as she prepares for new challenges. In the ruined room, Tessilid, Hestio, and Iphael notice there is no exit, though the battle is over. Suddenly, Islet protects Hestio from attack, showing combat readiness and courage. Islet and Hestio realize that the boss is still alive, their faces expressing fear and frustration. Islet informs them that there is another boss controlling the exit, and victory is yet to be achieved. Rodrigo admits with a demonic grin that he noticed them immediately, especially Islet. He again suggests that Islet join him, seducing her with promises and flattering words. Rodrigo promises Ayala a place as his bride if she accepts his proposal, his face glowing with delight. He adds that her family's opinion doesn't matter, believing forbidden love is romantic. Ayala rejects his words, calling them ridiculous, and is ready to keep fighting for her freedom and friends. Ayala discovers the missing ring and begins to panic, believing it to be a ground rule. While Ayala worries, Rodrigo searches for the ring, explaining that it must be around here somewhere. Hestio and Tessalid are concerned about Aylat's condition, warning her not to sacrifice herself again. Rodrigo offers 2 potions, asking them to be drunk faster for an advantage in the battle. Aylat offers the potion to Ifal, reminding him that it is his favorite flavor of grapes. Ifal thanks Aylat for the potion, realizing its importance in their situation. Aylat assures Ifal that the wounds are not a problem, hinting at their ability to heal. Thesildus recognizes that with their current level, they can't defeat the demon. The potions will help buy time. Ifal announces the move to Plan B, changing the original plan of action. Ifal apologizes to Aile as he prepares for the decisive action, assuring that the pain will pass quickly. Against the backdrop of the night forest and magical light, something important and mysterious happens, furthering the plot. Hestio dies in battle, evoking a somber feeling and meaningful consequences for all the characters. Ephiel kills the children and himself to save Thesilides. This is shocking in its brutality. The system describes evil saving the strongest for a common cause, adding a dark note to the story. Islet assures her that this should not happen, looking determined, ready to fight for what is right. Thesilides notices that his friend is awake, as he gave him a sleeping pill instead of a healing potion. Rodrigo cheerfully finds the ring and announces it to his fiancée Ayelet, adding a comical touch to the plot. Ayelet raises her hand, her hair glowing pink, symbolizing her readiness for action. Ayelet releases an energy beam, proclaiming the divine coming, full of determination and power. Thesilides feels Ayelet's powerful aura, his thoughts full of respect and admiration for her power. Rodrigo screams in rage, realizing that Ayelet has become a powerful opponent. Ayelet lets out a golden light with shining eyes, determined to protect her loved ones. Rodrigo rebukes Ayelet for playing with his love. His hatred intensifies. He is ready to fight to the end. Ayelet accuses Rodrigo of perversion, ready to punish him for his wrongdoings, releasing God's punishment. Rodrigo, part skeleton with burning eyes, laughs, claiming that Ayelet's strength is not enough. Thesilides, with his sword, swears that he will not let the demon touch Ayelet, ready to fight to the end. Ayelet remembers her friends and calls upon omniscience, realizing that together they can defeat the enemy. Rodrigo is bloodied and with burning eyes curses Ayelet, his rage pouring out in dark energy. Ayelet harnesses the power of the divine hymn, realizing that her opponent is consumed by the dark energy. Feeling supported, Ayelet gains confidence, realizing the seriousness of the battle ahead. Ayelet attacks, her sword merging with the flow of light and darkness, piercing Rodrigo, determined to win. Rodrigo is stunned by the light and cannot believe that Ayelet has broken through his defenses. His eyes are filled with terror. With fury in his eyes, Rodrigo tries to hold back Ayelet's onslaught, but his confidence begins to fade. Ayelet, realizing that Rodrigo is not an easy opponent, uses all her power to defeat him. Concentrating her powers, Ayelet aims a beam of light at Rodrigo, determined to win. Rodrigo watches in horror as the light rips through his body, which begins to fade away. His powers are weakening. In despair, Rodrigo realizes that his body is turning to ashes before the power of Ayelet's light. The white-haired Tessalid stands before Ayelet and realizes that he has found the one he has been looking for. Thesilides sees Ayelet surrounded by light and magic, realizing that she is the one and only saint. Ayelet approves of Terry's efforts, emphasizing the importance of teamwork and support. Ayelet is delighted to find books for healers and tankards, offering them to Tessalid with joy. Tessalid admits that she does not feel divine energy and has doubts about her abilities. Ayelet assures Thesilides that the awakening of divine power will come later through the grace of God. Thesilides doubts God's generosity but expresses an important request. Ayelet knows that the Order is looking for her and asks Thesilides to maintain secrecy. Ayelet doubts whether Tessalid will understand her, revealing her inner turmoil. Ayelet realizes that Tessalid has suspected something and acknowledges his persistence. Ayelet thanks Tessalid for understanding, insisting it is a compliment, offering to open the book. Tessalid looks at the book thoughtfully, pondering his skill in defense and the possibility of transferring wounds. With a bright smile, Tessa Lid informs Eilert that she will be able to share the pain for two, causing her confusion. Eilert questions the meaning of receiving wounds for others, and Tessa Lid is confident in her new ability. Eilert is unhappy with her book, believing that her book should be better than Tessa Lid's. Upon opening the book, Eilert discovered that her healing abilities would increase fivefold with the skill Tanker. Ailey found information in the book that Count Orsha had saved it for her bride-to-be because of the significant effect on recovery. Trying to hide her emotions, Eilert noticed that her mood had worsened after someone's death. Tessalid was concerned. Eilert felt weak and made one last request to Tessalid, realizing that her strength was waning. Thesildus explained that divine adventuring is of no consequence, promising to say everything unspoken, supporting her to the end. Eilert smiles happily, saying goodbye and hoping for a new meeting. The spring garden blooms around her. Tessalid calls out to Eilert, trying to bring her to her senses and ready to help. A message about divine fever offers a rest of 23 hours and 59 minutes. There was a synchronization incident in the dungeon, completed in 2 hours. Miraculously, there were no casualties. The children affected by the puppet invasion were treated and returned to their families, parents hugging them joyfully. The children from the dungeon did not have enough strength for the divine advent. The boy testifies to the battered boss. Thesilides rushes his brother Thesilia, reminding him of the multitude of things to do. He is eager for swift action. Tessalid looks sadly after the departing Eilert, promising to see her again. His eyes are full of longing and hope. The relic friend pendant necklace has gained the power to react with the legendary spirit saint, changing the future. A golden-haired beauty with violet eyes awakens, surprised and puzzled, creating a sense of ancient power. The girl notices Eilert exhausted after awakening her. This causes mixed feelings and a desire to understand what is happening. Eilert lies weakened and sick. The golden-haired girl wonders at her condition, noting the lack of exercise and nutrition. The golden-haired beauty says with certainty that Eilert needs exercise, determined to help and instruct. The fiery spirit Helveros appears, shouting about farming and greenery, surprising and frightening everyone around her with his energy. Bianna and Eilert discuss whether Helveros is a real demon. Eilert confirms his kindness and concern for the farm. Eilert recalls finding the stones in the dungeon, believing them to be demons, and hopes everything will be okay. Eilert explains to Bianna that Helveros is a kind demon who loves greenery. Bianna worries about Eilert's condition. Bianna worries about Eilert's fever. But Eilert assures her that everything is fine and thanks her for helping to save the children. They discuss how they escaped the horrible glass. Eilert has changed the protagonist's background and ponders the consequences. Eilert is grateful for the spirit's support but is worried. She decides to turn to the god for reassurance and answers. Eilert turns to the spirit for help, standing in a clearing and hoping to understand what is happening. Eilert realizes the complexity of their world, where the protagonist returns 17 times and contemplates the future. The study period before the protagonist's first return, Eilert and Thessalid prepare for new challenges. Eilert wonders about the impact of the plot changes. The spirit confirms the significance of each change. She asks if all the rounds are being changed. Spirit replies that the hero will keep skills and friends. Eilert realizes her uniqueness, as her soul is not copied, but retains her memories. The spirit explains that the protagonist will remember her in all timelines despite the changes. The regression world warns that it will delete everyone but Eilert after episode 17, which causes her anxiety. Ailey wants to improve the hero's life, but realizes that her attempts may be in vain because of the changes. She suggests that her actions may confuse Terry, adding to her feelings of loneliness. In other timelines, characters doubt Eilert's reality, believing her to be an illusion. One character claims to have seen and interacted with Eilert, but the others do not believe him. Eilert feels lost and gassed, but is sure that the main character remembers her. Eilert decides to survive in this world despite the hardships, full of determination and confidence. She has important purchases to make that she's been putting off. This is the key to her survival and success in the world. She buys a battle pack that includes magic and combat skills to gain the necessary advantages. These abilities are only awakened with a body of steel and mastery of at least one weapon technique. She knows that Aura is close to the last stage of swordsmanship, which requires considerable effort to master. She is confident and willing to deal with challenges quickly, revitalized with advantage and determination. Bianna, her friend, marvels at the changes in Eyelet and supports her on this challenging journey. To awaken Aura without the help of experts, Eyelet needs to learn weaponry and seek out a teacher. She realizes she needs a mentor. The cash store does not offer instructional videos and she seeks help. Eyelet sees a mysterious glow and approaches. The necklace begins to glow, intensifying the moment of encounter. The woman introduces herself as Agnes, a heroic saint, which shocks Eyelet. Agnes greets her. Agnes asks to be called by her name, which gives Eyelet confidence, and she begins to believe in what is happening. Agnes recounts her feat, increasing Eyelet's admiration, and she realizes the importance of her mentor. Eyelet reminisces about Cardinal Catreus, and Agnes confirms their connection, which pleases Eyelet. Agnes shares that Katria has become a grandmother and is healthy. Eyelet rejoices at the news and realizes the importance of knowledge. Agnes promises to tell everything later, but first she wants to help Eyelet with training and support. Eyelet is surprised to learn that Agnes is a saint. Agnes explains how she prevented the disaster by accident. In her new look, Agnes appears as the first instructor, which makes Eyelet respectful and slightly nervous. Agnes begins the training, reminding her of the importance of starting immediately, giving Eyelet confidence. Eyelet discovers the training ground in the mansion and feels a mixture of uncertainty and excitement. Agnes explains that Count Killet has equipped the premises as swordsmen's workshops. Agnes notices that the grounds are neglected, but assures Eyelet that it is sufficient for training. Eyelet tries to do gymnastics, but Agnes orders her to start jogging 20 laps. Exhausted, Eyelet falls to the ground after the run, feeling at her limit. Agnes praises Eyelet for her efforts and allows her to rest after her first day of training. Eyelet, exhausted and without energy, realizes that she must keep fighting despite the pain. Trying to stand up, Eyelet calls for help, but her muscles refuse to obey and she feels alone. Reflecting on her ordeal, Eyelet curses the gods and continues to fight her inner demons. The spirit of peace commands silence, and Eyelet realizes that there are still many challenges ahead for her goal. The box contains ginseng extract that restores stamina and speeds up muscle regeneration. Eyelet, sitting on the ground, looks at the box in surprise and ponders its origin. The box with the ginseng extract is again the center of attention. The essence restores stamina. A voice calls out to Agnes. She turns around, ready to listen to the apprentice. Eyelet loudly declares his desire to train more, despite his fatigue. Agnes notes Eyelet's adamancy by slightly raising her glasses. The bag of ginseng extract shines. Eyelet knows that the effect will last for a week. Agnes commends Eyelet's determination and offers to run another 20 laps. Eyelet sees the magical symbols XP plus 10%, joy and pride overwhelm her. Eyelet feels her experience and skills increasing thanks to Agnes's support. Agnes is amazed to see Eyelet's rapid progress. Eyelet enthusiastically performs the exercises, surprising others with her energy. Eyelet, covered in mud but with shining eyes, trains and gets plus 10% experience for her tasks, showing incredible determination. 4 days pass. Time flies fast and the changes to Eyelet are significant. Agnes expected the training to take months, but Eyelet has shown incredible results in 4 days, suspecting she has a secret. Agnes decides that Eyelet's basic endurance is already sufficient to move on to the next stage of training with weapons. Agnes explains to Eyelet that aura users are also called aurors, introducing her to the complex world of aura wielding. Eyelet guesses that aura masters are called sword masters. Agnes confirms this. Agnes shows how auroras can be as formless as water, requiring immense concentration to control the aura. Agnes demonstrates how aurors can fill any object with aura and turn it into a weapon, showing the aura blade. Agnes utilizes Aegir's powerful hovering sword skill, wielding multiple swords in the air. Eyelet admires Agnes's skill and wonders if she will ever be able to reach that level. Agnes explains that picking the right weapon will not be easy, and the wrong choice will lead to disappointment. Agnes suggests that Eyelet choose a primary and secondary weapon to maximize her combat skills. Eyelet chooses a sword and a whip, wondering if she's done the right thing. Agnes explains that the two-handed sword of death can change length and path depending on the wielder's aura, making it powerful. Eyelet declares emphatically that she wants to learn how to wield the two-handed sword of death, inspiring Agnes. Agnes recognizes Eyelet's enthusiasm and agrees to train her, warning that the path will be difficult. Training begins, and Eyelet, under Agnes's guidance, trains hard, striving to achieve mastery. Eyelet and Bianna are discussing papers. Eyelet looked exhausted, drawing the attention of her friend, who expressed concern. Islet talked about her training in swordsmanship, prayers, herb cultivation, and potion research, feeling tired. Biana listened sympathetically to her friend, wondering how she managed such a schedule, having so many tasks herself. Their friend came to the rescue, praising Islet for her success in selling potions, which surprised everyone. She was glad for the support. Islet's father was pleased with his daughter's success, proud that their potions would be in the store. It was a big step forward. Islet thanked Biana for her help, recognizing that everything was going smoothly because of her, though she was still nervous. Biana assured Islet that their potions were excellent and news of them would spread quickly, which gave Islet confidence. Encouraged, Islet expressed her gratitude and determination to sell a lot of potions and make a lot of money, which inspired her. Dreaming of the future, Islet hoped that by earning enough money, she could change her life to a more enjoyable one. At the market, Fenrir saw alchemical items and decided to investigate this novelty, which caught the seller's attention. Fenrir continued to examine the wares when suddenly a loud shout caught his attention, and the crowd took notice of his imposing figure. The locals marveled at Fenrir's muscles, discussing how he had achieved such results with envy and admiration. Fenrir showed off his muscles, causing the locals to marvel, discussing his strength and fitness. With every movement Fenrir made, his muscles glistened in the sun, causing delight in those around him who tried to learn his secret. Fenrir continued to delight the crowd with his size and strength, looking like the perfect male body, which delighted everyone. When Fenrir bared his chest, he showed off his powerful muscles, impressing the crowd with his physique. Fenrir proudly displayed his deltoids and broadest muscles, noting that they were in need of recovery. Fenrir finished the display feeling great in his strong body, inspiring those around him to dream of such perfection. Fenrir realized it was time to take the muscle recovery potion, his face reflecting determination. He reaches for the potion, willing to endure its unpleasant viscosity for the sake of maintaining his fitness and fighting spirit. With his strength restored, Fenrir resolutely takes up his pickaxe, ready to get to work again. The two young men watch him with admiration, amazed at his incredible physical strength. One of the young men explains that Fenrir is very famous here, having suddenly appeared and become the object of everyone's envy. Another young man is certain that decades have passed and the demons will not appear, laughing at his certainty. Suddenly, a huge monster appears. The young men are horrified to realize their mistake. Everyone is in a panic. One screams that he can't believe what is happening. Another realizes that there is a real monster in front of them. Fenrir saves one of the young men, assuring everyone that they are safe despite what is happening. Fenrir checks to see if the young man is okay. The rescued man thanks him, realizing he has met a hero. Fenrir faces the powerful boss monster Megaworm, realizing that the only way to defeat him is with a direct attack. One of the miners is in danger. They decide to carry him to safety to avoid the threat. The Megaworm appears from underground, threatening to devour the miner, who screams in terror and begs for rescue. Fenrir decides to use all his power to stop the Megaworm, tearing it apart with his hands. The crowd of miners cheers as they see Fenrir defeat the monster, praising his strength and courage. Fenrir stands proudly over the defeated monster. The crowd cheers him, calling him hero and brother. The crowd expresses gratitude, marveling at his power and especially emphasizing his huge pecs and back muscles. The muscle potions that Fenrir has been using are broken. He realizes that without them, his muscles may weaken. One of the rescued men brings Fenrir a new potion as a thank you, insisting that he take it. Fenrir refuses at first, but agrees after seeing the insistence, realizing the importance of taking care of the muscles. Fenrir sees the potion labeled and is surprised that he has not heard of the alchemist Rodel, wondering about his creations. Fenrir drinks the potion, not expecting anything outstanding, figuring the effect will be the same as the others. Fenrir is shocked by the taste of the potion, reminiscent of succulent meat despite his low-carb diet. The potion brings a delicious sensation and a tangible muscle recovery effect, which leaves Fenrir delighted. The effect of the potion makes Fenrir ecstatic. He marvels at the alchemist Rodel and his creation. Fenrir shares his delight with the people around him, talking about the unusual potion. People are curious about the alchemist Rodel. A customer reports that all the goods for the month are sold out, emphasizing the popularity of Rodel's potions and the high demand. Islet's father is surprised by the demand and worries about maintaining supplies, marveling at the success of the potions. Islet can't believe the success, delighting in the support of the mythical spirit that helped in their endeavor. Islet dreams of raising children and rejoices in the success of the potions, seeing hope for a better future. Her father promises to buy his daughter whatever she wants after work, eliciting a smile from her. Ayla, inspired by the promise, is determined to work hard. Father Islet and her brother work hard, doing as much as the customers have asked and are pleased with the result. Over the course of a few days, the three of them work hard. Islet prepares the potions, her brother helps, and her father does the post-processing. Islet's brother is surprised at the amount of goods and is full of hope that they will become rich. Aylet thinks about the future when she becomes rich. Her brother's question caused embarrassment. Aylet decides to send her brother to the Academy of Knights. The brother is surprised and encouraged. The father embraces the children, remembering their mother. He expresses love and longing, making the moment touching. The father dreams of going to the house where they wanted to live with Mom. Islet realizes the importance of this dream. The father tells the children how their mom suddenly appeared and disappeared. He shares his memories. Islet's brother asks the father about meeting his mom. The children's interest in the story intensifies. Father recalls the first time he met Mom, telling how it changed his life. Father, while gathering herbs, found a wounded woman who became his wife and the mother of his children. The father brought the woman home, healed her wounds, and so their love began. Memories of those days resurface vividly. Islet's mother would bring the prey, and the father would make the chowder. When the children were 4 years old, Mom disappeared. The father was stunned and did not understand what had happened. The father is grateful to his wife for the children. He kisses Islet on the forehead, and they both experience connection and love. Islet's brother can't believe Mom abandoned them. He shares his observations, trying to understand what happened. The boy saw Mom that night. She woke up suddenly and walked away, leaving him with thoughts of a dream. Islet looks up pensively, remembering his father's love for his mother and longing to know more about her. Her interest in her mother prompts Islet to reflect on the past. She longs to know more about her mother. Feeling trapped, Islet longs for freedom and the opportunity to explore the world and her family's history. A spirit appears, offering a quest. Ayla is to tour her hometown with a reward. Ayla informs her father that their home was near the Golden Ivory Tower. She's determined to go. Father agrees. Islet wants to see the house where she and her mother lived and prepares a supply of potions. Aylet's younger brother is also enthusiastic and willing to help. Father approves of the journey, hoping for discoveries. Aaron Jane, the old duke, greets the king with respect, noting his strength. A servant listens to the conversation. The duke thanks the servant and asks about an important matter that has interrupted his training, causing his muscles to ache. The servant reports that they have found traces of the missing princess, causing the duke to be surprised and tense. The shocked duke demands details about the princess's footprints. The servant reassures, informing him that the footprints are close. The servant shows a map with the location of the footprints. They are found in a cabin in the woods near the mansion. The duke, finding hope, speaks of missing his daughter and hoping for a reunion. His eyes are filled with tears of joy. Duke reflects on a broken relationship while expressing gratitude for his hobby of muscle building. Shown off his muscles, the Duke jokes about biceps. A servant earnestly affirms the importance of the events. Islet and her brother and father are in the capital updating their closet, marveling at the fashions. The father speaks of the need for new clothes. Islet finds a baton for self-defense. Father is surprised, but Islet assures of its usefulness. Father marvels at the local desserts, comparing them to art. The children are excited to try the treats, too. Father shares memories of dates with his mother with the children, creating a warm atmosphere of togetherness. The passing men discuss the new owner of the tower and Professor Hakim Sarmat and his accomplishments. Islet recalls her father's words and decides to learn more about the family's past and their connection to the principality. His father suspected that Hakim Sarmatan was a fraud. He recalls how Hakim exploited him by appropriating others' accomplishments. Hakim stole the research of others. When he was exposed, he framed Ayelet's father, leading to his banishment. Ayelet discovers that the recipe for the regeneration potion belonged to her father. She decides to seek justice. The father, in an effort to calm the children, offers to taste the parfait, distracting them from their heavy thoughts. The father remembers his wife feeding him dessert and shares this with the children, bringing back pleasant memories. The children wonder why Mom didn't taste the dessert. The father promises to explain when they are 15 years old. Ayelet asks her father to show the cabin where she and her mother lived. Father agrees, but suggests they look around first. They arrive at an old house that needs repairs. Father and the children decide to clean it up. It has been 6 years since the father left the house. Now he decides to bring it back to life. The children work energetically, inspiring the father with their zeal. They plan cleaning and repairing activities. Islet and her brother labor by removing garbage and bringing materials. Their energy motivates the father. Islet reports that they are almost finished with the work and suggests that the father take a rest. The children continue with enthusiasm. Despite their fatigue, the children continue to put the house in order. Their father is proud of them, seeing in them a reflection of their mother. Islet receives an assignment to give a tour of the town. The reward is ginseng extract. Islet realizes that she has not visited all the places in the city. She opens the map for a reference point. The Spirit of Peace explains that the place is not related to the quest, which confuses Islet. She continues her exploration. Islet follows the directions to find the missing places and complete the quest. After a long search, Islet finds herself in a mysterious forest and feels that the goal is near. Advancing through the bushes, Islet finds the entrance to a dungeon. The place seems familiar and mysterious to her. Examining the entrance, Islet realizes that she has heard many stories about this dungeon. Agnes explains to Islet that the crater is a trace of an explosion in the dungeon, prevented in time. Agnes continues that the dungeon is abandoned. The lack of traces of the tragedy seems strange to her. Islet learns that everyone who blocked the breach is dead. This makes her quest dark and mysterious. Islet asks Agnes if she can bring back the ashes of the taming team. Agnes explains their sacrifice. Islet realizes that the righteous sacrificed themselves to prevent the explosion. This becomes her story. Islet decides to honor the souls of the dead, feeling grateful for their sacrifice, which gives her strength. Agnes thanks Islet for her efforts, though she sometimes has greedy eyes. She is still a candidate for sainthood. Islet shouts happily that there are S-level items waiting for her. She is ready for new adventures. Islet fights monsters, growing stronger and mastering the basic level of fencing with a wooden sword. Agnes marvels at Islet's training as she chops up a desert scorpion while mopping up an S-class dungeon. Ayla and Agnes find a skeleton. Islet thinks it's a Tyrannosaurus, but Agnes explains that it's a dragon's ribs. Agnes guesses that time in the dungeon is different from real time, which stuns her. Islet and Agnes continue their journey, realizing that the remains have been unattended for a long time. Ayla and Agnes lose their direction during the storm. Agnes suggests going back. Ayla reassures Agnes by showing her a cheat code and a map to continue the journey. Islet confidently activates the map, navigating according to the directions despite the unknown. Agnes warns Islet to be careful, but she, focused on the map, falls. They stumble upon the body of Aaron Jane, the Duke of the Duchy. Agnes realizes that he is alive. Ayla is shocked and calls Aaron a zombie grandfather. Agnes tries to bring him to his senses. Aaron slowly regains consciousness and mumbles. Islet tries to understand his words. Aaron says he is terribly hungry. Islet realizes that he needs help. Aylet gives Aaron a piece of fondue, hoping he will recover. Agnes has her doubts. Aaron, recovering, asks for a sugar-free drink. Islet promises to order a delivery quickly. Aaron Jane begins to realize where he is and thanks the stranger for her help, meeting the strange girl. Islet is taken aback by Aaron's words, claiming that she is his daughter, Eltea. Aaron suddenly embraces Islet, happy to have found her after 2 months of searching the dungeon. Islet explains that she is not Eltea, but another woman demanding that her cadet be released. Aaron realizes the mistake in amazement, slowly letting Islet go, frustrated. He realizes that Islet is not his daughter and reflects on her resemblance to Elethea when she was young. Realizing that he has not found his daughter, Aaron marvels at Islet's resilience in surviving 2 months without food. Aaron decides to help Islet escape the dungeon despite his inner torment. He lifts her up on his shoulders, impressing Islet with his strength and perseverance. Islet marvels at Aaron's speed and strength, assuming he was a great warrior. Aaron thanks Islet for her help and asks if she will continue the journey with him. Islet agrees, explaining that she has things to do in this place and is ready for new adventures. They enter the Black Desert Temple boss area, determined to overcome the challenges. Aaron wonders why Islet is in the dungeon and assumes that her mother is worried about her. Islet reveals that her mother disappeared 6 years ago and they don't know where she is. Aaron is surprised to hear this story and admits that his daughter ran away too. Aaron reveals that he loved a woman from the common people. Their families were against their union. He learned that the woman had given birth to a child after the separation, but was unable to find his daughter. These memories give Aaron determination, and Islet decides to help him find his daughter. Letters about his child have been sent to all the orphanages, but the daughter has not been found. Aaron, in his military uniform, finally found his daughter Eilert and is determined to provide her with a better future. Aaron felt responsible for Elatia's fate and decided to give her everything to make her happy. Eltea, upon learning that Aaron was a nobleman, asked him many questions without hiding her shock. Aaron asked Eltea to call him Grandpa, explaining that titles were not important. Aaron brought Elethea home and began training her to be an equal in their family. The upbringing of the family was strict, and Eltea faced difficulties being used to a simple life. Eltea studied hard so as not to disappoint her father. The man playing the role of her father was insensitive, making it difficult for Eltea to adapt. Isla vows to become a worthy duchess to protect her loved one. Eltea receives a stern lesson from Aaron Jane, emphasizing the harsh rules of the duchy. Stunned by Aaron's words, Eltea decides to become stronger and prove her loyalty. Aaron explains that his strictness stems from his desire to see Eltea as a true duchess. Eliza appears in their lives, claiming to be Aaron's real daughter, which threatens Eltea's position. Eliza possesses information known only to Aaron's deceased love, causing him to doubt Eltea. Aaron courts Eliza for fear of losing another dear one, which undermines Eltea's confidence. Eliza gloats, claiming that Aaron has recognized her as the real her and revels in her victory. Eltea desperately asks her father if he has accepted Eliza for fear of losing her place in the family. Eltea realizes that she has to fight for her place and prove her true worth. Eilert is shocked to learn that her father has called her a fake. Aaron loudly condemns Eltea, reminding her that she is acting like a child. Eltea admits that she always thought she wasn't good enough, feeling resentful. Eltea declares that she is now useless and feels rejected and helpless. She accused her father of never considering her as his daughter. Eltea bitterly pointed out that even if she disappeared or died, he would not shed a single tear. With determination in her voice, she declared that she would leave the family so that she would not be a member. There was defiance and pain in her eyes. Aaron, upon reflection, said he never intended to give up his daughters. He was strict because he wanted to give them a decent family. Eilert sadly recalled that Eltea had left and Eliza had turned out to be a con artist. The situation made Aaron reflect on his mistakes. Eilert anxiously surveys the ruined surroundings where monsters are frozen in stone. She walks alongside Aaron Jane, the Duke of the Duchy. Aaron discovers a petrified Elethea and embraces her statue in despair. His face is clouded with tears and he cannot believe what has happened. Eilert notices a hoe and a plow by the statue of Elethea. It seems incredible to her that such simple weapons could be used to fight monsters. Aaron begins to understand the meaning of Eilert's words. He is filled with doubt, but he sees that everything is beginning to come together. Eilert recalls her brother's story of her mother's escape. In her memories, her mother was holding a plow and a hoe. Eilert's mother is petrified of holding a plow and a hoe. These tools played an important role in her actions. Eilert's brother mentioned that the mother ran out of the house in her pajamas when everyone was asleep. This adds to the mystery of what is happening. Aaron realizes that he has a granddaughter. As he picks up Eilert, he feels joy and pride in his new family. Ayla wants to share the joy of seeing her grandfather, but she has an important message. She is filled with emotion and excitement. Aaron examines the petrified Alethea and hopes for a miracle, believing she can be saved. Someone used the petrification curse and turned Eilert's mother into a stone statue. The eyes of this monster were like the eyes of a monster boss. Aaron Jane realized that his wife is alive and there is a chance to break the curse. He is ready to fight to save her. Eilert shares with Aaron that there is a way to break the curse, but requires secrecy. A trusting dialogue develops between the two. Aaron promises to follow Eilert's instructions despite his insecurities. He is willing to do whatever it takes to save his spouse. Eilert uses sacred magic. Her hair temporarily turns white from the power it unleashes. Aaron watches in fascination at the power emanating from Eilert. He is amazed and marvels at her power. With God's help, Eilert promises to break the curse and gain divine favor and peace. Gradually, the curse is weakened. Eilert uses her purification skill to its maximum to break it. Aaron, who did not believe in divine powers, witnesses a miracle and becomes a believer. Eilert, weakened after the magic, collapses but is relieved by the successful lifting of the curse. Eilert's mother recognizes her daughter after many years and cannot believe it is really her. Eilert surprises her mother with her height and white hair, causing her confusion and excitement. Her mother realizes that she has missed a significant part of Eilert's childhood and worries about the missing years. Eilert replies that she is 10 years old, causing her mother even more surprise and excitement. Mom can't believe it's been 6 years since she last saw her daughter, expresses bewilderment, and Eyelet apologizes for being abrupt. Mom apologizes to her daughter for leaving her alone, wondering if she was sad and lonely. Mom asks why Eyelet is silent, and Eyelet apologizes, admitting that she doesn't remember much of the past. Her mother comforts Eyelet, promising never to leave her alone again, and asks if she can call her mom. Isla meets her grandfather, who apologizes for his long absence, expresses his love, and worries about the lost years. Her mother does not recognize her father and says he is not here, having mixed feelings about the unexpected meeting. Grandpa assures the pink-haired girl that he is her father, but gets a curt rejection. Aaron begs her to return home, offering to hand over his title, hoping to regain her favor. The girl refuses, asking to pass on the title to her real daughter, determined to stay away. Eyelet reveals that the girl posing as her sister was kicked out for deceit and fraud. Aaron begs Eyelet to listen to him, admits that he hurt her, and apologizes. Eyelet is worried about her father and asks if he is hurt. Aaron assures her that he is fine and admits his guilt. He has been strict with Eyelet to raise an heiress, but repents for only hurting her. Aaron admits that he's been a terrible father and begs for a chance to learn to love her. Eyelet offers to gently nudge her toward a decision, and her daughter wants to see her grandfather once in a while. Eyelet recognizes the benefit of a safety net for the grandchildren and offers to live all together, but refuses. Eyelet's mom feels the house is suffocating her, happy to leave it and happier. Eyelet's mom thinks about dating at her daughter's request and decides to think about it, preparing to make a decision. And Aaron is happy to be able to meet once a month, 6 months, or a year and suggests a Thanksgiving celebration. Eyelet's mom agrees to consider the offer and asks Aaron not to make a fuss. He promises to help. Mama Eyelet asks if Aaron can punish Hakeem Sarmatan, who has harmed her family. She calls Hakeem a scoundrel. Aaron is dumbfounded and is ready to support her. Eyelet reveals that Hakeem stole her father's research and accuses him of stealing. Mom confirms her suspicions and decides that Hakeem should be killed. Aaron promises justice. Mom doubts Aaron. He assures her of his loyalty and common purpose. Mom trusts Aaron, believing he will bring justice for the family. Eyelet says it's important to remember the perpetrator's name, her face reflecting a mixture of sadness and determination. Eyelet learns of her grandfather's last name. Aaron belittles him, saying he is just a prince of a small piece of land. Aaron proudly declares that he is Hasfinril, Eyelet's grandfather. Emotion emphasizes the importance of his status. Aaron assumes that his granddaughter wants to become a member of the family. Eyelet is slow to agree, expressing independence. Eyelet, excited about the possibility of becoming a princess, hesitates, respecting her mother's decision. Eyelet hugs her mother tenderly, expressing deep affection. Mama admires Eyelet's resilience. Eyelet's mom notices that she has a fever and wonders how she has endured such a fever. Eyelet is confident that the fever will pass in 2 days and asks to stay in the dungeon, showing determination. Her mother and grandfather are concerned about Eyelet's condition and agree to stay in the dungeon for her recovery. Eyelet convinces everyone to stay, emphasizing the importance of the secret about her divine power, and begs to keep it a secret. The 3 girls discuss cotton candy, and the protagonist expresses puzzlement as to why it was taken. A girl quickly snatches the cotton candy and pushes another, shocking those around her with her determination. The falling cotton candy reminds the protagonist of her intentions to buy it for her classmates, her face expressing disappointment. The girl in the center of the scene comments dismissively that the cotton candy was bought by her mother, heightening the tension and social inequality. The people around her wonder about the girl's parents. Her answer emphasizes isolation and loneliness. The boy with the soccer ball reminds her that cotton candy is junk food, arguing rationally. The boy continues to insist on proper nutrition, her eyes reflecting the realization of the rightness of his words. The man with the beard cheerfully suggests turkey instead of cotton candy, easing the tension of the scene. The man anxiously urges Eyelet's granddaughter to wake up, showing concern and a desire to protect her. Eyelet's mother calms her by explaining that it is normal to scream in her sleep, ending the scene with warmth. After Eyelet regains consciousness, her mother checks her temperature and is surprised that they have already made it out of the dungeon. Aaron Jane explains that Eyelet hasn't regained consciousness in 2 days, and they decided to leave the dungeon. Eyelet, seeing her mom, expresses joy and relief. Her mom is also happy to see her okay. The scene shows Mama and Eyelet embracing against the forest scenery, emphasizing their reunion. Eyelet sees her brother and father, happy to see them, letting her mom know that they were worried about her disappearance. Aaron Jane says it's time to say goodbye and warns them to take care of themselves until Thanksgiving. Islet meets her brother and father, who are concerned about her disappearance. Her father rebukes her for her fear. Islet's father admits that he could not have survived her disappearance, expressing deep love and concern. Islet explains that she could not have left them and recounts her fall into the dungeon and her suffering. Islet apologizes for her absence and admits that she should have dealt with her enemy right away. Leo is pleased to see Altea return and asks her to stay, expressing his deep affection. Islet observes what is happening, trying to figure out what she should do. Islet's brother, excited, assures her that he believed in her return but was worried. The meeting with her family is filled with joy. Altea thanks fate that everyone is alive and unharmed. Islet watches her brother with a smile, enjoying the moment and feeling supported. The whole family, hugging each other, enjoys the long-awaited reunion and is determined to go on a new quest. A month has passed. Aaron Jane wonders how long until the important holiday, realizing the significance. Yedgar replies that Thanksgiving is 208 days away, which confuses Aaron. Yedgar assures Aaron that his mood has improved, adding warmth to the conversation. Aaron, reminiscing about his grandchildren, praises them for their delicious potions and suggests that Yedgar try them. Ayelet happily shows Leo an article about Hakim, known for his foolishness. Leo confirms it. Leo confirms that Hakim was terrible. Ayelet excitedly discusses his fate. Ayelet sits at the table and wonders what is bothering Papa, seeking to understand him. It has been a month since Ayelet's mom returned. In that time, there have been changes in their lives. The family has moved into a luxurious house thanks to Biana's efforts, which has changed their lives. Ayelet's mom, Altea, had taken a job in the Countess's service, becoming her bodyguard. The Countess quickly became attached to Altea, which strengthened their relationship and brought joy to the family. Leo and Altea come to Ayelet's house with a drink and offer her a break from business. Altea notes that Leo smells better than before. Their relationship seems warm and close. Leo explains that he just brought the drink and suggests that Ayelet talk to her mom. The family laughs. Ayelet watches her brother run off with the drink, wanting to talk to him, but is left alone and disappointed. Ayelet saw a woman with pink hair appear in front of her that she recognized, her heart beating faster. The woman handed Ayelet a Europe sword that looked incredibly beautiful, causing her to admire it. Ayelet recognized the sword she couldn't obtain in the dungeon. She was shocked and happy. The woman noticed the calluses on Ayelet's hands and realized that she had been training without her family's knowledge. Ayelet confirmed, and the woman said she had missed 6 birthdays and this sword was compensation. Ayelet hugged the gift, feeling warm and cared for. The woman promised another gift at the picnic. At the picnic, Ayelet and her brother were expecting a gift and saw the black charcoal and were stunned. Leo explained that it was magic cotton candy made by their mom. It turned out to be more complicated than they thought. Altea revealed that she heard Ayelet mumbling in her sleep about cotton candy and decided to make it. Ayelet remembered the strange dream and wondered if she had really spoken in her sleep. Altea struggled to prepare the dish, which turned out to be a failure. Ayelet convinced her that she shouldn't eat it. Despite the failure, Ayelet decided to try the strange dish, surprising everyone with her determination. Ayelet ate the strange dish with gusto. Everyone was shocked. She exclaimed that it was delicious. A month had passed since Ayelet's mom returned. Life at the mansion had settled down. The family was enjoying the moments. The family enjoyed time in nature. Ayelet forgot her sorrows and enjoyed moments with her family. The character lies on the ground, breathing heavily and gazing into the hole left by the explosion, feeling the power. The grim man has a demonic look, knowing who is responsible for the murders of Artemon and Rodrigo. The character kneels in horror, realizing that even Rodrigo has been destroyed, gripped by fear of an unknown force. The dark silhouettes discuss the executor judge, wondering if total annihilation without reincarnation is possible. The character prefers complete annihilation to endless reincarnations, feeling cheated and disappointed. The two beings lie on the ground in sweat, their thoughts occupied with strict order and goodness despite the chaos around them. A majestic horned demon in lights claims his rank and demands immediate action. A girl with pink hair, smiling happily, asks to understand Ayelet's power. Leo notices Ayelet awake and greets her, creating a cozy morning atmosphere. Altea offers Ayelet and Leo coffee, emphasizing the importance of family support in creating a homely atmosphere. Altea asks Leo if Ayelet has gone to prayer. Leo confirms. Ayelet completes the morning rituals. Leo and Altea discuss Ayelet's devotion, admiring her spiritual strength and perseverance. Ayelet joyfully announces the completion of the quest of 1,000 morning prayers, proud of her accomplishment. Golden rays envelop Islet, awakening a powerful divine force, bringing a sense of holiness. Islet is overwhelmed by her success, realizing that she has reached the level of a saint, higher than a cardinal. The spirits congratulate Islet, supporting her on her journey. She feels joy and confidence. Islet actively communicates with the gods in the temple, feeling their wisdom and continuing her spiritual journey. Agnes with golden hair congratulates Islet, affirming her divine power worthy of a saint of the legendary class. Islet thanks Agnes and ponders her next steps. Agnes advises her to use her power wisely. Islet shows her coins accumulated by trading herbs and potions, planning her future development. She was enthusiastic about going to the cash shop, ready to invest her savings in new skills and abilities. Islet decides to load up the cash shop and find skills related to divine power to become stronger. Islet develops a bruise on her arm after a training session. She tries to heal it with a new skill. Her finger glows and she casts a spell. The bruise gradually disappears, which pleases Islet. Agnes is surprised that Islet used the new skill and wonders about its safety. Islet is reassured and promises caution. Islet recalls how she healed Aryaman, which lowered her level a lot. She now realizes the risks of using the skills. She decides to train hard and become stronger to reach her goal and become a master. Agnes is worried about how Islet will train and whether it is too dangerous. Islet does not lose her enthusiasm. A light descends on the sacred place. For the first time in 200 years, a person has reached the level of a saint. This amazes everyone. The clerics are overjoyed, considering him a hero of divine advent, and are eager to bring him to Sangwangcheon. Sir Clovis cannot find the saint despite his best efforts. The management demands a new squad to search for him. Behind the scenes, they discuss that the hero could be a woman. This could be a religious and political decision. Cardinal Cathria meets Brother Tessalid, who inquires about recent events and greets her. Thessalidis asks about Catraya's stay at the castle and the news from its inhabitants. Catraya reports that the political world and the dungeons are under control, recalling the boy and girl servants. Tessalid remembers Iole and asks about her fate. Catraya assures her that she is safe and grown up. Tessalid thanks Catraya, expresses her gratitude and respect, and leaves. Silence once again envelops the holy place. Cardinal Catraya anticipates important changes and trials. Iphael and Hestio are talking. Iphael laughs, asking what the conversation is about. Hestio says that Catraya is unkind to the stigmata. The boy is concerned for Islet's safety, expressing alarm. The three boys argue. Iphael marvels at the high-handedness of one. Another accuses him of changing his behavior after being appointed a knight. The white boy explains that respectful words enhance divine power, avoiding conflict. Hestio declares that if Iphael is high-handed, they will no longer be friends. Iphael is perplexed. Eiffel promises not to use high-handed language in front of his friends. Hestio emphasizes the importance of sincerity. Iphael reminds Hestio of the girl from the toy mansion. Hestio realizes that he probably won't see her again. The white boy offers to leave Shangwanshan, feeling hopeful about the future and the possibility of leaving the place. Iphael overhears a council meeting about missionary work. He hates using the church, but thinks it's better than being locked up. Iphael hopes that Hestio can meet a familiar face in a new place, filling him with optimism and faith in change. Aelet's family says goodbye to her brother, who is leaving for the Knight Academy. His parents ask him to write home. Aelet's brother assures his parents that he will write. His eyes light up with joy at the adventure ahead. Aelet is sad that he will not see his brother in the coming years, remembering how they supported each other. The Knights Academy is a prestigious school in the capital of the Kingdom of Winchester, where young people from all over the continent aspire to attend. Aelet's brother offers to say goodbye, but she stays put, immersed in thoughts of the future. Aelet promises to send potions and pills, asking her brother to take them on time and to give her the names of the offenders. Aelet's brother agrees and promises to take care of himself. The brother's friend runs up, reminding him to hurry up. Aelet doubts his brother's friend, but his brother explains that the friend wants to be a knight despite the hardship. Aelet is sad, realizing that parting is inevitable and she will have a hard time without her brother. The brother says goodbye to Aelet, promising to keep in touch. He smiles and disappears into the distance, leaving her with her thoughts. Aelet and brother discuss his decision to join the military academy. His brother is determined to achieve everything on his own. Aelet remembers her sister looking at her brother angrily, thinking he should learn the manners of a knight. Altea suggested that Aelet enroll in the military academy, noting her mastery of the sword. But Aelet decided to leave that path to her brother. Islet replied to her mother that she did not envy her brother and firmly decided to train at the castle instead of the academy. She chose to stay at the castle to develop in her own way and be useful to the family. Despite her brother's departure, Isla still had her loyal friend Bianca, which was a comfort to her. Bianca unexpectedly informed Islet that she was leaving for the capital, which surprised Islet. Bianca explained that she wanted more opportunities to develop before the social season began. Islet realized that Bianca's departure could drag on for a year, and that worried her. She decided that she would stay at the castle and go about her business, looking to the future with confidence. Islet had been warned about the third prince's brother's complex and told to be careful with the first princess and the first prince. She gave Bianca a hair ornament, which touched her very much. Islet assured Bianca that the jewelry would come in handy in the social world, increasing her attractiveness. Bianca thanked Islet, saying that she had enough of Islet alone in her life, which showed their deep connection. Islet promised to support Bianca in her new endeavors, showing her loyalty and friendship. Agnes congratulated Islet on becoming an Auror and expressed her pride in her accomplishments. Agnes admonished Islet to continue to work hard and strive for new heights. Islet recognized Agnes's crucial role in her successes and thanked her for her support. Islet raised the Seven of Swords Aurora, impressing Agnes, and both were inspired to continue her achievements. Islet remains humble and determined, promising to do her best to continue to grow. Agnes explained the importance of removing insignia, but Islet emphasized her high status. Islet jokes about her status, proud of her accomplishments, and Agnes cheers her on. The celebration continued when Islet with a placard suddenly congratulated herself on her achievement, causing Agnes to laugh. Islet discusses her beliefs with Agnes, emphasizing the importance of faith and spiritual growth in their journey. Agnes and Islet look at each other with respect, realizing that their journey is just beginning. Agnes, having become an Auror, worries about the difficulties of practicing holy power in the Earl's castle. Islet rejoices at the opportunity to perfect her skills in a favorable environment. The clerics are concerned about Agnes, as her mission is very important to everyone. Sir Argent is instructed to speed up the search for the saint and is determined to make every effort. Sir Argent realizes that saving the saint has become his duty and plans the operation. Sir Argent hopes for success, realizing that the saint's power has not completely disappeared. Argent ponders the strangeness of the saint's name as he prepares for important decisions. The cardinal has entrusted the care of the orphan Songnian, and Argent realizes the importance of this task. Argent laments the lack of a healer near Xiang Guangxian, which made the situation worse. The mission report sounds calm. Everything went smoothly. Argent prepares for the next mission. Argent talks about the upcoming mission to Akon, where they need to clear the area and preach. Tassilid reminds him that Akon is a den of heretics, expressing misgivings about the mission. Argent is confident in their mission, ordering Tassilid to obey his orders. Argent asks Tassilid to let them know if they find any trace of the saint in Akon. Isla is enthusiastic and determined as she prepares for her new challenges on the training ground. Islet talks about the dungeon-like training ground, looking forward to the trials. Agnes suggests that Islet use a suitable sword to prepare for real combat. Isla is excited to be able to use a real sword, confident in her abilities. Islet pulls out the black salt desert sword that her mother found in the dungeon. She is determined and ready for new accomplishments, feeling the strength and support of her weapon. Islet, a young girl with pink hair, looks up at the majestic tower, amazed at its size and complexity of construction. She admires the work of the architect who put a lot of effort into this structure. Noticing the warning signs about forbidding the divine presence, Islet ponders that it seems a bit premature. She senses that something important lies ahead of her. Islet walks resolutely into the training area, warned by Agnes's voice not to relax and to be ready to attack even the smallest of enemies. She agrees to this, keeping her sword at the ready. The first boss of the tower appears before her, an enchanted slime. Islet realizes that she must fight him in order to continue her journey up the Tower of Trials. Agnes watches the battle with admiration, commenting on how cute the slime is dancing. She is amazed and almost mortified to see Islet fighting this unusual creature. After defeating the slime, Islet discovers that inside the trophy is an ingredient for alchemy. Agnes admires Islet's ingenuity, who thanks her for the compliment. Islet notices a magical staircase leading to the next floor of the tower. Realizing that defeating the boss has opened the way further up, she heads resolutely upwards. With determination on her face, Islet enthusiastically climbs the stairs, urging Agnes to follow her. She is ready for new challenges and adventures on the next levels of the tower. On a new level, Eyelet faces another boss, a furry, poisonous, spore-bearing mushroom. She prepares for battle, knowing that each next enemy will be more difficult than the last. On the third floor of the tower, a hungry cannibal plant called Nepenthes awaits her. Eyelet realizes that her trials are just beginning, and there are many more dangers and battles ahead. Eyelet finds herself in a zombie world where she meets a wave of undead. This world is full of darkness and danger, and the endless round of zombie summoning on the 15th floor of the Tower of Trials leaves her no chance for rest. She realizes that she must stay alert in order to survive. Despite the bleakness of the situation, Eyelet is determined to use her healing skills. She realizes that her abilities could come in handy in this brutal battle. The girl is eager to help others despite the threat to her and her comrades. Her attempts to approach others are met with distrust and fear. People flee from her, and Isla is perplexed as to why this is happening. However, she quickly realizes that it's her passive skill that is causing the undead to become infamous. Despite the difficulties, Islet doesn't lose her optimism and continues her attempts to connect with those around her. She decides to use her healing levels to show her good side and prove that she can be useful in this battle. During a short break, she realizes that her healing skills can be used not only to heal, but also to attack. This discovery becomes an important tactical advantage for her in the fight against the zombies. Despite the terrifying sights, Eyelet remains calm and continues to observe what is happening around her. Her psychological defenses help her cope with the horrors of the world, but she knows that this is temporary and she has much more to endure. She observes the world around her in a dulled state, realizing that this is necessary for survival. This cruel world requires not only physical strength, but also emotional fortitude, which Eyelet demonstrates with her entire appearance. In moments of rest, she remembers her loved ones, thinking about how Tessalid lives. These thoughts help her retain her humanity and not get lost in the cruel world of zombies. Parallel to the events, someone else is going their own way, experiencing frustration and pain. This mysterious character possibly plays a key role in the overall plot, and his or her actions affect the fate of Eyelet and the other characters. Taking a bite, Eyelet feels that her vacation has come to an end and it's time to get back into training. She is ready for new challenges and is determined to win. Her will to live and fight inspires those around her and gives her hope for salvation. Eyelet decides that she must become a useful healer for her team as soon as possible. She realizes that her friend Terry needs her help and decides to become stronger. The architect of the Tower of Trials finds it incredibly difficult to climb to the 100th floor in 1 week. Eyelet looks at her hands covered in blood and continues on her way with a sad smile, realizing that there are more challenges ahead of her. On the 101st floor, the real trouble begins, according to the tower architect. Eyelet prepares for a new battle, clutching her bloody sword in her hand, and looks forward to the new challenge. The battlefield on the 101st floor resembles a dungeon. Eyelet looks around and thinks that she will be able to train better in such an environment, even though she is used to fighting on a clean gym floor. Eyelet realizes that combat experience in the changing terrain is very important. She continues her trek through the forest, scrutinizing the surrounding terrain to be ready for any surprises. The situation on the 101st floor is drastically different from previous trials. Eyelet reflects on the fact that she has never had to go mountain climbing, but now it has become a necessity. Eyelet suddenly hears the sound of an eruption and is startled. She looks around trying to figure out what is going on and prepares herself for possible danger. Suddenly, a fireball appears in the sky, flying straight towards where Eyelet is. She realizes that danger is imminent and prepares to meet the enemy. The boss of the 101st floor is a magma golem. Eyelet realizes the seriousness of the upcoming battle and realizes that her skills will be tested to the limit. Eyelet realizes that her attack has failed. Agnes advises her to study the enemy and find its vulnerability. Eyelet resolutely continues the fight, aiming to defeat the magma golem. While in the water, Eyelet listens to Agnes's advice. She reminds her of the importance of not only keeping an eye on the enemy, but also on her surroundings. Eyelet realizes that she must avoid mistakes and take advantage of the terrain to attack. Eyelet resolutely steps out of the water, realizing that she knows what to do. She asks Agnes how to get the golem to pay attention to her. Agnes advises to attract attention with brightly colored movements or shouting. Eilert gathers all her resolve and yells loudly at the golem, calling it stupid. She sends him greetings from her parents to increase the effect and distract him. The golem reacts to Eilert's yelling, and she notices that it actually worked. Eilert jokes that the golem turned out to be a devoted son, delighted with its success. Eilert jumps and maneuvers deftly, using the terrain to her advantage as Agnes advised. She realizes that fleeing is not an option, and all her skills must be used. Suddenly, she sees the golem and realizes that there is a cliff behind her. Isla realizes that it is dangerous to stay with her back to the enemy for long, and she needs to act quickly. Isla decides that she will not run away again. She holds her weapon tightly, determined to fight to the end. She remembers all of Agnes's advice and is going to use it in her strategy. The rock behind limits her maneuvers, but it also creates protection. With determination in her eyes, Eilert rushes into battle, applying her knowledge and skills. She knows that this fight will be her ultimate test. Eilert, full of confidence, prepares for the final blow. She uses all her strength and cunning to overpower her enemy, determined that winning this battle is her only path to salvation. Eilert, with an expression of determination on her face, prepares to deliver the killing blow to her enemy, holding up her sword to pierce him right through the heart. Her green eyes sparkle with exertion, and she is confident of her victory, despite all the difficulties ahead of her. Eilert's enemy was a monster whose weakness was water. She knew this and lured it into the waterfall to take advantage of its vulnerability. The fiery lava and shattered rocks around her emphasize the scale and danger of this battle. Agnes, her ally, confirms that the enemy is indeed a level A boss. Eilert realizes that level A is a serious challenge, and she will have to do her best to deal with it. Fire rages around her, but she is ready for battle. Thinking back to past battles, Eilert notes that an enemy like Ardaman was also at level A. The divine adventuring skill she wields proves to be a powerful weapon against such a powerful foe, but also raises suspicions about her honesty. Eilert admits that her legs are no longer holding her up, and she intends to conquer the next stage tomorrow. Her body is exhausted, and she needs rest before new challenges. She realizes that strength and endurance are the key to success. Agnes congratulates Eilert on passing the test and suggests that she rest at home. She has a full set of physical training ahead of her, and rest is much needed to regain her strength for new battles. Xiang Wanchen, a bearded priest, peeks into the cell where Tessalid is being held and asks if he knows why he is here. His stern look and heavy gaze suggest serious accusations. Thucydides sits in the cell, illuminated by the faint light, and answers by identifying himself. His facial expression betrays some anxiety, but he remains calm. The priest orders that Thucydides not be given a drop of water until the 3-day probation period is over. The guard, standing in front of the cell, agrees to carry out the order. Hestio and Iphiol appear outside Tessalid's cell and try to cheer him up, asking how he is feeling and alluding to the cold in his new room. Tessalid looks at Hestio and Iphiol in surprise, asking how they got here. Hestio replies that it doesn't matter, the important thing now is to help Tessalid. Hestio hands Tessalid a piece of bread and a flask of water, asking them to keep it a secret and eat a little at a time when no one else is around. This gesture of care shows their friendship and support. Tessalid gratefully accepts the food, recognizing that it is better than starving, and thanks Iphiol for his help. His face shows relief and gratitude. Tessalid learns that Sheng Huangxian continues to blame and torment him, despite how many people and cities he has saved. This information adds drama and tension to his situation. Iphiol assures Tessalid that everything will be okay, trying to lift his spirits. Their relationship seems very close and supportive, which adds emotional depth to the story. Hestio and Iphiol do their best to support Tessalid, reminding him of his strength and the importance of his actions. They leave him with hope and support, promising to help him in his future trials. The priest, Xiong Guangxian, takes his anger out on Tessalid. Tessalid, as a prisoner, has ignored the church rules more than once or twice and acted in his own way, which has led to his current situation. Hestio, with a concerned expression on his face, expresses his displeasure that the region of agony has once again refused to execute heretics. He knows that Thucydides has never killed heretics among the stigmata. Hestio questions whether Tessalid is really on the side of evil. He's not sure, but realizes that Tessalid must prove his loyalty to Seong Wangqian to survive this difficult situation. Ayelet, sitting at the table among the flowers, turns around in surprise when Leo calls out to her. She is slightly puzzled by his sudden appearance, but is willing to listen to what he has to say to her. Leo suggests that Ayelet go on a picnic with Eltia. Ayelet is perplexed as to why a picnic is necessary, but the suggestion piques her interest and her desire to learn more. Leo, with a smile, informs her that he has some more research to do and suggests that Ayelet and Elithea go out together. Ayelet is a little embarrassed, but the idea of a date is starting to seem tempting to her. Laughing, Ayelet agrees to study slowly, assuring Leo that she'll do her best. Leo walks away, leaving her in a good mood and with a smile on her face. With bright determination, Ayelet addresses the system, demanding to be let into the Tower of Trials. Her determined attitude and confidence in her abilities promises interesting adventures ahead. Ayelet dedicates several days to training in the Tower of Trials, preparing herself for new challenges. Her progress in the tower slowed after the 101st floor, as the monsters grew stronger with each floor. Despite this, she persevered and moved on, overcoming one obstacle after another. As she made her way through the tower, Ayelet noticed how the task became more difficult and the monsters more dangerous. Each new floor required more and more strength and skill. Sometimes it would take her a month to get through one floor, which slowed her progress. As time passed, Ayelet's skills grew and she reached the level of an expert healer. Her abilities surpassed even experienced healers. This helped her to recover faster and continue climbing the tower. Fencing became her main specialty, and she perfected the technique while fighting numerous enemies. Agnes, her mentor, officially recognized Ayelet as part of the fencing team, which was an important milestone in her journey. On the 275th floor, she faced the dragon demon Dragos. It was one of the most difficult battles, but Ayelet was able to defeat him thanks to her new skills and determination. This victory was an important achievement for her. The reward for the victory was beyond Ayelet's expectations. Agnes praised her for her success and recognized her outstanding abilities. These words inspired Ayelet to continue her exploits in the tower. From the 265th floor of the tower, more and more dragon demons came, making each new floor a test of endurance and strength. Ayelet dealt with them through increased training and acquired skills. As Ayelet passed through the Tower of Trials, she faced many dangers and difficulties, but each time she found the strength to keep going. Her will and skill grew with each floor, turning her into a true warrior. Each victory over the monsters strengthened her confidence. Ayelet kept climbing, knowing that behind each new test she would face an even greater challenge, but she was ready for it thanks to Agnes's guidance. Ayelet grew stronger and stronger. Her journey through the Tower of Trials was filled with dangers and triumphs. Her determination and skills helped her become one of the strongest warriors, able to overcome any obstacle. Ayelet resents the architect of the tower, believing that 10 evil dragons in a row is too much. Irony is heard in her words as she wonders about the number of enemies she has to fight. Ayelet decides to grab the item she needs and is about to leave, but she runs into difficulty trying to find what she needs in a pile of bones. The question, where could it have gone, adds a note of hopelessness to the situation. Upon discovering the bones, Ayelet happily informs her that they are the perfect material for her underground farm. She looks pleased and is ready to get to work, hoping that the material she has found will come in handy. Ayelet is happy that she has finally made it out of the tower and can visit her farm. She is in good spirits and calls out to her helpers with enthusiasm, expecting to see them. At the farm, Ayelet finds her skeletal helpers in a broken state. She is concerned, assuming that someone has beaten them, and urgently asks them to open their eyes and explain what has happened. Agnes and Hiyasu reveal that they were diligently digging a fish pond when the accident happened. They even gave each other names, which shows their friendly bond and eagerness to cooperate. Suddenly, something goes wrong and both helpers break down. Ayelet sees them in a critical condition and doesn't understand what happened since things are so bad. Ayelet rebukes his assistants for overzealousness, reminds them that they have often complained of fractures and wear and tear, and asks them to be more careful in the future. Despite everything, Islet finds comfort in the fact that she has the perfect gift for her helpers. She's sure it will lift their spirits and aid in their recovery. Agnes and Hyasu are happy to see their mistress and assure her that they are overflowing with demonic energy. They run around, but Islet warns them not to overdo it, lest they have another mishap. Islet stares in amazement at the three skeletons who suddenly come to life and speak to her, asking if she's broken too. Her confusion and bewilderment mixed with slight panic as she didn't expect to see such strange creatures. She is relieved to say that she brought enough stuff to have enough for everyone, turning to the small fire spirit Helveros, who looked content and happy to be waiting his turn. His eyes reflected hunger and impatience. Helveros asked with some excitement if Islet had any gift for him, hoping for something special. His fiery body blazed with impatience and his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Islet, smiling and full of determination, announced that she did indeed have a gift for Helveros. She made a heart with her hands, showing that she had prepared something unusual and precious for her little friend. Islet took out a glowing red heart-shaped crystal and showed it to Helveros, who immediately recognized it as the forgotten heart of a fire dragon. It was a powerful and rare treasure, capable of bestowing incredible power. Helveros, filled with delight, realized that by eating this heart, he would become much stronger and gain unprecedented abilities. He was thrilled at the prospect of becoming a Mega Helveros, which promised new opportunities and adventures. Islet, feeling happy for her friend, encouraged him to take this bold step. Helveros did not hesitate and, engulfed in a blaze of joy and impatience, prepared to eat the precious heart. After Helveros ate the heart, he felt a powerful surge of energy. His fire flared brighter and brighter, filling him with incredible power and joy. He was immensely grateful to Islet for this precious gift. Islet asked with interest if Helveros could already feel the power of the demon dragon. However, Helveros instead felt drowsy and tired, which was completely unexpected for him. His fire began to dim, and he started to fall asleep, explaining that he needed time to digest the power he had received. Alet checked the farm and patched up her workers. Now she decides to take up alchemy, preparing herself for new experiments and research. Her immersion in her work is interrupted by her father's voice, calling her to look at something important. Leo, Islet's father, happily announces that her brother has returned. Islet turns around with interest and sees her brother, who is also happy to see her. He smiles, creating an atmosphere of warmth and joy in the room. Islet meets her brother, who looks gorgeous in his military uniform. He greets her enthusiastically and confesses that he hasn't seen his sister in a long time. Islet is happy to see him too, and their meeting is filled with familial warmth. Ailet's brother begins to joke that despite all his training at the night school, she always beats him in battle. He admires her strength and suggests she find a worthy opponent among the strongest swordsmen on the continent. Islet laughs but doesn't give up on the idea. Her brother tells her that there are strong swordsmen among the churchmen who can compete with her. He is interested in her opinion, fueling her ambition. Her brother recalls a boy from their childhood who once sought out Islet. This triggers her memories, and she tries to remember who he is talking about. This talk awakens her curiosity and interest in the past. He explains that thanks to their father's command, they were able to close the dungeon. Islet listens with interest, admiring their family's courage and determination. They feel proud of their family's actions. Her brother expresses admiration for their family's courage and determination in dealing with such a threat. Islet realizes that despite the challenges, together they can overcome any adversity. The brother and sister continue their conversation while sitting on the grass under the trees. The brother tells them that a giant S-class dungeon shaft has formed above El Torini. He shares the news, filled with a spirit of adventure and danger. However, the fortress has begun to crumble, threatening to completely destroy the town of El Torini. His brother describes how the castle walls fell, creating chaos and panic among the inhabitants. This event was a serious test for everyone. At this critical moment, a luminous figure appears. Tessalid Arrogant appeared, illuminating everything with his presence. It was as if his appearance gave hope to all those around him, for his power could save the situation. Tessalid used a siege spear filled with divine power and aura. This weapon was his last trump card against the destructive force threatening everything he held dear. Tysilidus's powerful spear shattered the falling fortress, saving the city from imminent doom. The consequences of this action, however, were unexpected and terrible. Just as the book says, Terry becomes very strong. Of course, because he is the main hero who will save the world. But the reality turned out to be much more complicated than imagined. Eilert was worried that he wasn't being treated like a hero. The wreckage of the destroyed fortress fell on the city, causing significant property damage, and now the residents blame the hero for everything. Merchants beg for compensation for the damage done to the stores. The town has suffered, and now everyone is demanding justice and restoration. Eilert feels a deep injustice towards her brother. Eilert resents the ingratitude of the residents. She believes that without Terry's help, the town would have been completely destroyed. His resentment grows, for no one wants to say a simple thank you. Eilert is convinced that Terry would be very happy to hear words of gratitude. She decides to fight for justice, defending her brother against unfair accusations and reminding everyone of his heroic deeds. Eilert sees her brother calling to her from afar. She realizes it is time to leave and return to her duties. But a glance at her brother makes her think of the moments they can spend together. Eilert's brother cheerfully informs her that he has bought the famous pasta in the capital and offers to go and pick it up later. Eilert agrees, though with a little uncertainty. She smiles, feeling her brother's warmth and care. Sitting under a tree, Eilert reflects on her worries. She realizes that she is wasting her nerves because she won't be able to go to Terry's until she is 20 and the school period is over. Suddenly, a mighty dragon appears on the horizon. It is the boss of the 276th floor of the Tower of Trials, the greedy dragon Lord Empion. Flashes of fire surround him, creating a sense of immense power and threat. Eilert and Agnes, with their ears covered, ponder why the dragon demons scream so loudly when they appear. Eilert is tired of their screams, and this new dragon visit seems particularly annoying to her. Eilert screams, wondering how many dragons the architect of the Tower of Trials actually created. The Fire Lord in the distance looks like the epitome of terror and power, and Eilert feels like they will never stop their onslaught. Eilert ponders if it's time for other bosses and good weapons to show up. She's already defeated several floors of the tower, but still hasn't gotten a decent weapon to deal with the new threats. The architect of the Tower of Trials reminds Eilert to look forward, not skyward. He encourages her to begin a new quest so that she can continue her journey in the tower through new challenges and dangers. Dragon Lord Assassin, Difficulty, S special event for those unlucky enough to have items. Grab the boss and loot him as usual. Reward, a ticket to pick one rare item from the boss, which will help in further adventures. Eilert, full of determination, points at the dragon, preparing for a fight. Agnes looks at her with concern and surprise, not realizing what is happening. The brightness around Agnes emphasizes her magical nature, creating an atmosphere of tension. The dragon, emitting fire and fury, speaks of his power and his intention to add Eilert to his collection. He threatens to take her life if she doesn't give up everything she holds dear. The heat and threat from the dragon heightens the sense of danger. Eilert, enchanted by the dragon's treasure, cannot contain her admiration. Her eyes burn with excitement. She notices the riches and thinks she will find something valuable among them. Agnes, keeping calm, ponders how to avoid danger. The treasures, shimmering with golden light, lie beneath the dragon's paws. Eilert realizes that she has the dragon's collection before her and hopes to find at least one sword she will enjoy. Her determination strengthens despite the threat. Agnes smiles approvingly and agrees with Eilert's reasoning. She praises her for her cleverness and points out the possibility of replacing the weapon. This gives Eilert confidence, preparing her for the battle ahead. Eilert sits on the bed holding the sword and thinks about how she managed to find it. Agnes enters the room and wonders how long Eilert spent looking for that sword, commenting on her appearance. She doesn't understand how Eilert can be satisfied with her appearance after such an adventure. Eilert replies that she spent 3 days and 3 nights in the treasury to choose this particular sword. Her efforts are justified, for this sword is truly significant. She's proud of her find and thinks that the sword is worth all her efforts and time. Agnes recognizes that the sword is truly impressive. She notes that this sword seems to be one of the best in existence, if her eyes do not deceive her. Agnes admires Eilert's choice and admits that such a sword is worthy of only the best warfare. Ile, smiling, says she looks forward to her growth and success with her new sword. Agnes agrees with her, chuckling slightly, which adds to the lightness of the moment. She believes that Ile can reach great heights with this weapon in her hands and looks forward to her future victories. Agnes declares that she will find Tassiliad first and begins to tease Islet, hinting at possible feelings for him. She wonders if Islet really misses him that much, hinting that Thessiliades might be her first love. Islet replies emphatically that this is not the case at all. Islet's inner voice intervenes, claiming that she has important plans, such as meeting the most handsome man in the world. Her thoughts are full of determination and confidence in her actions. Islet is certain that the protagonist she wants to meet is doomed to die on the 17th round of regression. She decides that she needs to find him and heal him so he doesn't die. Her plans become increasingly complicated and require quick action. Agnes notices that Islet looks tired after her battle with Empi. She advises her to go to bed to gain strength for her new training. Agnes realizes that rest is essential for success in future battles. Islet agrees with Agnes, realizing that she really needs to rest. She lies down in bed, thinking about tomorrow and the challenges ahead. Her thoughts about tomorrow are full of hope and anticipation of new achievements and victories. Islet lies in her bed thinking about how difficult things are for her. She feels like she is running without respite, which reflects her fatigue and tension. The nightlight shines through the window, creating an atmosphere of loneliness and brooding. Trying to find answers to her questions, Islet turns to the system to find out her current rank. She is concerned about her progress and hopes that her efforts have not been in vain. Her anxiety and anticipation is evident in her posture and facial expression. The system reports that her current rank is 281, and this achievement inspires her. Her training quest to get into the top 100 in the world has already been accomplished. This is an important moment for Islet, and it inspires confidence and pride in her accomplishments. However, the world in which she will face new challenges is a story of S-class survival difficulty. Islet realizes that her journey is just beginning, and there are even greater challenges ahead. She feels she must be ready for new challenges. Suddenly, a message appears from the architect of the Tower of Trials, suggesting that she take a break. Islet realizes that she has no time to rest, as she needs to reach the 300th floor and leave the Count's castle. Her determination won't let her stop. Islet resolutely continues her journey despite all the difficulties and hardships. She knows that she's now walking down a difficult road of hardship, but her spirit is unshakable. Her goal is clear, and she is ready to go all the way despite all obstacles. Meanwhile, Thessiliades, the protagonist who must undergo trials before returning to time, is also preparing for his journey. His mission is just as challenging and important, and he hopes that he will be able to cope with the tasks assigned to him. The devil Carpheus looks down at Thessiliades, proudly displaying his power. His bright red skin and clawed paw are dipped in blood, creating an ominous atmosphere. Carpheus insinuates that Thessiliades should be proud of his accomplishments. Carpheus points to the corpses scattered across the valley. They belong to heretics killed by Thessilides, which gives Carpheus a sense of triumph. He claims that if the people of Song Guangxian had seen this, they would have been proud of Thessilides. Tessalid, clouded by thoughts of his deeds, stares at the bodies in silence. Carpheus reminds him that he exterminated the heretics prowling the dungeons and stopped the ceremony that would have expanded the demon's power. Carpheus continues to praise Thessilides, saying that his accomplishments are worthy of praise. Thessilides, however, looks broken and depressed, his face stained with blood. He quietly orders Carpheus to be silent. Carpheus lifts Thessilides up, forcing him to look him in the eye. Thessilides wonders if he likes being a hero. Carpheus calls him a son of strict order and goodness, adding sarcasm to his words. Thessilides finally regains his resolve. With fury in his eyes, he declares to Carpheus that he will kill him. Carpheus only smiles, his face grinning in a vicious grin as if accepting the challenge. Carpheus provokes Thessilides by calling him a silver mouse. His red eyes sparkle and he laughs, enjoying the upcoming confrontation. Thessilides, despite her fear, prepares for battle with the powerful demon. Aelid appears on the dock, and Agnes reminds her not to fall off the boat. Ayelet assures her that she has been practicing her balance for 2 months and will not fall again. She is confident and determined, ready for the challenges ahead. Suddenly, the boss of the 298th floor of the Tower of Trials, the Cursed Wounded Seal, appears. Her intimidating appearance and aura create a tense atmosphere, and everyone on the team senses the impending danger. Isla notices that Seal looks like a beautiful mermaid, but her lower body is the tail of a huge snake instead of a fishtail. This sight leaves her bewildered and afraid. Islet realizes that without the artifact, the mermaid boat would have fallen into the water long ago. She holds tightly to her sword despite the danger and prepares to defend herself, counting only on herself. Islet falls onto the wrecked boat. She is asked if she is all right. Islet replies that she herself is fine, but the boat is badly damaged. She struggles to stay afloat, trying not to fall. The lack of a floor beneath her feet is a problem, Islet ponders. She longs for divine intervention to deal with the situation. At that moment, she realizes the seriousness of the threat. Agnes suggests a fresh start, but Islet resolutely persists. She gathers all her strength for the confrontation, knowing that she has no margin for error in this battle. Ayla is confident in her abilities and prepares for the decisive battle. Ciel is about to use her destructive power, which causes tension. Their clash becomes inevitable and dangerous. The warning of the approaching tsunami of destruction increases the fear. Islet gathers all her will and prepares for battle, realizing that the outcome of the battle will decide their fate. She is determined to win at all costs. Islet activates her stalemate skill, Mercury Barrier 30 plus 10, and light spills out around her, creating a protective circle. She stands on this magical symbol, confident in her strength and ready for any challenge. With sword in hand, Islet turns to her opponent, asking with a cheeky smile how he likes her new barrier. She declares that this field is now her fortress, showing her unwavering confidence. Congratulations on defeating the boss of the 298th floor of the Tower of Trials, the Cursed Wounded Seal. Islet is surprised to realize how strong this opponent was and how good the reward for defeating him was. Islet holds 2 artifacts, the Tears of the Mermaid and the Strings of the Spirit King's harp. She realizes that these items can be used as the best material for potions and weapons and assesses their potential power. Agnes admires Islet, noting that it usually takes an elite team of 12 to defeat such a monster. Islet, on the other hand, is doing it alone, and Agnes can't help but be proud of her accomplishments. Ayla reflects on the fact that thanks to the skills she bought from the cash store, she can handle any challenge. Even without the help of 12 people, she is able to attack, heal, and strengthen herself, realizing the benefits of her reincarnation. The architect of the Tower of Trials is surprised that Islet has already overcome the 298th floor. She is now ranked 7th among the continent's strongest players, and he asks her to calm down a bit before the next trials. Islet thinks that 7th place is not a bad result, but there are still many challenges ahead. She has 17 episodes of Ultimate Darkness to overcome, and she's determined to face further challenges. The architect of the Tower of Trials asks if Aylet can start passing the 299th floor in a month. She suspects he is hiding something and decides to find out so she can be ready for a new challenge. After getting no answer from the architect of the Tower of Trials, Islet decides not to waste time and goes to the next floor. She is determined and confident, knowing that new adventures and victories await her. Islet loads up on the 299th floor of the Tower of Trials. The environment seems unstable, distorted transitions and crumbling elements. She is perplexed as to what is happening, sensing that something is going wrong. Islet looks around and expresses her surprise. She notices that the loading of the floor is different from how it normally happens in the Tower of Trials, which makes her uneasy and suspicious. She realizes that this is not just a mistake. A surprising truth is revealed to her. It is not just a malfunction in the system, but a displacement in space, which she ponders. Islet notices the green slime and wonders how this could have happened. She's sure she was on the 299th floor of the Tower of Trials, but receives a notification that she is in the dungeon. An inner voice calling itself the architect of the Tower of Trials begins to rebuke her. It is angry at her for the imbalance and elapsed time, and questions how she has spent the tower's content in only 7 years. Ayla is surprised at the mention of a secret patch. She ponders who to turn to for help, but realizes there aren't many options. She decides to keep it a secret from the other gods. She agrees to a compromise. If she finds a way out and quietly leaves, it will all be resolved. The architect of the Tower of Trials is pleased that an understanding has been reached. In the depths of the dungeon, Islet continues to explore, pondering the possibility of a way out. She realizes that the dungeon is different from the tower, where you could challenge and lose to a boss. Islet wonders if the rule against adventuring still stands. The architect of the Tower of Trials nods her head. She concludes that there are always and everywhere flaws. Feeling tired, she crouches down and ponders that the gate could be displayed on a map of the system. She thinks it would be useful to see their location so she could more easily find her way out. Islet ponders the fact that exits appear randomly and she needs to keep looking. Suddenly she gets the idea to look for the answer in a book. She decides to use the system and calls up the integrated library. She finds a book called Resurrection to Save the World. Anticipation fills her as she opens the book, hoping that she will find useful information that will help her in finding her way out of this dungeon. Islet dives into reading the book and finds a chapter that mentions Ballenstein Jr. This brings her joy and hope, as the character may be the key to unraveling her current problem. She feels that she is on the right track. As she continues reading, Islet realizes that she now knows what the dungeon is. She also learns what the boss looks like and how to attack it, which greatly increases her chances of success in the upcoming battle. As she ponders her next actions, Islet decides to strategize. She doesn't plan to go into battle right away, but prefers to carefully consider every detail of her plan to avoid unnecessary risk and increase her chances of victory. She notices that her plan may work, as bosses often appear suddenly from the ceiling. Her wariness grows and she prepares for a possible confrontation as she continues to analyze her surroundings. Suddenly she notices movement and realizes that her hunch was correct. Her heart sinks with surprise and slight fear, but she tries to remain calm and collected so that she can act decisively. People appear in front of her. She's surprised to meet other living beings here, which adds to the unpredictability of the situation. Her curiosity is mixed with anxiety. For now, they will have to decide how to proceed. One of the men orders everyone to hide behind him, warning that danger is coming from above. Islet realizes it is Auror and admires his bravery. She is relieved knowing she is not alone in this ordeal. A young man in military uniform stands with sword in hand, wiping the sweat from his face, and informs her that a certain creature has escaped. He then inquires about the condition of those around him, asking if everyone is all right. A girl is lying on the ground, thanking her savior for his help and asking if it is safe up there. The man confirms that thanks to him, the situation has stabilized. The three characters look out from behind the rock, assuring each other that it is now safe. They prepare to lower the others with magic and ask them to wait a bit. The pink-haired girl says concernedly that the people below are in bad shape. Agnes, the golden-haired woman, remarks that their strength is only enough for a Class B dungeon, no more. A young man in military uniform helps a girl lying on the ground up. She thanks him for his help, recognizing that they couldn't have done it without him. A wizard in a black robe confirms that it is safe upstairs and prepares to lower everyone else down with magic. He urges everyone to be ready and wait. The architect of the Tower of Trials announces that the boss attack scene is complete and invites everyone to come out. The pink-haired girl says worriedly that the people downstairs are in bad shape. Agnes goes on to say that there are only 8 people in the group, with 2 of them having good skills. The others, including the Chielder, are still too young to protect everyone. Agnes remarks that with this child's strength, they won't be able to protect an entire squad. The architect of the Tower of Trials warns that he does not want any encounters in the dungeon, expressing concern about the way forward. A tense situation arises in the hero's camp, with the squad leader yelling at his subordinates over mistakes in battle. His indignation reaches a peak when he accuses the captain of the punitive squad of incompetence and asks him to explain what to do next, because the assistant healer was eaten by the boss. Amidst the turmoil and panic, one of the women accuses the commander of incompetence and says that it is his fault that the management of the team is in chaos. In an attempt to explain himself, the captain of the punitive squad yells that they accidentally woke up the boss, who immediately ate two of their team. The commander calms down and begins to analyze the situation. He recalls that the dungeon was originally considered a safe place where you could extract resources and quietly get out. However, using the skill on a sleeping boss had disastrous consequences. When the argument reaches a peak, the captain of the punishment squad replies sharply to the commander that he did not lose a precious healer due to negligence. He warns that if he returns to the church, he will no longer be able to send healers to their guild. Agnes tries to calm the enraged commander, promising to do her best to get the team safely out of the dungeon. She admits her guilt, but insists that compromises must be made in the situation. The priest is skeptical of Agnes's words, suspecting that with such an incompetent captain and poor skills on their team, there is little chance of rescue. He doubts that they will be able to get out of the dungeon safely. The priest then points to the two captives and asks what they are going to do with them. He emphasizes that the strain on the team is only increasing and they need to make a decision immediately. The captain of the punishment squad grimly replies that now the problem is not just 2 eaten fighters, but 3 already, adding to the new captives. He wonders what to do with this burden of responsibility. The captain points to Ailette, a girl with pink hair, and demands an explanation as to why she is constantly complaining and clinging to him. He is angry about the constant problems and sees no way out of the situation. Suddenly, a new character appears, claiming that the commander has been dragged down by the dungeon synchronization. He's sure he won't be begging them for a party, and with a challenge offers to make him heal 8 people, creating a new round of tension in the team. Ailette remarks that she has a harder time dealing with humans than monsters. Agnes, finding this absurd, is surprised by Ailette's reaction. A cadet, concerned for Ailette, asks her to be careful. A member of the team flatly refuses to lead the squad away. He shouts that this time Ailette will have to choose between him and the girl. At this point, the tension in the group escalates. The knight with golden hair expresses dissatisfaction with the paucity of favors, doubting the sincerity of the priest's service to God. He decides to leave the raid to avoid violating the code of knights despite the dangers. Ailette wonders in bewilderment if Justice is still alive. She notices that the knight is indeed a decent man, and this earns her respect. Ailette asks the knight to give her his left hand for a moment. The knight is surprised, but agrees. Ailette activates her base healing skill, which turns out to be incredibly powerful. The base skill, Healing LV, 67 plus 10, is activated. Light and magic begin to surround Ailette and the knight, emitting a powerful glow. This impresses everyone present. The raid members are amazed when they see Ailette in action. They exclaim that she is a chiller and remark on her incredible skills, comparing her to the highest magic. Ailette notices that the knight has been hiding an injury to his left arm. She advises him to care for his wounds as he cares for others, which surprises the knight. Ailette encourages all the wounded to come to her. She is confident in her abilities and promises to heal anyone who needs help, which makes everyone admire and hopeful. Ailette announces with a wide smile and arms spread out that she will cure everyone. Her confidence and kindness inspires the team, and they happily gather around her, waiting to be healed. The priest is attacked and marvels at how quickly he recovers despite being seriously wounded. The priest laments the injustice and remembers with indignation those who begged him for help. Following this, the priest expresses his indignation and calls for everyone's attention. He clearly wants to convey something important to his companions and does not allow them to turn away from what is happening. The priest's allies look puzzled and do not realize the gravity of the situation. Ailette and her companions remind the priest how they pressured him to join their cause. The characters begin to be more attentive to the priest. He in turn emphasizes the importance of their mission and shows genuine concern for the cleanliness of his strong sister's clothes. The priest realizes that he mistook Ailette for a nun, apologizes, and offers his help and protection. He takes responsibility for the well-being of the entire team. Fear of loneliness causes the priest to speak more sincerely and openly. His companions notice the change in his demeanor and are even surprised by his civility. The characters come together in a circle and begin to introduce themselves to each other. They realize that they are now to walk together and trust must be established. The leader of the team, Anne, declares her determination to lead the Golden Apples taming squad. Her confidence and determination inspire the rest of the participants. Priest Joachim supports Anne and confidently declares that he will be a trusted ally for the entire group. His optimism and enthusiasm boost the morale of the team. The other members of the squad also introduce themselves. Kyle and his sister Kana explain their role in the team, and Mage Seijin joins them as a mercenary. The cohesiveness of the team becomes the key to their success in the challenges ahead. Eyelet meets a tall man with golden hair. He introduced himself as Ray, and she looked at him with interest, not realizing who he was. There was something wary in his gaze, but he offered to call him Ray, which reassured the girl a little. Later, Eyelet, smiling happily, introduced herself to the others. She was glad to meet him and told them that her name was Eyelet. Her sincerity and openness immediately drew sympathy from those around her. Among those with them was a man with long blonde hair and a stern expression. He suggested that they not linger and continue the conversation on the go, as they needed to find a way out. The little girl, surprised by what was happening, asked if they were awake too and how they had ended up in this place. She was scared and looked to the adults for support. Eyelet explained that the girl had gotten into the dungeon in her sleep, which spoke of the high danger of this place. Even in a dream, it was possible to die here. Eyelet looked sympathetically at the girl, understanding her fears. The girl recounted how she woke up in the slime and was frightened. Her eyes opened wide with fear, but there were adults around to protect her. The girl pointed to Ray and said that he was the one who saved her. Ray was a little embarrassed at the attention, but was glad he could help. He looked like a hero in her eyes. The little girl didn't understand why Ray was called uncle and Eyelet was called sister. Her father had always said that a man in a military uniform was an uncle, and it caused her confusion. Eyelet, laughing, asked if she could call Ray her brother, since her older brother was also a cadet at the military academy. Ray was even more confused, but Eyelet kept joking, raising the spirits of everyone around her. Ray, with golden hair, starts a dialogue with Eyelet, emphasizing that he has something to say. He thinks she would be interested to know something important about him. Ray tells her that he is a second-class graduate of the 117th Military Academy and is currently on a night training trip to be knighted by custom. He adds that he has applied to be a mercenary to pay for travel expenses. Eyelet congratulates Ray on graduating second grade, to which he thanks her profusely, noting that he hasn't received such sincere congratulations in a long time. They continue walking through the cave with the other characters. Ray shares his feelings, saying that he was always in second place and was often compared to first, even if he didn't claim to be. This causes him mixed emotions of joy and sadness. Eyelet remembers that her older brother also graduated this year and assumes he has the same feelings as Ray. This leads her to believe that their stories are similar. A mysterious hooded man appears who is known for being polite to everyone. He comments that he may have sensed something special about Eyelet when he spotted her in the cave. Eyelet and the hooded stranger begin a conversation. The stranger suggests switching to a more informal you, since they are about the same age. Eyelet agrees, while noting that she prefers politeness but does not object to the suggestion. Eyelet asks the stranger about his background with interest. It turns out that he joined their group after traveling alone. She happily confirms that Ash also came to them without a companion and is happy to join their squad. The stranger explains that he originally accompanied another squad. Unfortunately, their group was destroyed in battle and he was left alone. Eyelet listens to his story anxiously, realizing how dangerous their adventure could be. The stranger goes on to say that while hiding in a cave from demons, he came across golden apples. These magical artifacts helped him survive the dangerous situation, and he was able to continue his journey to find safety. Eyelet realizes that the stranger is a skilled warrior, despite his modest words about his weapon proficiency. She is grateful that he has joined their squad and is willing to help despite the dangers that surround them. The stranger reminds her that it is dangerous for healers to stray far from the group. He advises Eyelet to stay close to the team to avoid possible trouble. Eyelet feels a growing unease, realizing that he may know more than he is saying. Suddenly, Eyelet hears a voice that warns her of the stranger's lies. She becomes wary, realizing that her new acquaintance may be hiding something important. This causes her to be more careful and cautious in her interactions with him. And the squad leader notices that the stranger's gait and his calloused hands indicate his prowess in combat. She warns Eyelet that he could be dangerous and is probably hiding his true intentions. Anne emphasizes that they need to be careful. Ray, the golden-haired warrior, notes with concern that there is still no exit from the cave in sight. He urges everyone to leave the place before they face an even greater threat. The team prepares for a possible battle, realizing that there could be serious challenges ahead. Anne and Ray stop, sensing the approach of something unknown. They prepare for battle, tensely listening to the sounds around them. Both realize that new, even more dangerous enemies may be waiting for them in this cave, and everyone needs to be ready. Priest Joachim, clutching his head, cries out in panic at the appearance of the dungeon boss. The soldier next to him is also stunned and calls for faster action, not believing what is happening. The atmosphere is filled with fear and tension. Squad leader Anne urges everyone to move faster, emphasizing that only escape will help them survive. Her determination and fighting spirit contrast with the general panic, which motivates the fighters to move forward. Ray tries to calm the squad by handing out instructions and urging them not to panic. His confidence instills hope in the others, letting them know that there is a plan and they can handle the situation if they follow his commands. Ray takes command of the front, showing his determination and willingness to fight. He demands support from his comrades, showing his leadership and fighting spirit. The powerful stroke of his sword emphasizes his strength and confidence. Priest Joachim, upon seeing the monster, begins to panic and shouts about the uselessness of the front, calling the fighters rags. His despair and fear of the power of the dungeon boss increase the atmosphere of chaos and hopelessness. Joachim runs away in panic, calling the others idiots and urging them to handle themselves. His flight symbolizes a complete collapse of spirit and emphasizes that even those who are supposed to inspire faith are broken. Eyelet, holding a child in her arms, tries to stop Joachim, warning that he is going in the wrong direction. Her concern for others and her attempt to prevent an even greater calamity make her portrayal particularly moving. The boss of the dungeon, the evil spirit eater Oscurius, inspires terror with his appearance. His rank and strength make it clear that the fighters are facing an uphill battle against an almost invincible foe, which heightens the atmosphere of impending disaster. The ground begins to shake, which causes even more terror for Anne and her team. They realize that the danger isn't just coming from underground, which adds a new level of danger and uncertainty to their situation. The fighters, surrounded by spirits, realize the magnitude of the threat. Ray tries to reassure his comrades, assuring them that they can handle it if they work together. His calmness and strategic thinking give the squad hope for a possible victory. Eyelet hugged the young man tightly, thinking about the fact that the evil spirit eater of Oscuria is made up of many small parts that come together to form a colony. She realized the danger of this entity and decided not to let her friend go. Ray entered the battle with the spirits, which singly posed little threat, but together created a deadly force. He fought desperately, swinging his sword and trying to fend off the attacking spirits. A mysterious mage appeared in the distance, surrounded by countless spirits. His presence instilled terror in the hearts of everyone nearby, and even Ray felt a shiver as he realized the magnitude of the threat. The aristocrat who had tried to escape alone found himself swallowed up by the enormous spirit. Opticurus, the soul eater, was slowly digesting its prey, and there was no chance of rescue for the unfortunate man. Eyelet, still holding the young man, noticed the remains of her comrades who had been eaten. She realized that their friends were still alive inside the spirit, but their time was rapidly dwindling, and they needed to act quickly. Ash warned Eyelet of the danger and emphasized the importance of her role in the squad. He knew the healer could save many and asked her to be careful in the situation. Ray accused Ash of hiding his abilities as a powerful orator. He was surprised at how powerful his comrade was and felt a sting of betrayal. Ray had many things he wanted to say to Ash, but now was not the time to talk. He offered to join forces to get out of this death trap and find a way to defeat the spirit. Ash promised his brother that he would do his best to help. His determination and willpower were unshakable, and he was willing to go all the way to save his sister and comrades. Ray called for the path to be opened and promised that he would return for Ash when he gave the signal. He was determined to complete his mission and save those he cared about. Eyelet, holding her baby in her arms, strained to see the danger ahead. She recognizes that the enemy's strength is incredible, but their team is not weak either. Their skills are impressive, and the strength of the Golden Apple Squad inspires respect. However, the threat is growing. The Spirit Eater continues to grow, becoming more and more dangerous. Its sinister tentacles with horrible teeth indicate an imminent disaster that threatens the entire team. At this time, while watching the Spirit Eater, Anne experiences pain and despair. She hears an ominous voice complaining of hunger and misery, predicting inevitable loss. A magical symbol lights up on Anne's arm, a warning that the victim brand has been activated. It is a sign that time is running out and they must act quickly and decisively. Ray and the other members of the squad begin to lose hope. One of the warriors declares in despair that all their efforts are in vain and they will all die. Their situation seems hopeless and panic begins to spread. Eilette, hugging her baby tightly, tries to stay strong. She realizes that they are surrounded and that the chance of escape is minimal. Their enemies are willing to do anything to destroy them. The architect of the Tower of Trials is anxiously observing what is happening. His gaze expresses concern for the fate of the heroes, realizing how serious the threat they face is. Ash addresses Isla with a question, confirming her name and thus showing that he recognizes her leadership and strength. His calmness in this chaos inspires the others. Ray makes the decision to distract the enemies, urging the others to flee. His willingness to sacrifice touches everyone, and he hopes it will give them at least a little time to escape. Ash assesses Ray's plan and agrees with his determination, but warns him that they have started too late. He realizes the difficulty of their situation, but is willing to fight to the end. A mysterious mark appears on the palm of Ash's hand, signifying the branding of a lifelong boss hunt. Ash clutches his sword, realizing the gravity of his situation and the inevitability of battle. Ray contemplates whether to run away and be buried alive in the dungeon or fight to the end. He comes to the conclusion that it is better for everyone to die here than to live in fear. Ash, looking at Ray, recognizes that he could have survived alone, but caring for others makes their situation hopeless. They stand on the threshold of a decision that will change their fate. Isla activates his ultimatum skill, Mercury Barrier 3.0 plus 10, which surrounds them with golden barriers, protecting them from outside threats. A bright glow fills the hall, inspiring hope. Anne is surprised to see a fortress wall created by Islet. She wonders if it is really for their protection, not believing her eyes. The entire team marvels at the display of such power. The architect of the Tower of Trials sighs, anticipating such a development. Islet calms the little girl, assuring her that everything will be fine. The atmosphere becomes a little calmer. Freeze asks Islet if she's protecting them. Islet answers in the affirmative, urging her to stay here until this is over. They prepare for the final battle, confident in their abilities. Ray and Ash are stunned to see Islet's strength. They cannot believe such holy power that has manifested before their eyes. Their hearts are filled with hope of victory. Islet, addressing them, orders them to stay inside the protective barrier. She is confident in her ability to protect all those around her. The moment of the decisive battle arrives. The team, inspired by Islet's actions, prepares for the final battle. They know that only by working together can they overcome all obstacles and emerge victorious from this ordeal. Ayelet decisively declares that she will destroy this glass detonator, a long sword clutched in her hands. She is determined and confident in her abilities, ready for the battle ahead. A bright light shines around her, creating an atmosphere of tension and anticipation. With a contemptuous grin on her face, Ayelet doubts the effectiveness of the punitive operation. Her confidence and boldness make her threat more weighty. Her eyes sparkle with determination, and her enemies clearly don't expect such resistance from her. Ash and Ray watch in shock. Ash doesn't realize what the shining light has appeared around Ayelet. Ray, on the other hand, realizes that auras cannot possess such powerful divine power and suspects something incredible. Ray concludes that what is happening is conceptually impossible. His attention is drawn to Ayelet's sword, which has a special power. He realizes that it is not just an ordinary weapon, but something much more powerful and important. Ayelet holds the sword of the heroine Agnes, whose light dazzles and amazes. This sword is renowned for having the best fighting power, but it is extremely difficult to control. Nevertheless, Islet uses it with astonishing ease, drawing the admiration of those around her. Islet handles the sword so perfectly that people around her begin to wonder if she learned it from Agnes herself. There is a power and confidence in her movements and skill that is usually reserved for great swordsmen. It's not about the supernatural, but about swordsmanship with divine power. If Ayala is indeed such a master, then her abilities are even more admirable and astonishing. Her skills and strength seem incredible to all observers. In the midst of the battle, Islet's face contorts into an expression of contempt. She screams that her opponent is absolutely not cute. Her anger and determination intensifies, making her threat even more real and intimidating. The sinister mask responds to her anger by mocking its master's taste. This scene emphasizes the tension and threat posed by Islet's adversaries. Her enemies have clearly underestimated her abilities and willingness to fight to the end. Islet reflects on the past, remembering that Obscuria was the Demon King's pet in the original work. She predicts that if her predictions are correct, the Demon King will become very angry. The provocation is successful and Ayala is ready for the next stage. She realizes that it is necessary to destroy the mask, which is the core of the demon. This is a decisive moment that requires her utmost concentration. Ayla realizes that simply scratching the mask is useless. The demon recovers quickly thanks to the ghost bound to it. She must find another way to overpower it. Ray thinks of his little sister, despite the fact that she is the daughter of the causative agent of the pink hair allergy. His thoughts distract him from his main goal of defeating the demon and protecting his loved ones. Facing a powerful force, the battle becomes even more intense. Personal feelings fade into the background, and the heroes must focus on their mission. The situation demands maximum dedication and bravery. Enemies have been defeated, and Islet has achieved victory over the dungeon master. This success is the result of her persistence and willpower. But there are still many challenges ahead, and she is ready for them. Aile and her friends rejoice at her victory. They will never forget her grace and rescue. This moment is filled with gratitude and joy for the freedom gained and lives saved. The friends promise to pray for Islet throughout their lives. She has become a true guardian angel for them. Islet is embarrassed, but genuinely happy that she has been able to help them. Grateful friends assure Islet that her feet will remain in their hearts forever. They even plan to name their children after her. Islet is embarrassed, but realizes how much she means to them. Despite Islet's modesty, she realizes that her actions are truly meaningful. Her strength and determination have saved many people, and she is proud of that. Alet, despite the hype that has been raised, realizes that her victory was well-deserved. The demon proved to be not such a difficult opponent for her strength and tenacity. She continues to believe in her mission and is ready for new challenges. Joachim, shocked by the noise, burst out and asked what was going on. The expression on his face showed irritation, for his calm had been disturbed at the most inopportune moment. Joachim, unable to believe his eyes, doubted that one of the sisters could defeat the S-rank boss single-handedly. He told everyone to quickly say their goodbyes and clear the way so as not to disturb the others. The man indignantly rebuked Joachim for not realizing who he was dealing with. At that time, Islet said his name with a slight sneer, pointing out his ignorance. Joachim advised him to take care of the injured healer and return. He demanded that the incident be reported to Song Guangqian, pointing to negligence as the cause of the incident. But his interlocutor hastily assured him that there was no evidence. Humbled, Joachim warned of the consequences of inappropriate behavior, promising a knife in the back on the next offense. His threats were clear, and the atmosphere grew heated. Joachim, hearing the question, became agitated at the threat. He was alarmed, and without wasting time, he decided to leave, following Islet's advice. Ash was summoned to the conversation, surprised at this attention. He was nervous, but willing to listen to exactly what was in store for him. His emotions were mixed. He didn't understand why he had been chosen. Ash jokingly noted his anxiety over the special treatment, while the other man simply remained silent, showing no emotion. Ray asked Islet for a moment of private conversation. She was surprised but agreed, waiting to see what he had to say. Their conversation was important and contained something meaningful. Islet and her team said their goodbyes. They expressed their gratitude and wished them luck. Surrounded by the light of the portal, they promised support and blessings, hoping for future success. Ayelet teases Ray, reminding him that he claimed to be allergic to pink hair. Ray is embarrassed and tries to avoid an uncomfortable conversation, sweating with excitement and confusion. Ray politely asks Ayelet to visit the Wallenstein estate, explaining that he wants to thank his savior. His serious face and official tone emphasize the importance of this request. Ayelet is shocked to learn that Ray is indeed the junior Duke of Wallenstein. Her surprise is expressed by her wide-eyed and shrieking, which adds to the comical nature of the situation. Ayelet, stunned by the discovery, tries to comprehend what she has heard. She had suspected, but now it is confirmed. Raven Wallenstein stands before her. This discovery turns all her perceptions upside down. Ayelet shows sympathy for the younger Duke, who did not take the top ranking. She immediately apologizes for her oversight, realizing the inappropriateness of her words. Ray explains that he knows the truth about Ayelet's origins. He mentions that she is the younger sister of the head of the military academy, Prince Rodelaine, emphasizing her straightforward nature. Ayelet is dumbfounded to learn that her brother is a prince. She never knew this, and this discovery causes her great surprise and bewilderment. Ayelet blames herself for distorting the original through her family. She recalls hearing the prince give a speech at the graduation ceremony, realizing that it was because of a classmate's rejection. Agnes comments that the opportunity to speak originally went to the aristocrat Raven, but he declined. She praises him for his honest character, suggesting that Ayelet should appreciate such a man. Ayelet, talking thoughtfully to herself, caught Ray's attention. He, arms crossed and chin propped up, watches her curiously and asks if she has finished her monologue. His interest and bewilderment are reflected on his face. Ayelet, laughing, brushes off her musings, stating that she is not finished yet. She then starts joking about dating, suggesting that she pick someone special. Her cheerfulness and energy create an atmosphere of lightheartedness and fun. Ray, serious and focused, announces that he wants to give her the title of knight. He admires her strength, which no one knows about because of the lack of a title. His offer, full of respect and admiration, causes Ayelet to be surprised. Ayelet, stunned by such an offer, wonders why he chose her. Ray explains that only aristocrats of rank above Marquis have the right to knight. His words underscore the importance and honor he wants to bestow upon her. Ray sees Ayelet as a talented person who should not remain in the shadows. He encourages her to follow him and use her abilities for the good of society. His conviction and confidence impresses Ayelet. Ayelet thanks Ray for the offer, but is surprised by this attention. She jokingly thanks the Duke for the honor, showing her modesty and sense of humor. Her reaction brings a smile to Ray's face. Ayelet continues to say with a smile that she already has a Duke she knows, pointing to the muscular man in the image next to her. Her cheerful and casual attitude towards the situation elicits laughter and emphasizes her friendliness. Ray, a little confused, interjects to ask if she really already has a Duke acquaintance. He clearly didn't expect this turn, his emotions readable on his face. Ayelet, with a smile, confirms this, adding a note of humor to the conversation. Ayelet, with confidence and kindness in her voice, promises that Ray will make an excellent knight. She assures him of her support and promises to visit his estate when the opportunity arises. Her words are full of genuine care and warmth, ending the conversation on a positive note. A young man with gray hair named Ash is nervous and asks the girl with pink hair, Ayelet, what she wants to talk about. He is clearly concerned about the upcoming conversation. Ayelet points out an unfinished assassination mission and hints that Ash's targets were among the dead people. She looks at him seriously, clearly trying to understand his motivation. Ash warns with a determined expression that if the target was a child, he will not allow her to go after him. This emphasizes his intention to protect those who cannot protect themselves. Ash realizes that Ayelet already knows everything and mentions a child named Freeze. He also remarks that her threat was quite convincing, showing that he realizes its seriousness. However, Ash reminds him with a sly smile that threats require force. He bears his weapon, emphasizing his readiness for action, especially in the face of an assassin. A small character explains that the dungeon's main resource is the Nightlight Stone, created by glowing slugs. This shows how important these resources are to their survival. A pair of children venture into the dungeon to obtain this stone, despite the presence of a dangerous boss. They are determined in their quest to get the resources they need. The dungeon boss, a red slug, consumes everything in its path with a ravenous appetite. The little slug says that he is willing to die to create the best nightstone, which emphasizes the tension of the situation. One of the children notices that someone has woken up the boss, and now everyone in the dungeon is in danger. This adds to the drama as they realize that their lives are on the line. The Western-style dungeon has ended, and there is no way out. One of the characters realizes that there will be no savior, and they are all doomed, expressing utter frustration and realization of their own mistake. Ayelet stood in front of Ash, her face expressing determination and confidence. Contrary to expectations, she wasn't scared and seemed ready to fight. Her mind was racing with thoughts of her path and important decisions. The leak inspector shouted for Ash's head to be stabbed immediately. Ayelet, with obvious displeasure, remembered that she was an important character in the original story and should not give in to provocation. Ash tried to impress Ayelet with his brash behavior, but she wouldn't let him get the upper hand. Even if she wasn't rushed, she still wouldn't give him the upper hand. Ayelet remained calm and confident. Ash had obviously underestimated her abilities. Ayelet showed with a smile on her face that she wasn't unarmed. Her agility and confidence surprised Ash. He was clearly shocked by her unexpected reaction. Ash began to realize that the situation was out of his control. The wire that Ayelet was wielding was his weak point. He sensed the danger and realized he had underestimated it. Ayelet reminded herself of the importance of remaining vigilant even with a knife in her bag. She thanked Agnes, her weapons instructor, for her training and confidence. Those skills helped her feel confident in any situation. Ash, realizing his plan had failed, raised his hands and surrendered. He begged for mercy, admitting his defeat. Ayelet was surprised at his quick surrender, but remained vigilant, keeping her guard up. Ash excused himself, saying he wasn't touching the children and was just running errands. He pleaded for a chance and explained that he was here because of a troublemaker. His voice was shaking, and he was clearly scared. Ayelet wasn't interested in the mercy of a murderer. She wasn't going to show him any compassion after all. He had raised a knife on her. It was disgusting to her, and she made it clear that his actions were unacceptable. Ash, begging for mercy, promised not to touch anyone around her until the day he died. He wanted to live and was willing to make any concessions to preserve his life. Ayelet remained steadfast as she watched his despair. Ash makes the decision to give one chance, which causes him to struggle internally. Despite his reticence, he shows determination and seriousness of his intentions. His confidence and determination causes Ayelet to respect him and realize that she has a serious and dangerous man in front of her. Ayelet and Ash discuss the possibility of becoming an assassin. Ash jokingly suggests that Ayelet join, but she declines the offer, believing it to be nonsense, although she recognizes the possibility of making money. Their dialogue is filled with light humor, but it hides a serious offer. Ayelet agrees to help Ash free himself from the wire, after which he plans to leave the place. Ash calls Ayelet Mistress Sister, which emphasizes his respect and gratitude for her help. This scene demonstrates their budding trust in each other. Ash assures Ayelet that he is serious about the killer. He promises not to touch any of her loved ones, which adds intrigue and tension to their dialogue. Ayelet feels she can trust him despite his dark past. Ash says goodbye to Ayelet, promising that they will meet again. His farewell is filled with mystery and a sense of the inevitability of future encounters. Ayelet realizes that their paths will cross again, and this leaves her in a state of wariness. Ayelet is relieved to say that she hopes not to meet Ash again. Her words emphasize her desire for a quiet life without further complications. Deep down, however, she realizes that avoiding this will not be easy. After saying goodbye, Ayelet breathes a sigh of relief, happy to have solved a small problem. Her expression shows the inner satisfaction of a completed case. She feels that she has accomplished a difficult task and is ready for new challenges. Ayelet examines the 299th floor of the tower, realizing that it is complete. Her sideways glance symbolizes her willingness to move on and overcome new challenges. Ayelet is determined and ready for new adventures. The leak inspector comments on the situation, hinting at possible problems in the future. Despite the unforeseen circumstances, the inspector promises to consider all unusual conditions. Ayelet realizes that there are more challenges ahead. Eyelet, despite everything that has happened, believes she has been hurt. Her stretching and facial expression convey fatigue, but also relief at having completed a difficult task. She hopes that more peaceful days await her in the future. Ayelet reflects on the fact that passing the 299th floor did not do her any good. She recalls that after defeating Obscuria, she got a skill book, which was a real boon and helped her a lot. Most skill books are sold for cash at the store, and Eyelet happily buys the books she needs for tank, dealer, healer, and support. She happily pays for them, feeling great about herself. Since the cash shop only offers standard skills for different worldviews, Eyelet decides it's better to defeat the dungeon boss and get a rare skill book that can't be bought at the store. She pulls a special book out of her bag that is not sold in the cash shop and is actually useful. This book was one of the routine artifacts, but turned out to be important to her development. This book contains a predation overcoming skill that increases the chance of inflicting a mortal wound in a fight with ogres. In a world of S-class survival difficulty, this is very valuable, and Eyelet feels confident holding on to the book. She realizes that the usefulness of the book was more than just its contents. The book has helped her through many hardships and has become a real treasure in her arsenal. Meanwhile, Ash ponders whether the friendly assassin will keep his promise. He doesn't know if this man can be trusted, and his anxiety grows by the day. Ash hopes that in the future it will be possible to change the fate of Thesilidas, whom the hunt has begun. His thoughts are consumed by plans to save his friend, and he is ready to do everything possible for this. Suddenly, the leak inspector appears and demands that no one else touch the important characters of the original work. Ayelet jokingly asks who made her run Ash's head in, not realizing the gravity of the situation. Ayelet, striding determinedly up the stairs, ignores the warnings of the leak inspector who demands she stop. Her goal is the 300th floor, and she confidently continues on her way despite the obstacles. Ayelet realizes that she has only one floor left to complete the challenge. She realizes that she can't slow down or she won't be able to complete it before the end of the trial and decides to speed up. Upon reaching the top, Ayelet sees the gate to the 300th floor. She realizes the importance of this moment and feels that the final goal is near, but she does not stop there, continuing to move forward. The leak inspector is outraged by Ayelet's actions, believing them to be a distortion of the original work. But she only laughs at his protests, considering them useless, and confidently continues her mission. Ayelet stands in front of the majestic gates and ponders the chances of meeting someone important behind those doors. She prepares herself for the possible surprises that may await her at the other end. She is surprised to find Thesilides badly injured in the battle. She's shocked by his condition and cannot believe he has ended up here. This encounter shocks her to the core. Thesilides looks back at the dark figure that seems to be the epitome of terror. He cannot understand how she ended up here and prepares for the inevitable fight with her. The figure turns out to be a dangerous enemy who immediately begins to threaten. Ayelet doesn't hesitate to intervene, shouting accusations and demanding an end to the violence. She cannot allow this to continue. Ayelet is outraged at how an enemy dares to kill a man who can't even be resurrected. She expresses her outrage and determination to protect Thesilidas at all costs by engaging the ruthless enemy. A dungeon with difficulty level S holds the legendary sword of the Holy Demon. The sword is sealed in this place, guarded by magical powers. Its glow attracts the attention of many heroes and adventurers, but only a select few can approach it. Legend has it that in the hands of a righteous man, this sword becomes the holiest and most powerful weapon. It emits light that can heal and protect. The image of a mighty warrior holding the sword symbolizes strength and purity. However, if an unworthy person tries to take possession of the sword, a terrible fate awaits him. The sword becomes a demonic weapon that fills its wielder with dark energy. This energy gradually destroys and distorts the human soul, leading to catastrophic consequences. In the body of the unworthy owner begins to grow black roots, braiding it from the inside. These roots symbolize spoilage and decay, which carries a sword that fell into the wrong hands. The fate of such a person is tragic and inevitable. The dungeon where the sword is sealed appears every 60 years. The church has encountered both saintly and demonic manifestations of the sword during this time. Each new appearance of the dungeon is accompanied by great trials and feats of heroes. The fourth raid was the most peaceful in the history of the dungeons. Among the participants was Valkis Odrek, the illustrious hero and master of the Holy Sword. His name became a symbol of nobility and bravery, and he inspired many followers. A descendant of Valkis was Elion Odrek. He dreamed of stepping into his great ancestor's shoes and continuing his glorious work. Elion was determined and confident in his abilities. His faith in justice and goodness was unshakable. Elion self-nominated his candidacy, asking for the trust of his fellow men. He was trusted and respected for his sincerity and desire for justice. Elion was ready to take charge of the Holy Sword and lead his men to victory. Among those who discussed his candidacy was Katreya, who had become head of state. She did not choose Elion, despite his merits and noble origins. This decision came as a surprise to many and caused a wave of discussion. Instead of Elion, Katreya chose Thessilida Argenta. This choice changed the future course of history and the fate of the Holy Sword. Katreya's decision was a pivotal moment in the struggle for light and darkness, determining the fate of many heroes. Thessilidus felt hatred for Elion Odrek, who had stripped him of his title as Master of the Holy Sword. The unit rebelled, but the casualties were evacuated and the knight's morale was destroyed. This tragedy left deep wounds in the hearts of all who survived. Elion raises the Holy Sword triumphantly, smiling proudly. His confidence is unwavering. He feels invincible, as if he were the true owner of the relic. His gaze glows with elation, as if he had already won the ultimate victory. No one dares to surpass Thessilidus in battle. His face contorts with anger and pain as he faces the unimaginable power of his opponent. The rage in his eyes turns to madness, reflecting his determination to win at all costs. Thessilidus feels his consciousness fogging up. He tries to realize how much time has passed since the battle with Elion began, but his thoughts are confused. The world around him seems to dissolve into mist, leaving only pain and fatigue. The gates of the dungeon slam shut as the boss battle begins. Time is running out and help will not come until the fight is over. Thessilid searches for a way out of the hopeless situation, feeling panic rising in his soul. He wonders what he should do. Are his efforts not enough? Thoughts overwhelm him, pushing him to desperate decisions. He feels the last of his strength leaving him, but he continues to fight. An inner voice convinces him to stop holding on desperately. The thought of settling down in peace resounds in his head, but it seems impossible under the current circumstances. Like a ghost, that voice beckons him to rest. Isla admits that she yelled too loudly, but immediately apologizes. Her embarrassment is mixed with anxiety about what is happening around her. She realizes that she must keep her cool for the sake of those who depend on her. Thessilidus, despite his wounds, remains focused. His gaze shows determination, but Ayela is concerned about his condition and believes he needs immediate help. Her eyes read fear for his life. Islet's confusion intensifies. She sees the wounded Thessilidus and realizes that it is urgent to heal him. The hope for a successful outcome of the battle still lingers in her heart, despite the ordeal. Islet tells Thessilidus to take a short pause, for the battle is just beginning. Her gaze expresses determination and willingness to continue the fight no matter what. Thessilidus realizes that she needs time to recover and agrees to retreat. Elion Odrek, with a grim expression and half of his face covered in darkness, angrily asks who dares to challenge the wielder of the Holy Sword. His anger intensifies when he sees Islet's confidence and intransigence. Islet replies with a smile that the Holy Sword is ridiculous and rushes to attack, her hair fluttering with speed. She is confident in her abilities and is ready to prove to Elion that his weapon is not invincible. Isla recognizes that she needs more strength, as minor wounds won't stop her enemy. The demon sword has immense power, and her enemy realizes this. She prepares for her next strike, thinking over her strategy. Elion, who was seriously wounded, begins to recover. The red aura around him symbolizes his regenerative abilities. Isla is surprised by his ability to regenerate and realizes that the fight will be more difficult than she anticipated. Elion's regeneration comes from the blood of slain victims. He uses the blood of hundreds of victims to return to full health. This gives him not only physical strength, but also a vicious determination to continue the fight. Aelit realizes that the battle could become endless if he continues to regenerate. Simple wounds won't do the trick here. She realizes that she must find a way to stop him regenerating once and for all. Agnes tells Aelit that she should aim for his head, but she decides to cut off both of Elion's arms so he can't use his power. This may be the only way to stop his regeneration. Elion is not pleased with Aelit's muttering, and with menace in his voice demands that she finish the fight. He is still determined not to relent. His eyes sparkle with rage and anger, ready for one last fight. Elion recognizes that in terms of strength and aura, he is superior to Aelit. However, he realizes that he must wait for the right moment to strike the decisive blow. He watches her every move carefully, planning his attack. Thesilidas stood before Elion Odrek, who scoffed at his attempts to attack with his sword. Smirking, Elion reminded him that Tessalid could not defeat him by flying or crawling, which infuriated Tessalid. Elion, with a face half of which was burned, was startled to realize that the two-handed sword of death was in front of him. His confidence shattered when he saw the weapon capable of destroying him. Aelit, standing next to Thesilidas, remembered Agnes's words. A self-directed sword returns to its master unless it has lost both arms. She resolutely pointed the sword at Elion's remaining arm. Aelit watched the sword intently as she held it in her hands. She knew that this magic sword was the Whispering Sword, and she realized that this was their last chance to win. The sword, surrounded by a dark aura, fell to the ground with a clatter. Even if the entire arm fell off, Elion still wouldn't be able to use this weapon, which gave Tessalid and Aelit hope. Aelit made the decision that she needed to cut off both of Elion's arms to deprive him of his power. She realized it was the only way to end his threat once and for all. Tessalid and Aelit, exhausted from the battle, breathed a sigh of relief. Elion, it seemed, was defeated. They both felt tired, but realized that they had finally succeeded. Elion had escaped, leaving a trail of destruction behind him. Even if he reappeared, he would remain imprisoned in the dungeon and could not fully regain his power without killing thousands of people. Aelit, caring for Tessalid, assured him that the most important thing now was his treatment. Her determination and concern for him gave him strength and confidence for the future. Aelit activated her basic skill, Healing Level 67, plus 10, to help Tessalid recover. A soft light surrounded them, symbolizing hope and new life after a long and grueling battle. Thesilidas lay with his eyes closed as Aelit discovered that the healing effect was increased by 400% due to his passive skill, Bound Healing. This allowed him to recover quickly, causing Aelit to be surprised as she hadn't expected such a powerful effect. Aelit remembered that she had obtained the healer skill after defeating Rodrigo Orsh, which greatly enhanced her healing abilities. This skill increased the effectiveness of healing by 5 times, but only for Tessalid, which made it unique and very useful. Thanks to this skill, Tessalid was instantly healed, which surprised Aelit very much. She realized how powerful her healing skill had become due to her victory over Rodrigo Orsh and how much it could affect their future adventures. Despite the vast improvement in healing skills, physiological problems such as bleeding and exhaustion still required rest. Aelit realized that they needed to find a safe place to catch their breath and regain their strength, or they might not be able to cope with the difficulties that followed. As Aelit tried to begin the healing process, she noticed that Tessalid no longer had any wounds. This left her perplexed, as she had not yet had time to begin the healing process. She began to wonder about possible reasons for this unusual occurrence. Aelit wondered what skill Tessalid had that allowed him to heal so quickly. Thesilidas explained that his ability, Wielder's Defense, allowed him to transfer pain to himself, which was an unexpected and startling discovery for her. Hearing this, Aelit realized that Tessalid had taken over her wounds. This made her even more surprised and worried about his condition. She couldn't believe he was willing to make such sacrifices for her safety and well-being. Tessalid, despite his condition, tried to comfort Aelit by telling her that it was all he could do. He took on her pain to help her survive. This gesture showed his deep affection and willingness to sacrifice himself for others. Aelit was shocked to learn that Tessalid had risked his life for her. She rebuked him for continuing to fight despite his critical condition due to blood loss. Her emotions were mixed. anger, gratitude, and concern for his health. Eyelet thanked Tessilid, realizing that she couldn't have done it without his help. She recognized that it was only because of his sacrifice that they had been able to survive. It strengthened their friendship and made her appreciate his support and loyalty even more. Eyelet looks restlessly at Tessilid as she hugs him and wonders if he has fallen asleep. He seems to have finally relaxed after a long and grueling battle. She realizes that they need to find a safe place to rest where they can recover and recuperate. She decides that they need to find a place where they can rest in peace. Tessilid looks exhausted, and Eyelet is concerned about his condition. She makes the decision to continue the journey to ensure his comfort and safety. At this time, Elion Odrek is in unbearable pain from the loss of his right arm. He curses his enemy furiously and cannot believe what has happened. His pride and strength have been jeopardized. Elion, breathing heavily, cannot accept that he has been beaten so brutally. He realizes that his enemy is much stronger than he thought. His thoughts are filled with hatred and a thirst for revenge. He does not believe that he could have been defeated in this way. The realization of his defeat at the hands of the mysterious girl makes him shake with rage and helplessness. He cannot accept such injustice. Thucydides, having been seriously wounded, continues to fight with pain and fatigue. His body is almost broken, but his spirit remains unshaken. He is willing to continue the fight despite the odds. Suddenly, Thucydides hears an ominous voice offering him strength. He looks around in fear, trying to realize who is addressing him. The voice sounds like a seductive whisper in his mind. The voice introduces itself as Carpheus, the owner of the Shanarak, and offers Thucydides incredible power. He promises him a power that can defeat any enemy and protect the people he holds dear. Carpheus continues to ask if Tessilid wants the power, calling him an insignificant being. He tempts Thucydides by trying to break his will and force him to accept the offer. Thelytus is torn between temptation and fear of this dark power. Carpheus offers Thucydides a power that can overwhelm any enemy. He describes this power as something forbidden and insurmountable. Thelytus must make a decision that will change his fate forever. Eyelet reflects on the young warrior's condition. He has taken all the necessary potions, but still does not open his eyes. She is concerned as his condition is not improving. The girl fears that she cannot help him, and he may not survive without additional treatment. The warrior has been at his physical and mental limits for a long time and finally broke down. He lies on the grass, exhausted and unconscious. His blonde hair is scattered, and his face expresses the deep fatigue and pain he has suffered. Ayelet's friend confirms that the warrior has become an Auror expert. A rank A boss is the limit for fighting alone without a healer, and he would have died if not for Eyelet's help. Both girls realize how dangerous this assignment was, and how lucky he was to be alive. Despite his strong stigmata and level 20, he was still weak. However, he was able to go through the A-Rang dungeon alone, which proves his incredible strength and perseverance. His success is inspiring and admirable, as not many are capable of such a feat. Eyelet admits that Agnes was wrong about one thing. The warrior could survive in this place even without her, showing his independence and strength of mind. She admires his endurance and inner strength, which helped him to endure such difficult conditions. If the protagonist dies, the story cannot begin. According to the original, at this moment, Thucydides was pierced by a demonic sword, which was an important turning point. This scene is full of drama and emphasizes the fragility of his life at a critical moment. Because of the negligence of the demonic sword's master, who thought that Thucydides was dead, the warrior was able to survive and ensure the start of a new chapter of their adventure. The enemy's mistake became his salvation, which adds to the irony of what is happening. Eyelet realizes that this was the only way to survive, which could only be expected if all conditions were met. She thinks deeply about it, analyzing everything that happened and how it affected their future. The leak inspector warns that if the protagonist dies now, something terrible will happen. Eyelet realizes the importance of the moment and the responsibility that lies upon her. She must act quickly and decisively to save him. Ayle is desperate at her helplessness, but determined to save the protagonist. She realizes that she must take responsibility for his rescue and accomplish her mission. Her determination and belief in success give her strength for the challenges ahead. Aile, a girl with pink hair, experiences serious problems that to others may seem insignificant. She resolutely decides that she must avert disaster at all costs, despite the possible difficulties and obstacles. Tessalid, a young man with white hair, lies unmoving while Islet leans over him, looking worried. Agnes, a woman with golden hair, notices Islet's pallor and asks what is wrong, assuming that something serious has happened. Islet, sighing in relief, reassures himself that Tessalid is still safe. Seeing him sleeping soundly, she feels peace and inner peace, realizing that he is safe beside her. Agnes teases Islet, pointing out that all her feelings are written all over her face. Islet looks a little embarrassed, but tries to hide her real emotions from Agnes, although it proves difficult. Islet, turning to Agnes, exclaims how amazing Tessalid looks. She marvels at his beauty, finding him incredibly beautiful, and cannot help but be thrilled when she sees him. She remembers how pretty he was when he was little, and how he grew up to become the most beautiful young man in the world. Memories of his childhood give her warm feelings. Thucydides attracts the attention of even the Libra judging the soul with her exceptional beauty. Islet cannot hide her admiration and pride in him, realizing that his looks are truly unique. Agnes notices this and asks Islet if Tessalid is her first love. Islet looks embarrassed and a little confused, but cannot deny the obvious, realizing that her feelings for him are stronger than she thought. Islet is shocked at the mention of first love. Agnes clues her in that the boy she promised to find after leaving the Count's castle is Tessalid, and this realization confuses Islet. Islet resolutely cuts the conversation short, realizing that Tessalid is shamelessly attracting the attention of women with her natural charisma and charm. She tries to focus on her tasks without letting her feelings take over. Islet discusses with Agnes what attracts the girls with interest, and Agnes notices her curiosity. Islet embarrassedly apologizes, but Agnes, teasing her with a smile, notices that she is intensely interested in such conversations. When Islet sees the mountain of food, she wonders why so much. Agnes explains that it is for Tessalid so that he can eat when he wakes up, as he is very weak and needs to regain his strength. Islet carefully brings the food to Tessalid, hoping he will eat. She feels more like a grandmother caring for her grandchild than a lover. These thoughts make her feel a slight sadness. Islet decides to take a short nap next to Tessalid, who will be recovering from his severe injuries for a long time to come. She lies down next to him, feeling tired after a busy day. Agnes praises Islet for tackling 3 rank S bosses single-handedly. She convinces her that it's time to rest after such a hard and stressful day, allowing herself to relax a little. Islet admits that it has been a very eventful day and decides to rest a bit. She hopes to regain her strength for the next challenge, closing her eyes and trying to let go of all worries. Agnes promises that she will keep an eye on the situation so that Islet can sleep well. She assures her that she will wake her up if anything happens so that she can be sure of her safety. Suddenly, Agnes calls loudly to Islet, announcing that they are in trouble. She panics and tries to wake her up so that she can act immediately to deal with the impending threat, which could be serious. Agnes is alarmed that Tessalid, Islet's first love, has gone away and is not returning for a long time. She suspects that he has gone to settle his affairs and may not return, which causes her concern. Islet worries that if Tessalid has gone off on his own to deal with the master of the demon sword, he may be in danger. She decides to find him immediately, determined to save him. Agnes, alarmed by Tessalid's condition, marvels at his resilience and his ability to attend the funeral of every dead soldier. She thinks about the fact that despite his health, he finds the strength for this important endeavor. Islet notes that Tessalid is not as humane as he seems. She tries to understand his motives and actions, perhaps doubting his true intentions and wondering what really drives him. Thucydides approaches Islet, apologizing for his disappearance and assuring her that he intended to return. Islet replies that she knows that he did. Their meeting is filled with tension and reticence, as if there is something important and unbidden between them. Islet, enlivening the situation, happily hands Tessalid a ciabatta sandwich, doing so with a festive spirit. She cares about his nutrition and strives to create a positive atmosphere between them. Tessalid smiles and thanks Islet for her constant care. He realizes that she is always trying to feed him, and this gives him warm feelings. They find comfort in caring for each other. Eyelet confirms that she is always on Tessalid's side. She admits that it has been a long time since they have seen each other, and she rejoices at the opportunity to meet again. A bond is rekindled between them, filling their meeting with joy. Thucydides agrees with Eyelet that their separation has been long. They exchange glances filled with emotion and memories. Their conversation emphasizes how important these moments together are to them. Suddenly, the sky darkens, and Eyelet wonders what is happening. She and Tessalid look up, trying to understand the reason for the sudden change. Their anxiety increases as they realize that something threatening is approaching. Eyelet's eyes reflect fear and bewilderment. She notices something unusual in the sky and exclaims, trying to understand how it could have gotten there. Her hair flutters in the wind, adding to the drama of the moment. A blood-saturated red moon appears in the sky, being the symbol of one demon. Eyelet realizes that danger awaits them. Her face expresses determination and readiness to fight, for something terrible and inevitable lies ahead of them. The demon king Corpheus, second in the hierarchy of the demon kingdom, from the sandpit, sends his symbol into the sky, signifying the beginning of an important event. His power and sinister intentions fill the air, causing those around him to shudder in horror. Thucydides notices with determination that the ceremony to expand the demon lord's power has begun, assuming that somewhere in their midst there is a person destined to be sacrificed. With alarm, he realizes that this may be part of Corpheus's sinister plan. Ayla realizes that Eleon, the master of the demon sword, is standing before her and expresses her fears about what is happening. She feels the gravity of the situation and realizes that the stakes are very high and any mistake could be fatal. Tessalid is convinced that the only way to stop the ritual is to kill Lord Eleon before it is complete, or the consequences will be disastrous. He prepares for a brutal battle, realizing the full responsibility of his actions. With the final Mercury Barrier skill activated, Tessalid and Eyelet stand in a protective stance, ready to fight the impending threat. Their combined strength creates hope for salvation despite the superior power of the enemy. Thucydides realizes that Corpheus, having gained the power of a demon king, has become much stronger and now poses an even greater threat to them. He sees dark powers enveloping Corpheus, making him almost invincible. Eyelet realizes that Eleon's power level is now equal to her 8th rank divine power, making their confrontation even more intense. She gathers all her will and determination to face this threat. Corpheus, in the form of a demon covered in red knots, threateningly declares that they must be stopped at all costs, increasing the atmosphere of terror. His demonic aura is overwhelming, but Eyelet and Thucydides do not back down. Eyelet, shocked by what she sees, realizes that their ally has made a contract with the Demon King, putting them in an extremely dangerous position. Her heart shrinks at the realization of the betrayal and the situation. Eyelet and Tessalid realize that their allies' actions were motivated by fear of the spoil and decide to act immediately to avert disaster. They know that time is short and their every move could be decisive. Corpheus, taking on the form of Eleon, confidently declares that the opponents have no chance of victory. His body has reached the limit of human capabilities, and he is at the edge of strength. He mocks their weakness, emphasizing his confidence in victory. Corpheus demonstrates his power by claiming to be a reborn master of the Aurors. His dark aura and burst of energy emphasizes his superiority and intimidates those around him. His power fills the space, instilling fear and hopelessness into the hearts of his enemies. Eyelet realizes that she cannot break through the fan of blades of Aurors created by Corpheus. Her face expresses determination, but she realizes that the situation is critical. She feels her strength drying up and realizes that they need a new plan. Corpheus wonders why anyone would try to oppose him, the most powerful in the Auror world. His grim figure and dark energy continue to threaten his opponents. His eyes glow with malice and determination to destroy all who dare challenge him. Thucydides, wounded, turns to Ayle, worried about her condition. He is bleeding, but his eyes are full of determination and concern for his friend. Despite his wounds, he is ready to defend her to his last breath, his heart filled with courage. Eyelet, holding the sword, is amazed and concerned about Thessalides's condition. She expresses doubts and wonders why Tessalid is protecting her again despite the dangers. Her heart clenches with pain seeing him in such a state. Isla realizes that Elion is much stronger than she thought. She recognizes that she cannot defeat him with her aura and decides to look for another way to fight. She prepares to use all her powers to find a solution to defeat her enemy. Corpheus mocks Ailet, calling her weak and powerless. He is confident of his invincibility and continues to threaten her with his power. His words penetrate her soul, but she does not allow herself to break under his pressure. Thesalides blocks Corpheus's attack with a determined look. His eyes are full of determination, and he is ready to confront the dark force despite his wounds. His sword gleams in the light of battle, reflecting his unwavering will to win. Ailet uses her rank 8 divine power to confront Corpheus. Her aura shines brightly, emphasizing her determination and strength. She raises her arm, directing all her power against her enemy, resolutely entering the final battle. Thesalides neutralizes Aurora's blade using his strength and skill and decides to shield Ailet from the impending threat. His focus and determination is evident on his face. He is ready for any challenge to protect his comrades. The devil Carpheus is furious as he realizes that his swords have been neutralized. His anger grows. He screams his frustration and anger. His shadow looks ominous and threatening. This situation enrages him, and he decides to strike back. Carpheus releases a powerful attack on Tessalid and Isla in a rage, screaming his hatred and desire to destroy everyone. The blast of energy creates a horrifying spectacle full of destructive power. This attack is designed to wipe out everything in its path. Thesalides, despite the odds, remains calm and reports that he is alive and well. His confidence shines in his eyes despite the battle. His words give confidence to Ailet, who is by his side as well. He is ready to fight to the end. Carthay is amazed to see that all of Tessalid's wounds and scars are gone. He cannot believe what is happening, his bewilderment and puzzlement evident on his face. This turn of events completely throws him off balance, forcing him to think about his next actions. Ailet decides that this is a chance to break the enemy while Tessalid blocks Carpheus. She looks determined and collected, her eyes burning with determination. She realizes that this is their best chance to win, and she's not about to let it go. Carpheus, seeing Ailet, threatens her, promising to kill her first. His anger and rage builds, and he prepares for his next strike. His threat is full of hatred. He is clearly not going to give up without a fight. Tessalid confidently declares that the enemy will not be able to escape. His words sound like a sentence, full of strength and determination. He is ready for the final battle, and his confidence leaves no chance for Carpheus to escape. This is the moment of truth for everyone involved in the battle. Carpheus, realizing that he is out of time, tries to break through Thesalides, but his attempts are futile. He realizes that the situation is out of his control, and his anger turns to despair. Tessalid and Ailet prove to be stronger than he expected. Thesalides, engaged in a fierce battle, cannot understand why he cannot outmaneuver his opponent, even though he seems mediocre. He strikes, but each time the wounds on his foe are instantly healed, and Tessalid realizes that he cannot break his opponent's morale. The light of healing attempts to purify the darkness, penetrating the evil spirit and accelerating its split. The enemies are certain that without both hands, the magic sword will no longer return to Thesalides. Thesalides, despite all the blows, remains determined and furious. Carpheus, sinister and enraged, shouts that he is the hero of the kingdom and is different from a mediocre kid. He vows to destroy his enemies brutally, including all the vile quarters, and will not stop until he achieves his goal. Ailet, watching the battle, sees the light born to purify the darkness begin to overcome the darkness of the enemy. She realizes that victory is near and that evil will not be able to resist the purity and light carried by Thesalides and his allies. Elion Adrek, wielder of the demonic sword, is struck by the light that penetrates his soul and precipitates a schism. He realizes that his evil spirit will not be able to resist the purity and determination of Tessalid and his friends. Thesalides finally strikes a decisive blow, overcoming his foe. He looks at the enemy with determination and confidence, realizing that light has defeated darkness. Eilert looks admiringly at Thesalides, realizing that they have finally achieved their goal. Eilert watches admiringly as the light purifies the darkness, penetrating the evil spirit and destroying it from within. She sees their efforts finally bear fruit and realizes that they have done the right thing. Thesalides, sword in hand, asks if the will is complete. He is confident that victory is near and that their mission will end successfully. Aile, looking at him with pride, knows that they have done their best to win. Their efforts finally bear fruit. They defeat the dungeon master, rank 559 in Pandemonium, and thus achieve their goal. Isla and Tessalide realize that their victory is the result of perseverance and faith in the light. The peace-building spirit, confused, asks if it is stolen. Islet, looking at the result of their victory, realizes that their mission was successful and now they can move on, fighting darkness and evil in the world. Terry tensely reacts to a sudden voice calling to him amidst the sandy wind. His instincts tell him that something dangerous is approaching, and he prepares to meet the threat, showing his determination and readiness for battle. Ailette warns Terry of the impending danger, naming the Demon King Sanarak. She explains that Sanarak killed Sir Elion without completing the Demon King's territory expansion, leaving his plans incomplete and vulnerable. They realize that this is their chance. Terry and Ailette discuss the consequences of Sanarak's actions, comparing his brutality to other tragedies that have occurred in the Valley of Heresy. They wonder if it is all worth the sacrifice and suffering, seeing that the enemy will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Terry's memories come alive as he recalls the many victims he had to kill with his own hands to stop the Demon King's ritual. The bloody scene full of bodies reminds him of the heavy burden he carries and the countless losses. Isla realizes how much suffering Terry has experienced in this hell. She sees his hatred for Carpheus, realizing that behind his cold stare lies great pain and grief. They both know they must fight this darkness for peace. Ailette and Terry stand resolutely in front of Carpheus, and Ailette bluntly asks him why the Demon King is interfering in their affairs. She shows her bravery and willingness to fight despite the threat from a powerful enemy. Carpheus looks at Terry, stating that he must be the enforcer of the Danak, and promises a special response to commemorate the first audience. This shows that Carpheus respects Terry's power, but also sees him as a threat that needs to be neutralized. Carpheus raises the demon sword, stating that he was going to offer it to whoever is about to come out. He eagerly awaits the new moon, when the newborn demon power will infiltrate the human world, preparing for a new wave of destruction. Terry recognizes the approach of the newborn soulless evil, preparing to meet this new challenge. He realizes the danger is great, and he must fight it to protect those he loves and fights for. Ailette tries to reassure Terry, assuring him not to be alarmed, and offers to focus on the sword of the holy demon. They ponder their next steps, realizing that this sword could be the key to their victory over the coming threat. Tessalid stands with the sword stained with blood, and Ailette congratulates him on successfully completing the challenge. He is thrilled that the sword has not become diabolical, and rejoices in this, deeply relieved. He looks at Ailette with gratitude, realizing that her support has helped him through the ordeal. Ailette smilingly assures Thesalides that she has always believed in his strength. Her confidence gives him confidence and eases his worries. She is proud of his accomplishments and feels that all their efforts have not been in vain. Together, they share a moment of triumph and joy. Tessalid informs Ailette that the dungeon raid is complete and they can now leave the dangerous place. Ailette offers to open the exit gate so they can return to safety. They both realize that they have been through a lot and deserve some rest and peace. Ailette remembers how she used to have trouble running and wonders how she was able to use her aura. This brings a slight smile to Tessalid's face. He realizes that her persistence in training has paid off. Their conversation fills him with warmth and pride in her accomplishments. She explains that the shock made her start training in fencing. She runs and fights much better now, using St. Agnes's style. Tessalid admires her determination and willpower, realizing that a true warrior stands before him. Aylett notes that Tesselid's style of swordsmanship is unique to St. Agnes. Tesselid is embarrassed but proud of his accomplishments. He feels he has finally found his calling and can reach even greater heights with her support and faith. They meet the continent's heroine, who waves to them. Aylett banters with Tesselid, who is a bit confused. He tries to gather his thoughts to make a good impression, but can't hide his embarrassment in front of the heroine. Thucydides turns around and realizes that the continent's heroine is on the other side. He feels slight embarrassment, but is happy to see her. His heart fills with respect and gratitude to her for her feats and fortitude, which inspire him to do more. Thucydides wonders if they can still meet the heroine. He hopes that fate will bring them together again so that they can continue their acquaintance and exchange stories of their adventures. In his soul grows the desire to become a hero like him. Isla understands his doubts and thinks she can't give him a definite answer. She tries to support him, but she herself is unsure of the future. They both realize that there are many challenges ahead, but together they will be able to overcome any obstacles. Aylett, the pink-haired heroine, laughs and says that perhaps they will meet when he forgets her. This is the beginning of a farewell that is filled with ambiguity and hope for a new meeting. Thucydides, standing in front of Aylett, confidently declares that he will never forget her. His gaze is full of determination and touching sincerity, showing how important this meeting is to him. Tesselid points Aylett to the exit gate, suggesting that she see him again in the future. His voice is soft but determined, giving the moment a special depth and touching sincerity. Before leaving, Tesselid asks her to forget everything quietly, and his parting words sound like a blessing filled with care and tenderness. He looks at her with a slight sadness and warmth in his eyes. Aylett says confidently that she will still find him. Her words are full of determination and strength, and she walks away, leaving behind a feeling of unbroken will and hope for a new meeting. Congratulations on defeating the boss of the 300th floor of the Tower of Trials sounds like triumph. Aylett feels victorious, but there are still echoes of the recent goodbye lingering inside her. Aylett exults in finally reaching the top. She thanks everyone and hopes that the reward for level 300 will be absolutely incredible and amazing, dreaming of something special. Her joy is replaced by bewilderment when she doesn't find the expected reward. She looks around, trying to figure out what went wrong and why her triumph is not marked with the deserved reward. The developers laugh at the poor management, and the spirit of the world cries and screams, insisting that she has her way. Aylett tries to quiet the heated argument, urging everyone to stop and not fight. She decides to wait until the reward is ready, but will demand full compensation for the delay in the future. Her determination is undiminished, and she is willing to fight for justice to the end. Aylett, surprised by the appearance of a new spirit, questions the business manager about what is going on around her. She notices that the spirits are interested and relies on the head of the business staff for help. The director of the creative economy cheerfully announces that he has sponsored the creation of a new product, which makes Aylett feel surprised and happy. Aylett has mixed feelings as she examines the 2 coupons in her hands and notices that one of them seems too old-fashioned. Balancer the Mutilator expresses his displeasure about this. Aylett learns that the coupons can be used in a special VIP store that sells very special items. One coupon is given to those who have spent over $10 billion in cash at the cash shop. After realizing the value of the coupons, Aylett is thrilled with their rarity and high status. She wonders if she can use them for shopping right away. However, the world-building spirit informs her that the system isn't set up yet, and she won't be able to use the coupons until after a major content update next month. Aylett is a bit disappointed, but still thankful for the valuable opportunity. Grateful for the coupons she received, Aylett promises to put them to good use. The peace-building spirit expresses her gratitude to the director of the business unit for her help, and the director of the creative economy cheers her on. Realizing that the tower trials are complete, Aylett looks forward, pondering her next steps and planning how best to use the privileges and knowledge she has gained. Aylett is excited to present her underground farm, surrounded by brightly colored stars and foliage. She is happy to show what she has accomplished and is proud of her work. On the farm, she grows herbs for healing potions, which she gathers by hand. Leo and Aylett observe the process of gathering the herbs. Eyelet explains that these herbs are used to make Rottle potions and are taken upstairs. She proudly points out that time flows 3 times faster in the underground farm than in reality. Eyelet introduces Ephedin, who is in charge of running the farm. She assures him that he knows everything that is needed for the farm to run successfully and that he can be contacted with any questions. The fire spirit Helveros appears next to her, who also helps with communication. Helveros welcomes everyone, but his fiery form strikes fear into Leo and Eyelet. They are terrified, assuming that there is a demon in front of them. Eyelet rushes to explain that this is not the case and calms everyone down. Eyelet reassures everyone by explaining that Helveros is a vegetarian and will do no harm. She assures them that all creatures on her farm are kind, and Helveros is no exception. He is shy, but confirms her words, promising to do no harm and trying to be friendly. Helveros, taking the form of a child, becomes even cuter. Eyelet relents, calling him a little prince. She asks his age, to which he replies that he is 330 days old. She doesn't care. He's still cute to her. Leo asks Eyelet if she's been doing all this behind their backs. Eyelet explains that she couldn't tell before, but not out of mistrust. She apologizes to her father for hiding her actions, but explains that she did it for the best of intentions. Leo expresses his support, saying that it was probably hard for her to do everything alone. He recognizes her amazing abilities and is proud of her successes, which gives Eyelet confidence. They stand close together, experiencing a touching moment. Eyelet and her mother, Eltea, laugh and joke. Eltea wonders why Eyelet never asked for pocket money and guesses that she had her own income from the farm. This elicits a hilarious reaction from both of them. Eltea continues to banter with Eyelet, who is embarrassed by the praise and happy remarks. Their closeness and understanding of each other is reflected in funny dialogues and laughter, which makes their relationship even stronger. Eyelet recalls the words of Eltea's mom, who tells her that she is proud of her and will always support her no matter what happens. These warm words give the girl confidence in herself and her abilities. Eyelet also gets support from her father Leo, who is confident that she will do well on her training trip. These words help the girl feel that she is not alone and her loved ones are always there for her. Leo's father Leo is worried about Eyelet's upcoming trip, worrying about how many challenges she will have to overcome away from home. Mama Eltea is also worried, but tries to be supportive of her daughter. Eyelet laughs and says that after conquering the challenges, she is getting ready to start the original story. This shows her determination and readiness for new accomplishments. To reassure her parents, Eyelet tells them that she is going on a training trip. This allows her to hide the true purpose of her departure and avoid unnecessary questions. Leo's father is very worried that Eyelet may return from the trip with more surprises, such as wanting to get married. This emphasizes his care and concern for his daughter. Eltea reminds Leo that Eyelet is his daughter and will act reasonably. This calms the father down a bit, although he is still worried about Eyelet's future. Eyelet manages to convince Leo's father of the necessity of her trip. He advises her to meet someone who will be like him, not a tyrant. This adds some humor to their conversation. The girl decides to tell her parents about the existence of the farm so that the house will be easier to manage during her absence. She asks her parents to help her with this endeavor. Eyelet writes 2 letters, one of which is addressed to her grandfather. In the letter, she tells the story of her training trip and asks for a few things she will need to accomplish her goals. Eyelet prepares food and potions, packing them carefully in a magical pouch. She builds up her supplies, carefully arranging the colorful bottles and boxes around her, immersed in her work and thoughts of the future. Her magical bag is able to ignore expiration dates, making it perfect for long journeys. Eyelet is confident in her preparations, knowing that her supplies will be fresh no matter how much time passes. In the kitchen, she remembers how long it's been since she's cooked on this scale. Her gaze is serious and focused, and she enjoys immersing herself in the process, relearning old skills and perfecting them. Memories overwhelm her. After her resurrection, she first awakened her magical abilities in this very kitchen. Each dish she prepares takes her back to the days when she struggled to survive in this harsh world. Suddenly, 2 maids enter the kitchen with bewilderment on their faces. They ask what she is doing here, surprised by her presence and activity. Their wariness is obvious, but Eyelet only smiles back. Chief Paisha and Mrs. Ella acknowledge her and wonder if she really wants to learn to cook again. Eyelet explains that she just needs more room to work, her confidence and ease disposable. Paisha seems to have heard that before. She mentions that Eyelet is going to leave the mansion in May to train, and her face lights up with approval and concern. She understands the importance of traveling and learning. Paisha believes that seeing the world is important. She encourages Eyelet to travel, but reminds her that she can always come back and continue her culinary training. Her encouragement touches Eyelet. Paisha repeats her words with a smile. If Eyelet wants to come back and learn to cook, she will always be welcome here. Paisha is sure that Eyelet can become a great cook, and this belief gives Eyelet strength and confidence. Isla and Agnes discuss the girls' choice of alchemy, despite Chief Paisha's insistence. Miss Isola's look of displeasure, her stern gaze adds tension to the conversation. Eyelet promises Agnes not to give up her talent and offers to come whenever she wants. Their mutual understanding reinforces the bond between them, creating an atmosphere of trust and support. Eyelet hurries to inform the maids of Cardinal Katrea's arrival. She vigorously commands that everyone prepare for the important visit, causing bustle and excitement among the maids. The maids discuss Cardinal Katrea's imminent arrival and assume that she plans to spend her vacation here, causing excitement and speculation about the reasons for her visit. Agnes, full of enthusiasm, wakes Eyelet up for training, convincing her that the sun is already high and the time to train is inexorably coming. Her determination motivates and inspires. Eyelet, still half asleep, tries to resist the morning rise. Agnes perseveres, knowing that training is important for their future success, keeping her on her toes. Agnes encourages Eyelet to look at the double rainbow outside the window, trying to inspire her to a new day and accomplishments together. She uses this as a way to lift her spirits. Eyelet refuses to exercise, feeling unwell. Agnes is worried about her condition, suspecting that she is ill, and expresses this with her worried look. Eyelet confesses that she is not feeling well, which makes Agnes worried because normally she doesn't miss a day of training. This unusual behavior makes her wonder. Eyelet and Agnes continue their conversation to find out the reasons for her condition. Eyelet is surprised by her ailment and does not understand what could have caused it, which adds anxiety to their discussion. Eyelet is lying in bed. Agnes is concerned about her condition and asks what is wrong. Eyelet replies that she is not ill, but she has no desire to get up today. Agnes is surprised and tries to understand the reason for her strange behavior, as Eyelet is usually full of energy and vigor in the morning. Eyelet assures Agnes that she will soon find out. Agnes starts to worry as she is expecting an important guest today and should not be disturbed by anything. She is worried that Eyelet might miss something important, and her reluctance to get up makes her anxious and suspicious. Outside, the butler informs the maid that Mother has arrived. The maid panics because Lady Eyelet is not yet awake, and this could cause problems. The maid's excitement is transmitted to the butler as well. They both know how important this visit is and how much it means to the whole family. Eyelet hears the news from Agnes and is delighted. She says that Katrea has finally arrived and calls Eyelet to welcome her together. Eyelet quickly jumps out of bed and her mood instantly changes to one of joy and excitement. Katrea arrives in a magnificent setting. She is greeted with all due ceremony. The sight of her is awe-inspiring to all present, and her importance is immediately apparent. Katrea carries an aura of grandeur and nobility that leaves no one indifferent. Katrea greets Eyelet with joy and kindness. She asks Eyelet to address her as mother rather than eminence, emphasizing their close relationship. This warm address shows how much Katrea values Eyelet and wants to be more than just a guest to her. Eyelet shows Katrea her cross necklace. Katrea remembers that Eyelet's friend lives in this necklace and asks how he is doing, thus showing interest in her life. This moment emphasizes the spiritual connection and trust between them, and the necklace becomes a symbol of their friendship. Eyelet relays that her friend is feeling well and inquires about Katrea's health. Katrea replies that she is bored but still has hope, and jokingly asks her to tell her friend not to worry. Her reply is filled with humor and warmth, despite her seeming despondency. Katrea laughs, noticing that Agnes probably remembers her fondly now. Eyelet laughingly agrees, adding that she doesn't want to tell gossip, but their mutual understanding is obvious. Their laughter creates an atmosphere of lightness and joy, filling the room with light and warmth. The three women continue their conversation, enjoying each other's company. Each of them finds something special in this meeting that strengthens their bond. The warmth and sincerity of their interactions leave an unforgettable impression and make this day truly special for everyone. Agnes was pleased to see that Eilert looked healthy, even if she spoke ironically. Agnes was relieved to notice that despite the sarcastic remarks, Eilert was actually in a good mood. Agnes welcomed the long-awaited guest. Her blonde hair shone against the beautiful interior of the hall, giving her figure a magical glow that enhanced the atmosphere of celebration and the significance of the moment. Suddenly, Agnes announced her upcoming sword training. Standing up wearing brightly colored sunglasses, she expressed determination and fighting spirit, preparing everyone for the intense physical activity. Her enthusiasm infected those present. Eilert, unable to withstand the heat of passion, rushed away screaming about wanting to watch a movie she had long put off. Her sudden escape caused surprise and laughter at Agnes, emphasizing their friendly and light-hearted relationship. Agnes exclaimed after Eilert asking if she had only entertainment on her mind today. Her words, filled with soft reproach and benevolent irony, echoed in the spacious hall, making Eilert turn around. Meanwhile, Eilert was absorbed in reading the novel. Her face expressed deep immersion and amazement, every line of the book capturing her attention. Agnes watched with a smile, happy for her friend. Agnes and Eilert spent time together discussing what they had read. Agnes noted that Eilert read too fast, while Eilert admired the detail of the text. Their conversation was filled with warmth and mutual understanding. On a clear night, they lay on the roof looking at the stars. Eilert philosophically remarked that there are speed readers like her and slow readers like Agnes. This remark strengthened their friendship and emphasized their differences. Suddenly, Eilert heard the voice of a mythical creature proclaiming that the time had come. This prophetic message caused her surprise and anxiety, making her wonder about the future and the trials ahead. Eilert received notification of her rank change. The current rank was 7th, which meant an important change. This news brought with it a wave of new emotions and anticipation of new adventures and challenges to be faced. Agnes suddenly becomes focused, which surprises Eilert. She notes that Agnes is behaving strangely that day, hinting at something unusual and disturbing in her behavior. Agnes looks puzzled, as if trying to make sense of what is going on or sensing something important. Eilert informs Agnes that the important guest she spoke about in the morning is about to arrive. Agnes is confused, believing she has seen someone she didn't expect to see in this place. This adds tension and intrigue to their conversation, emphasizing the seriousness of the moment and the importance of the meeting. Eilert denies Agnes's assumption, remembering Carpheus's words. She is tensely thinking about what is happening, and it seems that what is happening has serious significance. Her expression reflects concern and determination, showing that she realizes the seriousness of the situation and is ready to act. Against the ominous landscape, a somber voice declares that the new moon is approaching and its significance to the human world. This creates an atmosphere of anxiety and expectation of something sinister. The red and black hues enhance the sense of menace and the foreboding of disaster looming over the world. Eilert realizes that something terrible has come to this world. She expresses her anxiety and determination, realizing that serious trials lie ahead of them. Her resilience and determination is reflected in her posture and gaze. She is ready to face the impending threat. The darkness that will destroy the world is coming. Eilert and Agnes stand together, realizing the magnitude of the looming threat, feeling small in the face of the inevitable. Their unity and willingness to fight emphasize the importance of their mission and the significance of their actions to save the world. The divine coming evokes strong emotions in Eilert. She is anxious and determined to fight, which emphasizes the importance of the coming events and their significance to all. Her green eyes shine with determination, showing her willingness to face any hardship. Amidst the fire and chaos, a mysterious figure appears, expressing a sarcastic greeting. This emphasizes the danger that the heroes will face and hints at the serious trials that await them. The dark figure's gaze and the surrounding flames create a tense and ominous atmosphere, emphasizing the magnitude of the threat. Eilert, possessing pink hair, receives a gift from a celestial spirit, the ability divine adventuring. This skill is renowned for its transcendent nature and allows her to surpass normal power limits, providing a significant increase in characterization and skill level. She can feel her abilities increasing, but this gift still has hidden potentials. The divine adventuring ability is known for its power, allowing her to significantly increase her stats and skill levels. However, the initially powerful buff is now not as strong as it once was. Her current power rating drops to 8th place on the continent, making Islet feel vulnerable and less powerful than she once was. Her power rating drops proportionally, reflecting her current strength. Islet realizes that her place in the rankings has dropped significantly, causing her to reflect on her effectiveness and the need to rethink her strategy. She recalls the moment 10 years ago when she managed to kill Ahriman. Back then, her power ranking was the same as it is now. This makes her realize that despite her best efforts, she has not advanced in her abilities. Islet wonders what has changed in 10 years. She realizes that her powers have not increased as she expected, and this makes her think about her future actions and possibilities for strengthening. Agnes, noticing the changes in Islet's behavior, is concerned and asks her why she needs a new fever from the holy power. Agnes is worried about her friend and her actions. Islet assures Agnes that she should not worry. Her new power makes her feel more confident. Islet is surrounded by a glow, symbolizing her renewed abilities and her desire to fight against darkness. She feels an urgency to check something important. Islet is experiencing an inner struggle and realizes that her heart aches with excess power, but despite this, she cannot completely defeat the darkness that hangs over the world. Agnes looks at Islet with confusion and wonder, wondering if her sight is deceiving her. She sees that Islet has been transformed, which makes her both fearful and hopeful for a better future. Islet realizes that she needs to find new ways to enhance her abilities to defeat evil. Islet, noticing something strange, is alarmed and informs Agnes about it. She feels that the world around them is beginning to crumble. Agnes, not understanding what is happening, asks what breaking down means. Her eyes read worry and incomprehension. Agnes is confused, trying to make sense of what is happening. With anxiety on her face, she asks questions to make sense of the situation. Her golden hair shines against the night sky, creating a contrast with the surroundings. Islet remembers that Agnes had recently wondered why Thecilia worried her so much. Determined, Islet is about to tell Agnes something important. They stand opposite each other, surrounded by magical flashes and rings of light. Islet explains that Thecilia is regressing. This shocks Agnes because she does not fully understand what regression means and why it is so important. Her face expresses complete incomprehension, and she waits for an explanation from Islet. Islet, looking into the distance, continues to explain. She says that the world they live in is a regressive world. This world only exists when the protagonist regresses. Agnes tries to assimilate this new information, her eyes full of doubt. Suddenly, the time of the regression breaks. Islet tells her that a situation has occurred in which regression becomes impossible. This causes chaos, and the world around them begins to collapse. Agnes is shocked by what she hears. Islet explains that the cause of the regression time breakdown was the death of the protagonist. This shocks Agnes even more. She cannot believe that all their efforts have been in vain and that the world around them is beginning to crumble. Islet's last words sound like a verdict: the death of the protagonist. Agnes, stunned by this revelation, tries to figure out what to do next. The situation looks hopeless, and their future becomes even more uncertain. Islet woke up in bed, looking around in surprise. Her memories were jumbled, but one name rang in her head: Agnes. She couldn't understand why everything was so strange and alien. Agnes, with golden hair, is panicked, wondering how this could have happened. Her expression reflects shock and confusion. She calls for the maid, trying to make sense of the situation. The maid informs Agnes that Mother has just arrived. Panic grows, and the two servants discuss in alarm that Lady Aylett is not yet awake, not realizing what is happening. Agnes, standing at the window, orders that Islet be awakened immediately and brought to order. She realizes that there is no time to think, and she must act quickly. Agnes is struck by the fact that everything is the same. She realizes that the world has gone back 24 hours and tries to realize what this means for all of them. Agnes confirms that the rollback started because the main character died before he became a regressor. Now the world has gone back in time to the day before he died, and she has to find a way out of this situation. Agnes, holding her head, ponders the strangeness of the fact that a man and not a god has found himself at the center of the world. She tries to understand how this is possible and what she should do next. Ayelet sits on the bed and explains that the strict order and goodness that rules this world has its own meaning. Her words are imbued with an understanding of the underlying processes going on around her. The book with symbols and signs reveals the story that the world was destined to perish quickly when strict order and goodness left it. However, the world rejected them, and now a solution must be found to restore balance. Agnes is desperately trying to figure out who killed the Ciliad. Her mind is spinning with thoughts of the protagonist, and she cannot find an answer to this question. The mystery torments her, and she expresses her confusion with gestures. Ayelet confirms that the case has to do with the newborn evil that Carpheus spoke of. This evil has proven to be a real threat, and now they are forced to fight it to find out the truth and prevent further trouble. Ayelet continues by telling them that even the Demon King supported the Ciliad. This makes the evil even more dangerous and powerful. Agnes realizes that they are facing a very high-ranking demon, and this makes her uneasy. It gradually becomes clear that the evil they are dealing with is not just a demon, but a man with demonic powers. This knowledge shocks Agnes, and she begins to realize the seriousness of the situation. Ayelet adds that this man only wants the end of the world and has enough power to bring it about. Such a threat cannot be ignored, and they need to act urgently. Agnes marvels at how powerful this man is. He is even stronger than her divine power. This news makes her wonder how they will be able to deal with such an adversary. But it's not all bad news. Ayelet informs her that the rollback will repeat for another 7 days, and each time the evil will kill the protagonist all over again. This prospect terrifies them both. Ayelet explains that this rollback is a special phenomenon, not an ordinary regression. The memory of the rollback is erased from everyone, including the protagonist. It is up to them to find a way to break this sinister cycle. Every time a day rolls back, all memories are reset, and no one, including the protagonist, will be aware of the changes. This complicates their task and makes it almost impossible. Agnes, pondering anxiously, wonders how Thesiliad will be able to survive 7 deaths in a row. The thought depresses her, but she realizes that she must find a way to stop this evil and save Thesiliad. Agnes, the girl with golden hair, stands with a look of concern on her face and tries to understand why she and Ayelet remember everything. This causes her perplexity and excitement. Agnes's words reflect her anxiety when she asks why they both retain their memories. Ayelet, with pink hair, stands at the window and recalls her questions to Agnes. Her hand touches the glass, and she finally decides to ask the important question. Her thoughts fill the space, creating an atmosphere of anticipation and uncertainty. The system suddenly reboots, and Ayelet realizes that something serious has happened. Messages appear on the screen saying that the emergency reboot is complete and the server is connected. Her face expresses concern as she questions the timing. Agnes, seeing Ayelet, asks why she is not answering. Her voice is full of concern, and the tension between the two heroines grows. Ayelet is silent, and this silence increases the tension of their dialogue. Ayelet, having calmed down a little, introduces herself as Agnes. She says that her name is Ayelet Rodelaine and reminds her that she was a cadet, a pupil, and a friend of Agnes. These words trigger many emotions and memories for Agnes. Agnes closes her eyes as she listens to Ayelet and seems to be trying to cope with her feelings. She realizes that Ayelet cannot say more, and this causes her deep sadness and frustration. The lights around them seem even brighter, emphasizing the dramatic nature of the moment. Eventually, their dialogue ends, leaving many unanswered questions. Both characters stand pensive, and the atmosphere is filled with tension and uncertainty about the future. Ayelet and Agnes stand opposite each other, discussing their relationship. Agnes assures Ayelet that being her cadet, student, and friend is enough for her. In response, Ayelet expresses her gratitude, feeling a deep connection and support from Agnes. After a warm conversation, Agnes suggests that they go and greet the new day. She mentions that the day will be repeated 7 more times, but she is already bored on the second one. Ayelet agrees, feeling light and happy at Agnes's words. At this time, Thesiliad wakes up in a panic, feeling inexplicable fear and trembling in his body. He does not understand what is happening and feels his body becoming covered with sweat. His mind is filled with disturbing visions that give him no peace. His hand trembles and fear permeates his entire being. He can't understand what scenes are surfacing before his eyes. Images flicker in his mind that frighten and confuse him, making him wonder about the reality of what is happening. An image of a man appears before him, questioning why Thucydides does not pray to him. This question adds even more uncertainty and fear to his heart, increasing his anxious state. Thucydides wonders where the visions came from and what they mean. He begins to realize that this is a nightmare but cannot find answers to his questions. His mind is filled with incomprehension and confusion. He sees a blurry figure in front of him and wonders who the man is. His face seems familiar, but Thucydides can't remember exactly where he knows him from. This increases his anxiety and his desire to find answers. The man's voice mockingly says that Thucydides is a fool, which makes him question his actions and thoughts even more. These words cut him, causing feelings of inferiority and despair. Thucydides ponders what these visions are and why they haunt him. He feels himself losing control of his reality and begins to panic at his inability to understand what is happening. A man tells him that he must beg to be given peace. These words sound like a sentence, making Thucydides feel completely helpless and desperate, seeing no way out of this nightmare. Thucydides reflects on past events, trying to recall important details. His face expresses anxiety and tension as he realizes that his future depends on it. We see him experiencing an inner struggle and unable to find peace. Thucydides is experiencing pain that is unfamiliar to him. He realizes that he must deal with it or the consequences will be dire. His hand trembles, symbolizing the physical and emotional strain he is feeling at this moment. Thucydides feels a strong sense of illogicality, accompanied by terrible pain and inexplicable fear. His soul cries out for help, but he does not know who to turn to. In this state, he has to fight his inner demons and try to find a way out. Thucydides realizes that his savior is not with him now. He realizes his vulnerability and his need for support. His eyes are filled with despair, and his thoughts go back to the past when he was rescued. Ayelet, the girl with pink hair, is tired and exhausted. She lies there realizing how much energy she has expended lately. Her condition shows that even the strongest personalities need rest and recovery. Agnes, a woman with golden hair, notices how Ayelet is winding herself up and reminds her of the importance of proper rest. Her words are filled with care and wisdom, emphasizing that health must come first. Ayelet admits that she has rested enough over the past 7 days. She has not yet become a master Dark Lord, but she feels ready to continue on her journey. Her confidence and determination is evident in her eyes. Agnes tries to reassure Ayelet, saying that anxiety is the biggest obstacle in her path. She wants Ayelet not to worry and to believe in her own strength. This support helps Ayelet relax and focus on her goals. Ayelet remembers that she has coupons that she can use after a major upgrade. This gives her hope and motivation to continue despite the challenges. Her look becomes more confident and determined. Ayelet holds the coupon in her hand, realizing its significance. She realizes that this is her chance to improve her skills and reach new heights. In this moment, she decides not to give up and take advantage of all the opportunities that are presented to her. Ayelet thinks about shopping at the VIP shop and dreams of an item that will instantly make her a master killer of darkness. Her eyes glow with anticipation at the thought of new possibilities, because she sees it as a chance to become stronger and defeat all enemies. Agnes interrupts Ayelet, urging her to stop being distracted and to go to bed early so that the morning training will not be painful. Ayelet agrees to Agnes's admonition, realizing the importance of rest and trying to be an attentive student so as not to let her mentor down. Ayelet remembers the upcoming major upgrade that the world spirit spoke of. She looks forward to its realization and prepares to see all the innovations, hoping that they will make her adventures even more exciting and fascinating. Suddenly, Ayelet notices everything sparkling around her and is excited about her purchases at the VIP shop. Her joy is boundless, and she anticipates many useful acquisitions that will help her fight her enemies and reach new heights. Soon, however, Ayelet encounters an unexpected blinding light that causes her to squeeze her eyes shut and wonder what it is that is shining so brightly. She tries to figure out where this bright light is coming from and what it could mean for her and her adventures. A message appears on the screen announcing the completion of the second major content update of the Resurrection Support System. Ayla is surprised and excited about the changes, thinking about how it will affect her travels and what new opportunities will open up for her. She discovers a new item, the cruelty filter, which will ease the psychological turmoil after the resurrection. Isla is impressed with its capabilities and considers it a godsend, realizing how useful it can be in a world full of danger and violent battles. Reflecting on the business, Islet realizes that the basic features available during the training period have now become chargeable. She realizes the commercial side of this world and concludes that she needs to be careful and rational about spending so that she doesn't lose all her money. Islet decides that the cruelty filter is necessary in the world of the SS class, where blood pours in rivers. She doesn't hesitate to agree to the purchase, confident in its usefulness, realizing that it will help her keep her composure even in the most extreme situations. While researching the rest of the updates, Islet learns of a new chat system designed to reduce the feeling of loneliness among players. Her interest grows, and she is eager to learn about the other innovations, as each new element could be the key to her successful adventures and victories. Islet is surprised to read about a new chat system designed to soothe the loneliness of resurrected people trapped in an unfamiliar world. She's curious to learn more about the possibility of communicating with similarly resurrected people. She is surprised to realize that she will be able to communicate with people who have also been resurrected like her. This gives her mixed feelings as she did not expect such an opportunity. Examining the chat interface, Isla is convinced of the reality of what is happening. She sees messages from other resurrected people, which increases her curiosity and anxiety. Sitting at her computer, she ponders the strange sense of intimacy that comes from reading these messages. She's both sad and joyful at the realization that she is not alone in this new world. Messages from other people trapped in a similarly unfamiliar world appear on the screen. Islet begins to realize that each of them has struggled in their own place just as she has. She decides to say hello to these people, feeling the need to connect and share her experiences. This causes her excitement and trepidation. Isla is asked to choose a nickname based on her accomplishments and inclinations. She's surprised by the variety of nicknames offered and thoughtfully chooses one that suits her. She ponders the suggested nickname Kill Heal, trying to understand its meaning. The image of an angel who kills the undead with her healing skills pops into her head. Islet decides to try to befriend someone similar. She is curious to see if there is someone else who has gone through a similar ordeal and is willing to share their experience. With a smile on her face and new hopes, she begins to type, ready to make contact with other resurrected people and learn their stories so she doesn't feel alone in this new world. Islet reflects on the fact that the traumas of childhood linger for a lifetime. She lies on her bed, immersed in her thoughts. Her appearance conveys sadness and fatigue, which emphasizes the depth of her inner feelings. Suddenly, Islet realizes that she had something important to watch. She rises abruptly, expressing surprise and slight anxiety. It is a moment of realization that something important has been missed. Islet examines the ticket she received for passing the tower trials. This golden voucher symbolizes her accomplishments and efforts. Its bright appearance contrasts with the background, emphasizing the importance of the item. She holds the voucher and smiles, ready for new adventures. Her eyes sparkle with joy and anticipation, reflecting her determination and enthusiasm. This scene shows her inner strength and eagerness to move forward. Islet is ready to spend the voucher at the VIP store to reach the platinum level. She looks enthusiastic and confident, which emphasizes her determination. The confetti around her adds to the atmosphere of festivity and celebration. Agnes and Islet find themselves in a strange place that causes them wonder and anxiety. Agnes wonders what this place is. Her voice expresses concern. The situation seems mysterious and disturbing. Islet reassures Agnes, saying that it is safe here. She smiles and looks confident, trying to dispel her friend's fears. Agnes is still doubtful, but tries to trust Islet. They notice the sign of a VIP store that offers to buy sacred artifacts at high prices and sell them at low prices. The phrase about stolen goods makes them suspicious, and they begin to doubt the safety of the place. Agnes points out the suspicious phrase and says that it might be related to a crime. Both girls think about the possible danger. Their facial expressions reflect doubt and wariness. Their conversation emphasizes the importance of mindfulness and caution in unfamiliar places. The girls realize that they need to be alert and make deliberate decisions to avoid trouble. Eyelet, the pink-haired heroine, anxiously surveys the situation. The director of creative economy assures her that there is no cause for concern. This introduces an element of mystery, for why would such an authority advise against worry? They find themselves in front of new territories where a department store is opening. Eyelet is surprised by the new possibilities, and she wonders what other surprises the place hides. Questions and doubts add tension to her adventure. Aile, who did not expect to be here, ponders how her destiny brought her to this store. At this time, the saleswoman notices her and begins to speak, drawing attention to the important moment of their meeting. The saleswoman, in the guise of a wise old woman, recalls how the director made her pay for advertising, but it was worth it. She recognizes the value of the effort spent, and the story gives Eyelet mixed feelings. Agnes, Eyelet's golden-haired friend, calls her to look at the VIP point store. Eyelet is surprised by the offer and begins to ponder its meaning and the possibilities it has to offer. Inside the store, Agnes asks Eyelet about her money. Eyelet confesses that she has about 100,000 points. This causes Agnes to be surprised, and she begins to explain what that money can buy. Eyelet is amazed at the luxury of the purse on offer. Her space is so large that it could be used as a logistics warehouse. Agnes is delighted and convinced that they need this handbag, which causes Eyelet to reflect. Eyelet is interested in the unusual glasses that define life and death, sin and passion. The saleswoman explains their functions, and this raises even more questions for Eyelet about the mysteries of this store. Eyelet and Agnes realize that the store is full of unexpected and valuable items. Their discussion and discoveries lead to new plans and solutions and add a new dimension to their adventure. The story concludes with them deciding what items they really need and what secrets they are willing to uncover to accomplish their goals. Intrigue and mystery continue to surround them, taking readers on a further journey. Eyelet learned that once she put on the magic glasses, they could not be taken off. The seller explained that they are passive and make one see things that one does not want to know. This was a big revelation to Eyelet, and she wondered if she should put them on. Eyelet asked the salesperson about the watch on display in the store. The salesperson told her that it was also a popular artifact that allowed one to return to a desired moment in time. Eyelet began to realize how unusual the items in this store were. Eyelet asked a question about the possibility of a resurrected person regressing. The salesperson replied that with enough money, anything was possible. This made Eyelet wonder about the limits of the possibilities open to her. Deciding not to put things off, Eyelet announced that she was taking the watch. Agnes, mesmerized by the beauty of the handbag, tried to divert Eyelet's attention, but she was adamant in her choice. Eyelet discovered another interesting object and asked the grandmother seller what it was. The vendor, upon learning that the item was only for multiple regressors, explained that Eyelet, as a resurrectionist, didn't need it. While pondering this, Eyelet held the magical diskette designed for multiple regressors. She realized that the item might be useless to her, but she still felt an interest in it. Eyelet, despite the vendor's warning, stated that she was taking the floppy diskette. The vendor tried to object, pointing out that the item was unnecessary for Eyelet, but she was sure she would find a use for it. The saleswoman was surprised by the customer's persistence, not understanding why she needed the preservation artifacts. She explained that production had stopped, and what Eyelet was holding was a copy for display. However, the vendor had one used item that was often neglected by other customers. She offered it to Eyelet, hoping that it would fit her and prove useful. Eyelet, seeing the magical floppy disk in her hands, experienced a sudden epiphany. She realized that her choice was the right one and that this item could play an important role in her adventure. Eyelet approaches the vendor holding the strange item in her hands. The seller agrees to her offer, pointing out that the item is second-hand, so the price has been cut in half. She asks Eyelet to pick up the item herself. The girl nervously agrees, feeling responsible for her mission. Eyelet, holding the disc in her hands, prepares to leave for an unknown destination. Her gaze is filled with determination, despite her inner fear and excitement. She knows she must find the right product and fulfill her mission at all costs, overcoming all fears. The vendor rushes Isla, insisting on bringing her something important. Her eyes are burning with impatience, and she does not tolerate delays, creating additional tension in the atmosphere. Isla realizes that time is short and needs to act quickly. Isla exclaims, turning to her grandmother, unhappy with her strict treatment. She resents not being respected as an important person despite her new status. Inwardly, she realizes that she must prove her importance with deeds. Despite her excitement, Islet wonders what kind of dungeon she has found. Her thoughts are filled with doubt and apprehension, but she tries to pull herself together. There are challenges ahead of her that she must pass in order to reach her goal. Thunderclouds rush across the sky and thunder rumbles as if the heavens are fighting. The atmosphere builds, and Islet feels something powerful and uncharted approaching. Every sound of thunder reminds her of how important her mission is. Islet discovers she has entered a dungeon called the Cloud of Sin, the complexity of which is unknown. She is overcome with anxiety at the challenges ahead, but she is determined to overcome them. Her journey is just beginning, and there is no turning back. She sees a huge hole and asks herself what it could be. Islet realizes that there are dangers ahead of her and mysteries to be solved. She looks down, trying to figure out how to get further down and find a way out. Looking down into the pitch blackness, Islet feels fear and helplessness. She realizes that the way back is closed and she needs to move forward no matter what. The darkness seems insurmountable, but she has no other choice. Islet wonders if there is something down below. She looks down with hope and fear, trying to determine what awaits her next in this dangerous dungeon. Her heart beats faster, but she is determined to go all the way. Islet and Agnes find themselves in an unknown danger zone. Agnes, sensing the impending danger, urges Islet to leave as soon as possible. The inner tension increases, and it becomes clear that their lives are in danger. Islet realizes the seriousness of the situation, but does not immediately decide to flee. The system informs them that the area is extremely dangerous and advises them to return immediately. Islet is confused and asks how she got here and what to do now. Her confusion and fear are noticeable, but she tries not to panic, realizing that it could make their situation worse. Islet ponders the fact that the artifact they were looking for is not that important compared to their safety. Deciding not to take any chances, she convinces herself that life is more important than any find. Islet and Agnes begin searching for a way to escape, hoping to leave the danger zone before it is too late. Suddenly, something begins to awaken in the darkness, and it scares Islet. Agnes warns her that it is the dungeon master, and she must leave immediately before he finds her. The fear intensifies, and the girls realize that there is no more time to think. Ayla hears a voice that sounds familiar to her. She realizes it is her grandmother's voice. Surprise and anxiety grow, for this voice brings not only reassurance, but also new questions about what is happening. Islet senses that her grandmother is trying to help her. The floppy disk she's been searching for suddenly appears in front of Islet. She realizes that the artifact is right in front of her, and she needs to retrieve it. Despite her fear, Islet decides to risk it for the artifact, hoping it will help them get out of the dungeon. Islet decides that she needs to take the artifact in order to get out of the dungeon. She is determined to complete her mission and escape. Her inner tension won't let her go, but she keeps going, realizing that this is her only chance for salvation. The diskette says it is a preserving artifact that returns to its place of use after death. Islet realizes that there are only 14 uses left out of 30. This discovery gives her determination, but also heightens her awareness of responsibility for her actions. Islet senses the dungeon master finding her. Despite the system's defenses, her heart races and her body trembles with fear. She finds it difficult to remain calm, but she realizes that she cannot give up. Every action she takes is now of utmost importance. The system reports that the dungeon master is looking for her. Islet panics and calls to her grandmother to get her out of here immediately, hoping to be rescued. Fear and determination struggle in her soul, and she prays for a happy ending.